8:39.
Good morning, comrades. Mandla.
Morning, Comrade Joel.
Yes, my brother. Otherwise, we are good.
Good.
Excellent. How long are we still waiting?
Hi, William. Happy International Migrants Day, John, others.
Hi, Williams. Tambi here. Happy New Year also in advance for everybody.
Excellent. Lovely people all over the world. Wonderful. Nice to see you all.
Hi, Sada or Rakesh. Jenny's already here, so if you can assign her as interpreter.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, Jenny. Can you hear me?
Matikimu, matikitu, menutang alo. Matikimu, matikitu, menutang alo. Frala falahia tu kia tauturosi, frau e kia tua, ko whireweia kia mngahone. From all four corners, I greet you once, I greet you twice, thrice, I greet you in your respective languages. The karanga that you have just witnessed and have received, thank you very much for your grace. It is only delivered by a woman and only during daylight hours. And this particular karanga was actually composed just for International Migrants Day. So welcome to this commemoration of the International Migrants Day. The young leader that did so do the karanga, delivered the karanga, is Ngā Kirikiri Kershaw, an international performing artist who comes from the tribes of Waikato. Ngāti Ruanui, Te Rarawa, Ngāti Porou. These affiliations matter much. The actual chant was composed by Anne Makia, and she hails from Waikato, Ngāti Mahuta, Ngāti Whakawhākia, and Ngāti Makirangi. Again, important affiliations. I also acknowledge the support of Jordan Makea, another performing artist, and Ruapoto Marae, where this was actually held. I thank also Deb Misiwepa for pulling together these wonderful, amazing people. To you on the screen and beyond the screen, I ask you to put your hands together, your virtual hands together, for our next guest speaker, who will deliver a few thoughts. He is Reverend James Bagwan, and he's the Secretary General of the Pacific Conference of Churches based in Fiji. And he's just like many of you, fresh from COP26. But may we give this moment to him. Aloha and mahalo again.
Nisam Bulavinaka, warm greetings from the Pacific Conference of Churches as you mark International Migrants Day. Thank you for this opportunity to share a reflection as we begin to commemorate this significant day for people on the move, people who are migrants, people who are called to journey from their home to other lands and other places in search of safety, security, and better opportunities for them, for their families, and their communities. Without memory, there is no culture. Without memory, there would be no civilization, no society, no future. This quote is from the late Elie Wiesel, the Romanian-born American writer, professor, political activist, Nobel laureate, and Holocaust survivor. And this quote speaks to not only the context of migration, of displacement, of relocation, but the need to maintain identity, culture, to keep the memory of your people alive even when you are on the move. For Christians, we reflect on Psalm 137, which in the midst of exile, the Israelites asked the song, asked the question, how can we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? This question is actually the theme of the Pacific Conference of Churches work over the 5-year period from 2019 to 2025. And we continue to reflect on this question about how can we sing the Lord's song in times that are strange and in places that are being made strange, not only because of migration, but in the context of climate change. The Lord's song for the Israelites was integrally connected to their identity, to their religious, their cultural, their spiritual identity. They were part of the land, and that exile begged them to ask the question, how do we sing the Lord's song when we are disconnected from all that holds our identity? It is the same for many people, particularly Pacific Islanders and other indigenous people who find themselves on the move, whether it is to escape oppression and violence or to seek better opportunities, to find safe places, to find shelter and an opportunity for economic development and flourishing, a better chance for the next generation perhaps, or simply to earn money to send back to family and community. How do they maintain their dignity, their sense of identity, their sense of who they are, and what life means in these changing spaces in which they move? I speak here as someone who is a product of the migrant movement of people. My father's people and my mother's people were brought from the United Provinces in the northeast of India to Fiji to work in sugarcane plantations under the British alternative to slavery, which was called the indenture system, which saw approximately 1 million people taken from India to British colonies in the West Indies, or what is called the West Indies today, to the Caribbean and into Fiji over that particular period, where people endured dehumanizing experiences, in particular women who were taken at a ratio of 40 women to 100 men. during this very challenging time of unjust labor, unfair treatment, terrible living conditions, and constant abuse and lack of dignity. We see in the Pacific also that took place after what is known as the South Sea labor trade, or the blackbirding trade of people captured over the period of 1863 to 1879, where approximately 130 vessels recruited 62,000 islanders from what is now the countries of Vanuatu and the Solomon Islands, shipped to Queensland, with another 27,000 shipped to Fiji. And so we see in this period of time in the Pacific, we have had modern slavery. We have the stories of the Polynesian slave trade, where people were taken from Polynesian islands, from Micronesian islands, all the way to South America, some never to return home. And so let us continue to remember those who are placed in difficult situations as a result of wanting to seek a better future for their families or to earn money for their communities and their families, those who are deceived and led into these unjust systems that take away their freedom of movement and choice as we move forward. I note here the Global Freedom Network statement that many Pacific Islanders look to improve their circumstances by seeking work in larger economic places and other countries around the world and in our region, to access work opportunities in industries like agriculture, fisheries, tourism, and hospitality. They remain, however, vulnerable to subcontractors and agents who sometimes take advantage and exploit their isolation and lack of knowledge. The conditions for migrant and seasonal workers are growing pastoral concern for not only the Pacific diaspora, but also the Pacific churches and Pacific civil society, as we hear reports of harsh employment conditions and allegations of mistreatment. Some of these conditions fall under the category of modern slavery and forced labor. And so, as the Pacific churches who have signed the Declaration Against Modern Slavery, we are committed to engaging on this issue. But there is a need for us to recognize that as Pacific Islanders, or as people, the story of humanity is one of movement and migration. In some ways, if we look at our history, most of us are migratory people. We are voyagers. We are people who have traveled across the oceans from island to island and settled. We continue to travel today. We consistently and constantly participate in the ongoing cycle of departure, of travel and arrival. We never settle really. Once we arrive, we depart, and perhaps that is what makes life exciting. The stories recorded in the Bible for those from the Christian perspective tell stories of migrants, of people seeking refuge, of people looking for a new life, people exploring new possibilities, people seeking new opportunities, of people venturing into the unknown for its own sake, of people being forced to move, of people whose only option is to escape from slavery, violence, oppression, and so forth. And for those of the Christian faith, and that is the predominant spirituality amongst our Pacific people, we find a migrant God in whom we find in their midst as a God who moves with them, who wanders with them, crosses boundaries with them, confronts oppression with them, breaks tradition of death with them, shares the bread of life with them, and dwells with the least of them. This God, resists hegemonies among them, endures hardship with them, and ultimately dies and lives for them. As we celebrate or mark International Migrants Day in this season of Advent, which again for the Christian community is about the incarnation of this migrant God among us, what is our message to those who are involved as migrants on this journey, who seek dignity, who seek to have soil in which they can spread their roots, who can maintain their identity and sing their songs in other lands. We are called to ensure that there are protocols for these people that include the indigenous people of the land in which they have found as a new home, that there is processes that are not just political and legal, but also spiritual and cultural, that the process of migration is one of transplanting, not uprooting, that the sovereignty of indigenous people is always maintained in these processes of migration, that there are inclusion of community leaders and traditional leaders, both from sending communities and receiving communities, that there is always free, prior, and informed consent for those who begin this journey of movement, that there is always accompaniment and affirmation by civil society, by faith communities, by people or with the heart for those on the move. And of course, the role of diaspora communities, those who have come before and continue to be part of both this new land which they have settled in and part of the lands, the ocean that they have left behind. Some thoughts for us to consider as we celebrate and commemorate International Migrants Day. May God bless you all.
As they say in Tahiti Nui, Maururu Nui to you, Reverend Bhagwan, and for sharing a few gems. May they be taken in the light that it is intended. I'm also reminded that the tears and the weeping that took place at the rivers of Babylon are really composed of our people's angst, our people's greatest sadnesses. And so in terms of the next item, young Glenn Jackson dedicates this to all the migrants that we have lost since we last sat together at the last International Migrants Day. It is called Broken Tears, dedicated to all of our peoples that we've lost in the interim. Mahalo.
ke koiau no fotokota hihi na hakumata tangi yawe mama hi hakuluto kamana tuki akoe Fai moka, haku whakahele ki a koe Sia ke koe au No fotoko taha Hihi na haku mata Kai tangi awe Liu mai love Haku whakahele Whakatali o ki a koe Ke ulunga haua lima Kai tangi awe Liu mai love Haku whakahele Whakatali o ki a koe Ke ulunga haua lima Whakatali o ki a koe Ke ulunga haua lima Haua lima Kwa tangi away Kwa tangi away
As they say in Hawaii, mahalo nui loa, Jackson, and you may recall that he actually featured last year, so he's back by popular demand. You know, ladies and gentlemen, in the karanga that started us off, there's a line about how the teachings and values of our ancestors are manifested. And it reads, Kia whakatinana ai ngā mātapono a koro mā a kui mā e. And so on your behalf, we've included this young, youthful leader. And he actually wrote this when he was age 17. I'm a little biased. He's actually my nephew, but ladies and gentlemen, let's hear what the youth said when he was 17 years old. Over to you, Joshua Yosefa.
I am brown. Brown like the bark on a palm tree which supports my heritage. Brown like the table of which my family sits and eats upon. Brown like the paper bag containing burgers and fries by which my people consume. Brown like the mud on a rugby field by which my people play. Brown like the coat of the guitar by which my people strum. Brown like the sugar or the crust, the grain or the nut, whatever ingredient you want to use to mix up and around. You see, my brother, I am brown. My demographic is high school cleaning ladies, fast food, burger making, factory, box packing, rubbish truck drivers, bus drivers, taxi drivers, sober drivers, and living off the pension joy riders. I am a dropout. I hate science, maths, English, love PE, music, dance, and drama. I play rugby. No, I'm pretty good at rugby. And if I am lucky, my future in rugby might be sealed. Not to reveal my flaws in education, which are faulty, because hey, who needs to be able to quote Shakespeare if you can play rugby? I will probably never graduate, and if I do, I will be the first. Either by myself or with a baby in or beside me, a victim of teen pregnancy with a guy in high school I thought was gucks, which really sucks. You see, because when push came to shove, he couldn't pay the bucks. While I was focusing on this relationship, I was trying to get my NCEA 1, 2, and 3 purely on luck. Now I am stuck in the muck, trying to scrub my skin with Lux soap. Trying to scrub away the fact that I have added to the brown statistic. While my mother is a gambler and my father is an alcoholic, I will always blame the government and everybody else around me, but never myself, because I am brown. And whenever someone tries to breach my comfort zone, or whenever I don't have anything else to say in defense in an argument, I'm just going to say that you're a racist, that your words are a mockery to my skin tone and my color, No, but brown brother, you were doing that the day you performed Cinderella. Or Brotown, Sione's wedding, and do I have to mention the GC? Now, I don't mean to condescend, I mean these shows are great, don't get me wrong. But can anyone explain, will there ever be a time when our representation goes deeper than putting our own people to shame? Will the stereotype of an illiterate, unintelligent Polynesian still be the same? Will it ever change? Or are we still going to sell ourselves short for a few seconds of fame? Are we not capable of an art form that is thought-provoking or seen as a form of intelligence? Or are we still going to keep to our low standards of what we feel as culturally relevant? Not necessarily mocking our foreign traditions, but instead being real about the world that we live in. Like our fight against drugs, or a fight against violence, and a fight against what reasonable force is with our kids. Or how statistically Māori and Pacific Islanders are low academic achievers, brown brother. Now, I'm not saying that we need to forget our culture in order to gain, for we are all the same. I'm just saying that I'm sick and tired of my people thinking that they belong at the bottom of the food chain, brown brother. Are we not more than an FOB? Immigrants from the islands in search of a JOB. Are we not more than the eye can see? Can we not move mountains from point A to point B? Are we not more than Janos and golden teeth? Are we more than asses to the first 15? Are we not more than gamblers at a poker machine? Are we not capable of attaining a bachelor's, a master's, or PhD? Brown brother, look at me. You can do all things through Christ. Philippians 4:13. You are more than capable. And I don't say that just to make you feel better. I say that because I know. Because your Creator told me to tell you so. You will go places, you will tell stories, so do not feel alone, for your God, your family, and your home will forever be inside the marrow of your bones, so do not fret. Do not regret. Because wherever you go, you take us with you. Brown brother, do not be afraid to be the first to graduate, the first to climb, the first prime minister, or the first good wife, brown brother. Do not be afraid to be the change. Not a change in skin tone or color, but a change in mindset. From one brown brother to another.
As they say in Fiji, vinaka levu, brown brother. And so that was the voice of the youth, and you'd be pleased to know that he's still a successful product of his migrant grandparents. And that actually leads us into our very last contribution. It comes from a group of migrant Samoans who actually reside in Dunedin, Aotearoa, New Zealand, and they are called the Samoa Cyber Choir. Thank you very much for having sat through. This is our final contribution. Mahalo.
Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt its worth. A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoices, for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. Fall on your knees, oh, hear the angels' voices, oh, night divine, oh, night
As they say in Samoa, whawhtau tele lava, the young man featured is Lesa Ali, or Lesa Alo, whakamale mai, and also led by the choral director, Reverend Letupu Matautia, who passes on an important message. He says, to you all, bless you all and all the good work that you do for all the people. Blessings. We're really appreciative that he has granted us permission to share that rendition of O Holy Night. That then is the conclusion of our commemoration, at least the Pacific component. Our karanga started with whakataka mai koutou, approach closely, be joined together, and you have all done that. Thank you for your participation. Not only closely bound by the technology, but your heart opening up to just listen to what other people may have to say in terms of noting this day. Blessings from the four corners and the winds of best transformative practices be ours going forward. Thank you to our MFA leader, William Goy, and the team who have done a superb job, and all of the partners who have put this together so that we could sit united and united in heart going forward. Kia tautolo osi to all of us, the best of the coming season, and especially the best to our migrant peoples. Owe tulo, mahalo nui.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to each and everyone wherever you are joining us today. I am wishing you a very happy International Migrants Day to all migrant workers who are participating with us and those organizations and individuals who are behind nonstop promoting, nonstop campaigning, and standing up for the rights and welfare of our migrant workers. Today, we are not just celebrating Migrants Day. We are also celebrating and acknowledging our rights and our struggles in achieving justice. Although we are physically distant, but emotionally and by advocacy, we are united. I would like to welcome all of you on behalf of our organizers, Migrant Forum in Asia, Alianza Americas, Civil Society Action Committee, Climate Migration and Displacement Platform, Cross-Regional Center for Refugees and Migrants, Global Research Forum on Diaspora and Transnationalism, Platform for International Cooperation on Undocumented Migrants, BWI, SARTOC, Pacific Wind Pacific, and International Trade Union Confederation of Africa. My name is Abby Guevara. I am a program assistant in Migrants Forum in Asia, based in the Philippines. I will be your host for today. Our speakers come from across different fields, migration experts, civil society organizations, and many more. The online program today consists of 4 sessions, and we will be having cultural intermission in between by a talent pool of migrants and our members. I know this is going to be a long event, but please, we hope you can stick around with us till the end. Before we begin with the formal proceedings, I would like to remind everyone of the house rules and technical protocols. First, put yourselves on mute whenever the session is ongoing and when you are not speaking. In case you have to rejoin, remember that we only have one information, username and password and link. Please use the chat box if you want to raise questions and comments about the session. We also have different language interpretations. Languages available are Spanish, Arabic, and French. We encourage everybody to please open your cameras and participate actively. Also, may I remind all that we will be having photo opportunities every after the session. So once again, if possible, please do open your cameras. As we celebrate International Migrants Day, let us take a moment to remember all our migrant workers and their families across the world. The pandemic is evidently disproportionately affected the lives of our migrant workers. This pandemic showed the deep-rooted inequalities that our migrants are experiencing right now. So we have to make sure that the recovery must not leave no one behind, migrants and their families. This will be possible with our solidarity, critical thinking, and continued involvement from us. As we listen to our speakers along the way, let us think and contemplate on how you and your organizations can help rebuild and contribute to the welfare of our migrant workers. And of course, what an amazing and soulful performance we have just witnessed. Thank you to Reverend James Bagwan for a heartfelt message and your commitment in addressing forced labor and slavery, which are both relevant problems nowadays. Also to Pefi King, thank you for all your help, for introducing all presenters and narrating comprehensively the story behind and descriptions of all performances. We really appreciate it. Pefi King is the migration focal point for Pacific Civil Society, Pacific Islands Association of Non-Government Organizations. Once again, thank you, Pefi. So moving right along, for our first session, which is Building Back Better on the issue of wage theft, a multi-stakeholder exchange. For this session, we will have Mr. Regimon Kutapan, an independent journalist and migrants' rights. He will be our moderator for this session. Over to you, Mr. Regimon.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot. Dear all, greetings of the day. And as Abby said, I will be moderating this session. On behalf of MFA and its partners, I welcome you all who have joined this very important webinar, which is being organized as part of the International Migration Day. And before going for an official start, please allow me to do a small recap on what we have done so far on identifying wage theft and where we are standing now. It was in 2020, after the COVID outbreak happened, when the COVID virus was taking lives and those who were alive were stranded on the streets in many foreign countries, the migrant workers who were stranded on the streets. MFA and its partners identified wage theft is happening and it has become a serious issue which has to be addressed as utmost importantly. On June 2020, June 1st, MFA and its coalition of civil society organizations and trade unions came forward to address a serious issue faced by the labor migrations, the wage theft. The coalition had launched an appeal then to the governments to establish an urgent justice mechanism that addresses the plight of millions of migrant workers whose wages were unjustly held back by the employers. Additionally, the coalition led by MFA issued also 5 appeals concentrated actions to be taken by the UN bodies, governments, and businesses in engaging with the existing cases of wage theft and lack of justice and the creation of maintenance of effective mechanism for the continued progress. And in 2021, this year, MFA and its coalition partners came out with 2 important reports which identified how serious is the wage theft happening across the world. Having said that, I welcome all again to this webinar titled Building Back Better on the issue of wage theft, a multi-stakeholder exchange, to look at how we can build back better in relation to the issue of wage theft against migrant workers, particularly looking at the milestones. We have Honorable Minister Imran Ahmad, MP, Ministry of External Expatriates, Welfare of Overseas Employment, Bangladesh, as our chief guest, and Honorable Paul Raymond Cortes, Assistant Secretary, Office of the Under-Secretary for Migrant Workers Affairs from Philippines, Mr. Akhtar Joel ODK, Deputy General Secretary, International Trade Union Confederation, Africa, Ms. Sumita Chandini Krishna, Director, Our Journey and Chairperson of MFA as panelists. Additionally, after the panelists and the chief guest talks, we will also be screening video testimonies from migrant workers too. Please note that the interpretation services in Arabic, English, French, Spanish also will be available. I cordially welcome our chief guest, the Minister from Bangladesh, Mr. Imran Ahmad, MP, Minister of Expatriates, Welfare and Employment of Bangladesh, is serving as the 6th member of Parliament from Sylhet 4th constituency. He graduated with Dhaka in 1969 and then in early 1970 joined James Findlay, a British plantation company. In 1974, he decided to become self-employed and has since been running his own tea garden named Siri Pru Tea Estate. Mr. Imran Ahmad started his political career as an activist of Bangladesh Awami League to serve people in 1986. He was elected as an MP from Sylhet 4 constituency in the 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, 10th, and 11th parliamentary elections as a nominee of Awami League. Dear sir, the floor is yours.
Reggie, I think the minister is a little late.
So shall we go to the panelist?
I would suggest yes.
Thanks, William. So I would like to invite Mr. Paul Raymond Cortes, Assistant Secretary, Office of the Under-Secretary for Migrant Workers from Philippines. Mr. Cortes assumed his role as the Assistant Secretary in August this year. He formerly headed the Philippine mission in Dubai and neighboring Northern Emirates for the past 6 years since 2015. He was previously posted in Hawaii from 2006 to 2013, where he was consul and then deputy consul general. Before that, he was also consul at the Philippine Embassy in Budapest from 1997 to 2004. He graduated from the University of Philippines with a master's degree in public management. Mr. Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Wonderful evening to everyone. One of the main issues that a lot of the Filipinos in the Middle East have given the consulate or the embassy heads up on were their issues relative to wage theft. There are times when they don't get their actual salaries, or when they're being asked to do things over and beyond the scope of their contracts. And this has become an issue because they do not have any much recourse to the actual labor dispute resolutions in the Middle East, primarily because many do not speak Arabic. And so they rely on the consulate or the embassy's interpreters or translators to help them out. Although the Philippine missions all over the world have access to what we call LAF, or Legal Assistance Fund, which makes them eligible to hire lawyers to help them in their labor cases, primarily those with regard to wage thefts and all that. Many still are hesitant to come up with a legal recourse or legal redress because they're afraid of the repercussions that their employers may inflict on their relationship, and thus make even a more difficult undertaking on their end. We must also realize that many of the overseas Filipino workers do not have their passports on hand, although by law they're supposed to be holding on to their passports. In practice, most of the passports are held by the employers for fear of these employees absconding from them. And so because they have their identity in the form of a passports at the hands, or at the with the power of the employer, or let's say the HR office, they are afraid that whatever they do, which may be inimical to the company, maybe with whether the passports may be withheld from them, and they may be tied into that setup for as long as their contracts are valid or are enforceable. And this is one thing that the Philippine consulate in Dubai and the rest of the other missions have taken to fore. We liaise and negotiate directly with employers, although more often than not, we have to do it through the court system, because let's say there are uncooperative employers, or employers who do not believe in any of these rights for the migrant workers. And this is something that the Philippine missions are very well aware of, and very very experienced on, because on a daily basis, let's say in Dubai, we get something like 20 or even 30 similar such cases from wage theft, from overtime pay without or working 7 days a week. Well, note also that in the Middle East, 48-hour work weeks are very usual. So that's sometimes very difficult for a 40-hour work week that we're all used to, Monday to Friday. And this is something that we've asked our Filipino community to be very mindful of. Although we may not be there every step of the way, we do give them heads up that the Philippine missions are always ready to assist our nationals in distress, and if necessary, give them legal representation so that they can have an equal access to the court system and to legal redress for whatever it is that they ask for from their employers. And it's a difficult experience, yeah, because you're dealing with a host of many other nationalities, and sometimes there are very clear cut rules on how to, let's say, deal with an employer, let's say an Indian employer, or let's say an Emirati or employer, or a Kuwaiti employer for that matter. Although there are regulations in place, it may not be easily enforceable as far as the Filipino or the migrant worker is concerned. And this is exactly where the embassies and the consulates and the Philippine missions come in to assist our nationals in distress.
The participants may also be asking you questions, but I would like to start with one. You said that daily we may get 30 to 40 cases at the embassy consulates. Yeah. So how many of them see a happy ending, and how long does it take?
It varies. To be honest, in Dubai, it's a little bit easier than I'd say from the other GCC countries. All right. Primarily because the employers are more used to to understanding migrant responsibilities as far as taking care of the migrants are concerned. If the usually it becomes difficult when the employer becomes very difficult to deal with, especially as far as returning the actual passports that they have on hand of their employees. And this is something that we negotiate very tread very carefully, because there are times when the employer may just withhold the passport or give the passport, but yet file a case against the employee, and that becomes a bigger issue. So before we are able to get the passport, we do have a series of discussions with the employers to find out exactly what the issues between him and the employee is. Usually we get a good 90% success rate, meaning we get to have it resolved, or they do separate separate ways, ending the contract on, may not be able to get all of it, but at least they're free to terminate the contract and they have their passports on hand.
I have an additional question, which is the last one. When you say that we have a difficult experience, and you say that there is 90% happy ending also. So can you please tell me one point on what more can be done to ease the situation?
Many of the Filipinos proceed to Dubai or the UAE using a tourist visa, or the tourist visa route. Officially, the Philippine policy when it comes to overseas deployment is for you to go through our POEA, or the Philippine Overseas Employment Authority. And from there on, before they are sent to the destination countries, they're given a perspective on what to expect, the legal rule, the regulations, the legal regime, and for them to understand and expect what may happen to them when they're there. Because many circumvent these procedures, they go straight to being an overseas Filipino worker, and sometimes it's called shock and awe. They finally realize where they are, the differences in work environment, the differences in the legal environment, and they run to the consulate because they did not understand or did not expect what was coming at them. And I do hope that more Filipinos would have a more more time to prepare when they leave the Philippines for their destination countries, especially the UAE, because as I said, many have gone through the tourist visa route without going to the POEA or the official the official way, which gives them an idea, and training and pre-departure orientation seminar to give them an idea of how it is.
Yeah. Yes. Anybody from the participants would like to ask a question to the Assistant Secretary? Nobody is telling. William.
Hi. No, I thought all the panelists will speak and then you will open it up. But thank you, Asif, for that. It's very informative. And your own experience has been one of where you have seen a lot of this. When it comes to the role of the host government, what you are saying is obviously such a big task at hand, 30 to 40 cases on a day for a country of origin mission. Imagine the amount of resources that is needed just to maintain that on a daily basis. That's huge. For developing countries or countries of origin, that's a huge budget, human resource wise as well as financial wise, just to put that into perspective. What would be the role of the country of destination in this? Like, if this has been happening for so long, what is the role of country of destination? Is there any changes that you see that would be significantly turning bringing about change?
Yes, as a matter of fact, the Philippines has been very, very strong in trying to reverse the kafala system so that there is no need for an employee or a migrant worker to be sponsored by an individual or a corporation in the country of destination. The issue of kafala usually comes in the form of having their passports taken under the custody of the sponsor, and this becomes a very difficult undertaking for the migrant worker. And the Philippines has been in the forefront of trying to reverse this system, and so far we've seen happy stories of certain GCC countries in making sure that these sorts of practice doesn't happen anymore, and giving a more progressive outlook on inward migration to these destination countries. And so far, as I said, we've seen good success stories in some of the GCC countries like Bahrain, and we also seen the UAE even come up with more restrictive and prohibitive rules for the employers as far as taking hold of their employees' passports and identifications are concerned.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Be online. We would come back to you again with more questions. Yeah. Now I would like to invite Mr. Akhtar Joel Odige, who is an activist and trade unionist with over 3 decades organizing experience in Africa. He is a Nigerian and Deputy General Secretary of the African Regional Organization of the International Trade Union Confederation Africa, an organization currently representing over 18 million workers in 52 of the 54 African countries. Mr. Odige has a master's degree in labor and globalization from the Berlin School of Economics and Law. He has recently co-authored a study on African labor migration to the GCC states that looks at how labor migration and governance and the human and labor rights of African migrants can be better improved and protected respectively. Sir, welcome to the floor, and we would like to hear from you, sir.
Point of where you were rounding up introduction. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me, sir? Hello.
Or was it? Yes, I can hear you.
Your voice is breaking.
Yes, we're hearing you.
Yeah. We all are waiting here to hear from you on this international migrant. We all are waiting here to hear from you on the International Migrant Day celebration, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Mm, Jonah, Jonah, can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
I can hear you. I think Joa's connection is unstable right now. So if you
So
can,
can we move to Sumita? Yeah.
yes, go ahead.
So the Mr. Adige Akhtar's connection has some problem. So we are moving to Sumita. Miss Sumita is my friend, a long-time associate with me with MFA. She is an advocate and solicitor and the sole proprietor of Chambers of Sumita. She holds an LLB from the University of East London and was called to the Malaysian bar in 2005. She is qualified mediator on the mediators panel of the Bar Council of Malaysian Mediation Center. She is the director of Our Journey, an NGO platform for experts on migration issues to advocate government and private stakeholders to develop a supportive migration system for non-citizens incorporated with the international standards and norms. Sumita is the current chairperson of Migrant Forum in Asia, a regional network with membership of 18 countries from Middle East and Asia advocating for the protection of migrant workers. Sumita serves in many national, regional, international groups, coalition networks to advocate for the protection of rights of migrants, domestic workers, refugees, asylum seekers, stateless person, trafficked person, and foreign spouses, as well as foreign nationals on death row. Sumita, welcome to the forum.
Sorry, I had some connection problem as well. Can you hear me?
No problem. Yes, loud and
Thank you.
clear.
Okay. So let me just say a few things about how things are going in Malaysia. So the pandemic was a really good eye opener. Traditionally, we always saw small and medium-sized enterprises facing or rather violating the rights of migrant workers, labor rights. But then during the pandemic, we saw even big companies and even multinational companies doing the same. And one of the cases that we reported under the wage theft program that is being run by MFA involves a multinational company. Sorry, hello?
We can hear you, Sumita. Please continue.
No, I saw someone muted me. Okay. So since then, of course, Malaysia is now on the Human Rights Council, but we also got downgraded on the US TIP report because of our bad performance in dealing with trafficking cases. But since then, let me just share what updates that the government is doing and what it has done and hopes to do. So we have amended the Employment Act that we have now to call domestic servants as domestic employees. But we have not removed the restrictions from the act where so domestic workers will still not have access to termination benefit, annual leave, and so on and so forth. So we just changed the name, but didn't accord them the benefits of the act. So that's one disappointing development. Having said that, we also launched our National Action Plan on Forced Labor, the country launched, and it basically recognizes forced labor as an offense under the Employment Act. And it also has a sanction of 100,000 or rather about 23,000 USD and imprisonment sanctions as well. So this is also a good development. We had other updates that we have. Well, we have a levy in Malaysia where the employer pays the levy. It's something like a tax that they pay when they want to recruit workers. And currently the tax is being paid by the employer. But we are going to see a shift where we're going to have a multi-level levy where the more the employer hires, the more he will have to pay. So how that is going to pan out is left to be seen. That's that we have adopted the Singapore model. So that's another development. During the pandemic, one of the issues that the migrant workers and also local workers had was accessing justice, accessing the judiciary as well, because the courts were closed and the labor departments were closed, and reaching out for help for their cases was a big issue. So the government launched the Working for Workers app, which gives the workers access to grievance mechanism. And it also enables the workers to report about 17 types of abuse on recruitment and employment. And it covers about 80 labor officers nationwide. It is a good development because in that 1 month since their launch, they received about 7,000 over complaints, of which 200 plus were from migrant workers. But I think the downside of that app is that it requires registration. So the migrant is unable to report without revealing their name. Anonymously, they cannot do that. So they need to put in their name and the company details before they can report. So that is only one downside of the app. And it's not viable for undocumented workers to report either, because it needs passport and so on and so forth. So these are some of the developments we see. In the region, we are one of the major receiving countries for migrant workers. Malaysia is one of the receiving countries, and we also have seen a lot of discussion on how the government is going to move forward with migration in post-pandemic. So we are currently closed and there's a suspension on recruitment of workers. But come January 2022, we will be seeing the migration system being opened, and we're going to see the recruitment of migrant workers. So in anticipation of that restriction being lifted, companies would now need to look at pre-departure COVID-19 screenings for all their new migrant workers. They have to look at post-arrival compulsory quarantine. The companies must also have access to PPEs. They must comply with social distancing, and they must also comply with safe and decent housing. The Housing Act that we have for migrant workers does not mandate the employer to give housing to the workers, but now it's going to be mandatory through a policy where whoever wants to recruit a migrant worker will have to apply for a certification of accommodation. Only then his application will be approved. So these are some of the amendments that are being put forth. There's a lot of countries now that are doing memorandums of understanding or revising the memorandums of understanding with Malaysia. And there are some proposals that have been put, and I believe that Indonesia, Bangladesh are also negotiating, and I think some of them have already signed. So the scope of it is that they want to control the recruitment fees charged to migrant workers. They want employment contracts that are clear and transparent. They also have negotiated that there shall not be any withholding of migrant workers' passports, and that wages are to be paid regularly, directly, and on time. Also to look into working conditions and living conditions which are safe and decent. There are also provisions on access to grievance mechanism, and also on safe return and repatriation. So these are the scope where the governments are looking into the memorandum of understanding. So what we hope is that the governments open up channels of discussion with civil society, trade unions, so that we could give our input into the memorandums of understanding that they're going to be signing, or into the grievance mechanism that they're being implemented, so that it could reflect what is reality on the ground, rather than having a system that doesn't work, or it just is on paper but doesn't work in reality. So I think it comes to us as MFA members to work together from the country of origin and country of origin and country of destination, working together and sharing information on how the governments are implementing their migration policies. Let me stop here, Regimon.
For me, before the participants have the question. I have one more about on waste theft front, what's happening after 2 years after MFA has started the campaign. That's one thing. The second thing is that, Sumi, you told about the new pre-departure, post-arrival things and all. The company should take care of it. They should pay. Is there a chance that those expenses also will be put on the head of the migrant worker? Will that happen?
Even before we had this, a lot of the recruitment cost is being reimbursed from the migrants. So I think this is the issue we always have when it comes to anything related to cost. The employer will try their level best to recoup that cost from the migrant worker, either through wage deductions, or some other method. But this is how I think it is very important for migrants to know what they should be paying and what they should not be paying. I believe that Bangladesh had negotiated for the cost of the flight to be borne by the migrant, which is unfortunate. So we have to see. And I think we need to educate the migrants on what they can and cannot pay. And I think there's a lot of desperation now. We're getting a lot of calls from migrants who are in Nepal, example, in Bangladesh as well, wanting to know when the country is going to open their borders and so they can come back to work. So I can see there's a lot of desperation from the migrants to come quickly. But having said that, we hope that it does not mean that they will pay a higher price to go up the list, to migrate. So I think that is something we need to be very, very careful of.
And about waste theft updates?
So the waste theft, it is a problem in Malaysia, but then from what we see, there are quite a number of cases, but the resolution, because the courts are open, the Labour Department is running now, and they have that app as well running. We are going back to the system where the cases are being resolved within 3 months of being reported. So the cases that we also reported to the Labour Department has been dealt with within the 90 days period. So I think but still the issue remains that the migrant worker is unable to change employment without the consent of the employer. So I think that is something that needs to be changed, because that's not a restriction that is put upon local workers, but it's a restriction upon migrant workers, and that's discriminatory.
Understood, Sumi. Anybody from the participant side have any questions to Sumi?
Can you hear me? This is Abrar. I would like to ask you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, thank you. For some reason, my name is not being shown. I mean, it's not being displayed. Thank you, Shumi, for this presentation. You referred to the impending opening up of market for others, including Bangladeshis. I understand Honorable Minister will be visiting, I think, within next couple of days to sign the MOU. In that context, I mean, we know for the last several years, the syndication that is controlling of sort of recruitment by a handful of agencies, that was the issue, at least in our end, and what we also understand that was an issue at that end. I got the impression that Bangladesh and when all the recruiting agencies would be free to work, to send workers, which is a good thing, and certainly, I mean, we wanted that. We did not want any syndication. What do you think? I mean, would that something that the Malaysian counterparts would comply, or this whole effort would be nullified by some companies there in Malaysia, who will hold the sort of keys, so to say? And 5 or 10 companies, they would decide from whom to take the workers from the Bangladesh end, and effectively undermining this whole effort of opening up the market and freeing up for competition. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Abra, thank you for that question. I think the Malaysian employers have been calling for many years for the opening up of the choice of agents in Bangladesh. It is because of the syndication that's why the cost of workers coming from Bangladesh was about 20,000 ringgit Malaysia. This was the highest for any other, compared to any other migrant workers coming here. So it is a welcomed change. But I think that whether it is going to work, it really depends on the Bangladesh side of how accessible are the other agents and how much leverage they have to recruit workers from Bangladesh. I think that's what needs to be done. I think in Malaysia, it has always been the case where the syndication was a problem, and there was always a push for that system to be dissolved.
Thanks, Sumi. Saiful sir, you can go ahead with your question. Saiful sir has raised his hand.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I would like to add with Abrar Bhai that this is very concerning situation of Bangladesh, because our minister going for AMU, and we know that this time is different because a Malaysian government is going to have recruitment agency. So my question is with Smita, that do you know how many application was raised in the or how many license has given to the Malaysian recruitment agency? Because as we know that Malaysian government is going to make a law or something like that to have a recruitment agencies over there, because before it was just a on the different people's, the brokers or outsourcing company doing these things. But this time, what we understand that Malaysian governments will give a list to the Bangladesh government of a recruitment agency, those who are recruited from the Bangladesh side, Bangladesh recruitment agencies. But the concern is, though Bangladesh government will submit the recruitment agency list to the Malaysian government, so Malaysian government will choose, or the recruitment agency over the Malaysia will choose whom they will give the demand letters or the recruitment process. So as I mentioned, that we need to have more monitoring on that. So would you please tell us about how many licenses already given, because they are going to make MU with Bangladesh. Thank you.
Okay, Saiful, there is actually an act which is called the Private Agency Act in Malaysia, and outsourcing was abolished a couple of years back in Malaysia, and where all these agencies were required to register under that act, and that act is implemented under the Ministry of Human Resources. So, but they had to pay quite a high sum of bond, a security bond, to register themselves. So I think if from what I know, there is about 900 plus agencies that can recruit workers. But I think there is a criteria of which agency can recruit from which country. So it depends on the security bond that you pay, or maybe most probably the size of the company and whether the company is able to do the work, because there are companies which are very, very small, and I don't think those companies will be allowed to do the recruitment of Bangladeshi workers. I think the bigger companies which can afford to pay the security bonds are the ones who are going to be given the license to do that. Yes.
Yeah, we have one more question for you.
Yeah, just hold on. Let me just answer this.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so I think ultimately we need to, it's a matter of educating the workers. This system of contracting between the two agency is something very similar to what is being done in the Philippines. So the Philippines embassy here has a list of recruitment agents, and those recruitment agents are the ones that the recruitment agents in Philippines can contract with. It has worked good for the Philippines government, because when there is a problem, they know how to find which agency is involved. So hopefully it works well with the Bangladesh as well. So we need to see. It's a very new system for the Bangladeshi. Let's see whether it works.
Okay.
Thanks, Sumi. John, sir, it's your turn now. And I've been told that within 1 or 2 minutes, Minister will be joining. So please shoot your question, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm John Bingham with the NGO Committee on Migration in New York. We're an enthusiastic member of the Action Committee, and we appreciate, Sumi, your leadership, Williams, and the whole MFA team on this theme and on this International Migrants Day. Yeah, my question for the panelists is on this important, is this crucial campaign to recover unpaid wages. That are important for migrant workers. Their earnings, they're not just important, their rights to earnings, they're important for families, they're important for communities and economies. When we talk about employers who are not paying them, they're robbing not only the workers and the families, but the communities and the countries. So the question is this, for all the panelists, are the origin countries working together in any way that may be effective on this, because earnings are important to the people and to their economies and development, human development as well as economic development. Is the media, sir, your excellent moderator, is the media paying enough attention to this very human story? And sir, in ITUC and across the labor movement and civil society, do we see the International Labor Organization working hard enough on this? Yesterday, the NGO Committee on Migration had a meeting with World Bank leaders who have done so much work on remittances, the importance of earnings that migrants send or bring home, but they haven't been active on wage theft. And we said, well, what about the missing remittances, the missing money that's been earned? And where is the World Bank measuring that and advocating for protection of those earnings home? So thank you if you have any perspectives.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So who is going to answer that from the CSO side and the origin country side? Media side, I would be able to answer.
Let me just give one perspective. What are the country of origins doing? I can't say that the country of origin and the country of destination work well together, especially when it comes to wage theft. But I have seen instances where there is a case of wage theft. There's more where the country of origin is more proactive in that they will ban that employer from recruiting nationals from their country, or impose a travel ban, for instance. Those kind of things we have seen the country of origin doing. But I think that's where their jurisdictions will stop. They can't impose other sanctions from their country on the employer in the country of destination. So I think that is one of the issues. Go on,
Abrar sir, what is your perspective, sir? Abrar sir, what is your perspective? Abrar sir, are you there? Hello. Abrar sir, are you there?
But can I just come in?
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Back.
Yeah, thanks, John. I think you also asked the trade union community what we are doing with this. First is that more than ever before on the issue of wage theft, we are committed to driving a voice on this issue beyond what is the usual. And within the ILO space as trade unions, we are going to be having a reporting process for the International Labour Conference, where we hope to put this issue very strongly on the agenda. At the continental level, it's something that is emerging, so to say. It's otherwise had been on the blank side, but more and more it's becoming increasingly obvious to us. And we are bringing our government to begin to say, wait a minute, can you look at this development very well? And for us, in looking at it, like my sister said, we can host economies. We can't force our rules on them as it is. But I would say there are smarter ways we can do it, and legitimate ways too. For instance, the Abu Dhabi dialogue process offers us a process of discussing labor migration issues within that space. That is why in part of my intervention will be that process needs to be more democratic, needs to be more inclusive, but much more speaking with our government, telling them that, look, when you get invited to this space as Africans, you must ask and speak to the question of wage theft, what is happening to this crisis. Because in coming to it, the phenomenon that drives it in the first instance is even itself a crime, because for most persons who are victims of it, it was driven largely by forced deportation, repatriation, and a lot of them left without being paid. And dealing with that in itself and the actual wage theft are issues of serious concerns for us as trade unions. And on the continent, we are going to be moving from this meeting together with MFM and other partners to continue the campaign on wage theft. ITUC Africa was very strong on it when we started. We are going to take it further down the line. Until we get good results, we begin to count our victories. We are not going to stop.
More power to your campaign, Mr. Joel. More power to your campaign. Thanks a lot. So our minister has joined, so we will hear from him. Sir, welcome to the floor, sir. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome,
good
sir.
afternoon, good evening.
Welcome.
And if you just let me make a small statement, and that is my apologies to everybody who are here on the discussion. My apologies for being late and having come so late that I don't think I could put in anything meaningful in this meantime, because I haven't heard all the good things that must have been discussed in the meantime. So if you all will permit, I could go on sitting and listening and absorbing whatever I can. And maybe at the end of the day, when everybody has spoken, if I can get something from there, I'll just try to make a few comments, but it may not be at all any sense in it. So if you will permit that, then I'll stay on. If you say, no, get lost, I don't mind, I'll get lost because it's my fault.
No, not at all, sir. You should stay with us. Mr. Abrar will brief you what we talked now, because all the speakers have already talked now, and we have only a few testimonies of migrant workers to be screened. So I would like Abrar, who is also from your own country, to brief what we talked and what we discussed.
I had a very poor, good afternoon, sir, and it's an immense pleasure to have you around. And unfortunately, I had a very, very poor connection, and on and off, it's going off. So I think, William, if you could take over the responsibility, of briefing the honorable minister, I think that'll be great. Because my here the connection has been awful. Sorry about it.
I'm happy to do that, but I know Joel, one of the panelists, has not yet spoken as yet. He was only responding to a question. So Joel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I was actually going to say, on behalf of 18 million working men and women on the continent, I would not have been given 1 minute to speak on their behalf. That would have been an injustice to my people. Thank you. Thank you. First, let me say we are excited to be part of this commemoration, and it has been beautiful so far. The cultural mix has been so inspiring, and this initiative is a progressive one we can take forward continuously. And let me put the point that first on the issues around wage theft, really, and which was the point I started with, to say, before you even get to that, for us on the continent, what we see, especially during COVID-19, tells us that we need to deal better with the issues of forced ejection, deportations, and I know in another session we'll be dealing with detention. So let me know future on that. We'll come to that. But much more so, what we are saying is that for those countries that are sending countries of origin, are more and more, and then this is where it will also be useful for the Honorable Minister, for us, there is a need for convergence. There is a need for global South solidarity, for working people, for people's solidarity on this position. To say what we see is that labor migration, especially between Africa, Asia to the Middle East, has largely been a rat race on the basis of competition, and that is driving down human and labor rights. Can we find some kind of better convergence? And it's more so the competition becomes interesting and intense, where we see Asian governments beginning to demand more rights, protection for their migrants. And then some persons, to excuse the word of the minister, which is very interesting, they will tell the Asian government, fuck off. And then they come to Africa and get abusive contract or memorandum of understanding, BLMAs, that depresses rights of workers. Can we say our humanity matters? Whether we are Asian, we are Africans. Can we, on the basis of humanity and on the basis of protection, begin to coalesce on some kind of commonalities to engage in with the process? That is why, for me, the Abu Dhabi is important for us. As trade unions, we know that the instrument of tripartism, which is about government, employers, and workers and their representatives, matter, helped in industrial relation. On the Abu Dhabi dialogue, it is not a tripartite arrangement. And for unions, we believe that even a tripartite bloc, because we have seen the value of progressive civil society organizations beyond just trade unions, their usefulness, can we begin to find space of coming together more to increase voices and to synergize actions, improving protection for workers? Because my central message is about protection, increase protection, but more so on the basis of protection, still on competition, we need to deal with factors that make people move involuntarily, that makes people desperate. These factors around that creates poverty, that creates insecurity, and make people to want to say it's a zero-sum game. No, migration ought not to be a zero-sum game. People have the right to say, I want to move. Where the conditions are not conducive, people will move. Can we find better ways of dealing with the structural challenges that forces people to move? And no, we might need to continue to contest the neoliberal orthodoxy that has forced a one-way way of doing things on us. Lastly, as trade unions, together we have an opportunity for migrants, especially those from Africa and elsewhere, to say there are ways you can get information to move. And together we are the ILO, we developed the Migrant Recruitment Advisor. This recruitment advisor is a very useful tool. It helps to get a migrant to understand and to know an agency that behaves well and to be able to likely use that agency. But if he or she gets a bad experience from an agency, puts the information on the website so that other potential migrants do not fall victim to the bad practices of that agency. I think by and large, that tool is working. As ITUC Africa, we are speaking to the ILO and the IOM because the IOM has an international integrated, international recruitment integrated system. We are saying, can we bring IRIS and MRA together in a way that both of them can serve the purpose of ethical recruitment and can protect migrants and can also reduce infractions that they suffer. And this is doable if all parties really can come to that. And we are ready to pursue that kind of alternative. I think I'll give you the floor.
Thanks, Joel. I think so. We had a very clear message about humanity and solidarity, which is needed in the migration. So So now, William, we have some time constraints. Will it be okay for you to brief the minister on what we discussed and then move on to the video testimonies?
Yes, very quickly. Thank you, Your Excellency, for being with us. It's good to see you online again, and thank you for making time. I know you're rushing between events. But just to say very quickly, we started off by recognizing this campaign, which is called Justice for Wage Theft, and how it happens in many and different ways in the life of migrant workers, whether it is non-payment of wages, end of service benefits, over non-payment for overtime hours, and the range of different ways in which wage theft happens. We heard from the Assistant Secretary from the Philippines, Paul Cortez, of how the Philippine missions get cases on a daily basis on this issue, and how they tackle it at the mission level with employers, and it continues to remain one of the most standing issues among migrant workers. We heard from Sumi about some of the changes in Malaysia with regard to policy changes that are being brought together in the recruitment process, but she also cautioned that with some of these changes, there is also countries of origin who have suffered from the pandemic, who are now seeking to have markets open, that might not be very vigilant in the implementation of new policies that have been introduced that might better protect migrant workers. So there is a need for collaboration there. One of the panelists, spoke about, and I think it was John Bingham who talked about the role of different stakeholders in a campaign that has been going on and has highlighted one of the longest standing issues of migrant workers, this non-payment of wages and its kind of impact that it has on migrant workers, and how different constituencies need to be doing different things about, need to be taking this up. And we've heard, of course, from across the region in Africa. We just heard Joel elaborate a little, but he was also responding to a question of how Africa has taken up and continues to take up this issue of wage theft, which is a key issue even in their region and with migrant workers from the African region. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Excellency, we would like to hear from you.
I can see that you're putting me on the hot seat so soon, before I can even recover what I was trying to think or say. But thank you very much that you're at least letting me speak, though logically you should have said take a walk, which would have been equally good. When we talk about wage theft, that is the prime subject. But I can see that other things have also come into the matter. I will take it as whatever has come in front of me, and what just now William had just mentioned a few points. And the earlier one, Abrar, had said certain things. I have a lot of paper in front of me which I have not been able to collate, but I'll just go 1 or 2, 3 points. I'll just go. The first thing is, if we are to get anything sensibly done, there has to be a coalition of the sending countries. This is something we have to do because we had what we call the Colombo process. But the Colombo process, as far as I can see, has now been more or less integrated with ADD. Now, the ADD was the receiving countries group, and Colombo process was the sending countries group. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So if that was the case, now I see Sumayya's online. So. Sorry.
سمية تتدخل أيضا.
Hello.
Hola.
Hello. Yeah, am I still online?
Todavía estoy en línea.
تسمعونني؟
Where's Mr. Regiment gone? You've gone off the
I'm
screen.
here, sir. Yeah,
Anyway,
we can hear you.
Yeah,
Sí,
now
aquí
you're back.
estamos.
No.
Aquí estamos de nuevo. Muy bien.
So the first thing is
Entonces, lo primero,
the first thing is to get a coalition of the sending countries. Now, earlier on, the sending countries were mostly in Asia, but now we are getting sending countries in Africa also. Because I know that a lot of people from Sudan and all that are coming into the the Arab countries for work. That is all good. There's enough work around for everybody. Only thing is that if we can come to an understanding as to the negotiation should be what we will stick at the lower level. Higher level, let anybody go higher as high as you can. But if we can come to understanding that we will not go below this, and if that remains committed from all of us, I think we have a deal. This is my feeling. I don't know whether it'll ever work out or not, but that's what I've been trying and talking to as many people as I can. When talking about Malaysia, everybody by now knows that I'll be going to Malaysia tomorrow night, and maybe day after tomorrow I'll be signing an MOU. Now, the MOU basically is what was earlier on, with certain modifications, and we are trying to clean out what was there in the last MOU, which led to a situation where we had a syndication going, where the people really got ripped off. All the workers got ripped off by a syndicate of about 10 odd recruiting agents, etc. I'll not go into the details. So this time what I'm trying to do is that there's to be no syndication as far as I'm concerned. And the recruiting process has to be as transparent as possible. The payment for migration cost, if any, to be paid by the workers will have to be paid into a bank account. And the selection process, what I'm attempting to do, has to be from the data bank that we have and which we will populate, so that anybody wanting any type of worker, he can get it from the data bank. Now, these are the things I'm trying to get on board as soon as possible. After signing the MOU, then we'll probably get on to discussing how the whole thing is going to operate. That I'm sure is going to be pretty tough, but I hope I'll be able to get my way. I think, Sumita, I just heard that you're from Malaysia. So maybe we'll meet you day after tomorrow. Regarding wage theft and overtime and termination benefits and all that sort of a thing, our embassies have been pretty active. May not be fully active, but pretty active in recovering a lot of the claims by the workers that they're supposed to get. It's only about 3 days ago that one of our workers from Oman, who had been injured badly, he's completely paralyzed. He got 1 crore 14 lakhs. Can anybody translate that into dollars? I don't know. Anyway, it's a pretty big amount of money. We got it out from Oman, and I think that was a job well done. There have been similar jobs where we've been recovering money from the mainly from the employers. You see, they tend to say, "Sorry, I'm bust. I've gone bankrupt, so I don't have money." So we are also taking up the situation where we have a legal advice or legal guide, so that wherever needed, we also filing cases. And a lot of these cases are being done at the government expense. This is one thing that we are doing from our side, because I think we owe it to the workers who sent in about $25 billion last year to as remittance. So keeping all that in mind, ultimately where the matter will end, I'm not sure. But when we talk about the original talk about the coalition of the sending countries, we must remember one thing, that all the sending countries, including my own, including Bangladesh, we are all susceptible to a negative backlash from the receiving countries. So, though I'm talking loud over here, ultimately, who will bell the cat, or whether we tread carefully so that the situation doesn't bounce back onto the migrant workers going from here. So we'll have to do something. We'll have to make out a situation. The ideal situation would be if people like ILO, who have all these conventions going, covering or good for the workers and all that, let them get all the Middle Eastern countries or the GCC countries on board to the various conventions. Once you're there, then it will become easier for everybody to talk on a plain level or a same level on the issue. There was a question mentioned earlier by a different place about complaints being received from the embassy, by the embassy. A lot of the workers, they seem to go off and they can't get to the embassy. We have kept our WhatsApp open, we've got email open, we've got messages open, whatever it is. We operate, even my mobile phone receives on WhatsApp, and I immediately act on that by forwarding that WhatsApp to wherever it needs to go. So we try to keep ourselves available to all workers at different times, or any time for that matter. They can do it at 12 o'clock at night. I'll handle it at 6 in the morning. So taking all these things into account, the rat race that you're talking about, we can get rid of the rat race. We can all be running the same race and alongside each other. This is what I would wish for. This is what I think ultimately may be the best thing for all sending countries. I can't say much about the receiving countries, including Sumita's country, because they are the receiving countries, so they'll have a different viewpoint altogether. But a labor is a labor. He's a human being. And I think if we just keep that in mind and treat him accordingly, I think we will not have any issues to worry about. Thank you very much.
Reggie, you're muted. Regimon, you're muted.
Oh. Regimon, you're muted.
Yeah.
Oh, William is on.
Yes. Yeah. Excellency, despite you saying that you were put on hot seat without giving much time, you were very clear on what you had to say. And we had a very logical and doable plans from you, especially on the coalition of sending countries. Your words instill hope in the fight of waste theft for us, and also in the fight of human rights and the rights honoring for the migrant workers. Thank you, Excellency, for spending a little time with us and inspiring us. Thank you very much on behalf of MFA, coalition partners, and all other participants. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you very much. And what I'll do is I'll go on listening. I'll not talk anymore, but if you allow me, I'll go on, keep on line and go on listening.
Our pleasure, sir. And we have migrant testimonies, migrant workers testimonies, which is in Spanish, but there is translation available.
Okay, let's see.
That's what we are going to screen now.
Okay. Okay, lovely. And thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Joanna, can we play those testimonies, Joanna?
Okay, just give me a second.
So we have 3 video testimonies resourced. One is Miss Magdalena Gonzalez from Venezuela. Another one is Matrisa Perez, and the third one is Elizabeth Navarro. And they talk in Spanish, but we have a translation, so which is helpful for us. Yes,
Buenas
Joanna.
tardes, mi nombre es Maitiner González, soy venezolana y estoy aquí en Ecuador desde hace 2 años. Mi experiencia laboral aquí no ha sido muy buena, ya que le trabajé a una señora limpiando su casa. Estaba embarazada de mi hija, me faltaban 3 meses para dar a luz, la cual la señora me recibió en su casa con mis 3 niños. Dijo que ella me daba trabajo, que me citaba con mis hijos y embarazada, lo cual al principio todo bien. Ya después que di a luz, veo a la señora medio rara que dice que por ser yo venezolana, ella me ofrecía $5,000 por mi hija de 2 años, la cual yo no recibí. Me dijo que soy venezolana y que nosotros venezolanos pasamos necesidad. Y yo le respondí, le dije que no, que la plata se va y los hijos quedan, pues. Y no. Lo cual me tocó llamar a una policía para que la señora me entregara a mi hija. La señora me entregó a mi hija y no me pagó. Ya después me costó conseguir trabajo. Me tuve que poner en un semáforo a vender caramelo, chupeta y cigarro. Ya después un señor me llegó para trabajarle. Al principio todo bien, el señor pagaba bien, me pagaba, o sea, retacito, pues. Cuando me contrató me dijo que tiento de 8 a 4 de la tarde, lo cual me pagaba que si 30, 40, 50, así. Depende cómo él podía pagarme. Y le trabajaba a veces hasta las 9 o 10 de la noche. No hace mucho, o sea, ya yo le envié un mensaje al Señor para que el Señor me pague, porque la última vez que le trabajé, el Señor por el mes completo, solo me reconoció $60 y no me pagó los 300 que él dijo que pagaba. Y es la fecha que hoy en día, o sea, el Señor todavía no me paga.
Regimen, should I play the second
Yeah,
video?
please, Joanna, please.
Buen día, mi nombre es Maritza Pérez, soy mexicana y por más de 4 meses estuve trabajando en Alabama, en Estados Unidos, en la pizca, siembra y empaque de calabaza, pepino, pimiento morrón y algo de tomate. Pues aparte de las cuotas y mochadas que tuve que dar para poder ir a trabajar a los Estados Unidos, también sufrí acoso por parte de los capataces y del mismo contratista. De igual manera, también trabajo forzado, ya que llegó un momento en el que renuncié y no aceptaron mi renuncia, aunque eso implicara regresar a México sin que me reembolsaran parte de mis gastos para ir a trabajar a Estados Unidos, pues las condiciones eran insalubres, en donde muchos compañeros y compañeras se enfermaron de enfermedades cutáneas, así como también de las vías respiratorias, pues no nos daban el equipo de protección personal para realizar las actividades que debíamos hacer. Las jornadas laborales empezaban desde antes de las 6 de la mañana hasta las 10 de la noche en muchas ocasiones, pues aunque las temperaturas estaban a más de 40 grados centígrados, nos daban agua bien helada, con sabor a cloro. Y aunque nuestro contrato decía que debían de pagarnos por hora, por lo regular se nos pagaba por destajo, siendo salarios por debajo del mínimo permitido en el condado, ganando hasta $100 por semana, ya que también eran casi $100 lo que teníamos que pagar por comida insuficiente, elaborada bajo condiciones también insalubres y de falta de higiene. A dicha comida no se podía renunciar, ya que esa comida la vendía también el contratista. Y aunque con mucho miedo y la verdad temblando de miedo, siempre anoté las horas, las cosas que hacíamos, prácticamente llevaba un diario de todo lo que hacía. Hasta que finalmente renuncié y no aceptaron mi renuncia, pues llamé a los números telefónicos que aparecían en los folletos que nos dieron cuando nos dieron también la visa. Pero el único que acudió a mi llamado realmente fueron servicios legales. Ellos me ayudaron para obtener los salarios caídos y los daños físicos y emocionales que este contratista nos ocasionó, ya que en muchas ocasiones nos amenazaba con manchar nuestro expediente para nunca más regresar a Estados Unidos a trabajar y hasta llegar a hacer daño a nuestras familias por los datos personales que le habíamos proporcionado. Gracias a servicios legales, mi caso tuvo un arreglo y a casi más de 2 años recuperé algo de todo lo que nos había robado el contratista. Ahora soy copeticionaria de la queja TEMEC, en la cual todavía no se ha resuelto. Pero por último le digo a las personas migrantes que la ignorancia se termina cuando preguntas y te informas, pues todos tenemos derecho a un trabajo digno y bien pagado, ejerciendo nuestros derechos humanos. Gracias.
There is one more
Yeah, we have
testimony
one
from a
more.
migrant. That will
Yeah.
be the last one.
Yes.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Elisaida Navarro, soy venezolana de Caracas, soy enfermera. En el tiempo de pandemia, una semana antes que comenzara la pandemia, a mí me contrataron para cuidar a una señora en su casa, 24 horas. La negociación o el contrato era que yo cuidara a la señora día y noche y saliera un día a la semana libre. Yo dije que no tenía problema porque yo no tengo niños pequeños. Pues resulta que esto fue antes que comenzara. Resulta que una semana ya después comienza la pandemia y me dicen que no puedo salir porque no puedo ir y venir, porque era algo retirado de donde yo vivo a donde yo estaba cuidando a la señora. Y pues me quedé 3 meses encerrada, 3 meses, completico, y no me pagaron. O sea, me pagaron lo que habíamos acordado del sueldo, menos del sueldo porque me rebajaron, porque había tiempo de pandemia, porque no había dinero, no sé qué. Pero ya mi responsabilidad, que era cuidar a la señora, pasó. O sea, ya yo tenía que limpiar, ya yo tenía que lavar pisos, lavar platos, ayudar a cocinar, porque decían que yo tenía que ganarme el plato de comida que yo me comía y se suponía que eso había entrado en el contrato. En el contrato había entrado de que ellos me iban a pagar eso. Aparte de eso, recibí maltratos psicológicos, verbales, porque bueno, la señora es fuerte, la señora súper fuerte, o sea, todo me lo sacaban. Si me tomaba un vaso de agua decían que yo me tomaba el agua. Trataba de no comer, les digo, trataba de no comer porque me sacaban la comida en la cara. O sea, fue para mí terrible, para mí eso me marcó muchísimo. Sin embargo, yo seguía cuidando a la señora, pues la necesidad, nosotros tenemos necesidad de trabajar y es un sustento que nosotros teníamos ahí. Mi hija y yo, porque en ese momento estaba con una de mis hijas y 2 de mis nietas, pequeñitas. Entonces, bueno, con eso yo me ayudaba. Pero fui maltratada. Cuando ya dije, no más, no puedo cuidar más a la señora, ya no puedo. La señora me decía cualquier cantidad de improperios, groserías, me insultaba, peleaba por el agua, se acababa el agua, decía que yo me la tomaba. O sea, la comida, bueno, cualquier cantidad de insultos y de maltrato psicológico que me frustré muchísimo porque yo decía, yo trataba a la señora con cariño, trataba a la señora con respeto y yo no recibía eso y eso me deprimió mucho, me deprimió tanto así que yo ahorita estoy con psicólogos y todo porque justo recién dejó de cuidar a la señora. Duré como una semana sin trabajar y fui a cuidar a una paciente y el hijo de la paciente tenía COVID y me contagié de COVID, casi muero. Entonces yo creo que todo eso me cayó de golpe, y para mí fue muy duro. Pero estas personas me quedaron debiendo a mí 3 meses de no salir, 3 meses no me pagaron. Y como el familiar de la señora o el esposo de la hija de la señora coronel retirado de la policía, me amenazaron con deportarme. Me amenazaron con perjudicarme como a ellos les diera la gana, si ellos querían, porque ellos tenían muchos conocidos, esas fueron sus palabras, de que ellos podían deportarme, de que me podían hasta meter a la cárcel si ellos querían, porque ellos tenían influencias, porque son unas personas con una posición acá en el Ecuador. Y el señor, como es coronel retirado de la policía, tiene pues sus conocidos. Es muy duro porque uno viene aquí a trabajar, uno no viene a quitarle nada a nadie, uno viene a luchar, a progresar. Yo actualmente tengo mis papeles en regla, logré sacar todo, pero igual esa gente me quedó debiendo. Y como en sí, yo lo que les firmé fueron unos recibos, no firmé contrato, ellos alegan de que ellos no tenían por qué pagarme porque yo tenía que ganarme el plato de comida que me llevaba a la boca. Esa es mi historia. Muchísimas gracias.
Jonah,
Yes,
Jonah,
those are
yeah,
all the
it's over.
answers.
Yeah, so this again, these 3 video testimonies reconfirms my learning that challenges faced by the domestic workers, either they are in Southeast Asia or Europe or Middle East, America or Latin America, is all of the same. And it reminds us that we have a long road to tread until we see changes. Having said that, as we are nearing an end, I would like to hear from the panelists very briefly about their thoughts and about the webinar and about what they heard from all of us. Mr. Paul, are you there? Hello. Mr. Paul? Jonah, can you see him?
Yes, he's here.
Sir, we would like to hear from you, sir, briefly about how the webinar went and your thoughts. Shall we move to Joel?
Hi, William, can you hear me?
Yes, Paddy, we can hear you. Paddy, we can hear you.
Paddy is muted.
Hello. Paddy is muted. Jonna, could you please unmute her? Is that possible?
Paddy's mic is on. So might be yes.
Paddy, we can hear you, please.
Okay, super. Hi everyone, how are you doing?
Yeah.
I cannot see, just give me a second.
We can see you too.
That. Okay, super.
Yeah.
Just, okay. Hi, William. Just give me the cue. I guess we're starting 12:15, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. Hi, Regiment. How are you? Hi, everyone. Nice
fine,
to see you
Patty.
guys here. Edna, Joanna,
Paddy, we
Abby.
are just closing off the earlier session. Just
Oh,
give
sorry
us
about that. Okay, super. Thank you.
William, I can't get Paul. Shall I try for Joel again?
Yes, if Joel is there.
Joel, can you hear us? Joel? Joel, we would like to hear your final thoughts.
Wow.
Joel? No, William. I seems he has some connection problem.
Okay, then maybe we can just wind it up. I
Yes,
think
William.
because
Please.
we're also running out of time for the other session.
Yeah.
Look, thanks to all who gave inputs to the session. Just to say that we all know that wage theft is a systemic issue within labor migration governance. It has been there much before the pandemic. It is one of the biggest issues that affects migrant workers, and it was only exacerbated during this pandemic. Listening to the testimonies, bigger than wage theft, or at least in the whole question of this injustice that is happening to migrant workers, when you ask the question, what is owed to migrant workers, that sense of dignity, which the last three testimonies about, how that dignity is even taken away from migrant workers through threats, through impositions, through forced labor and things like that. I think it's important for us to understand why this campaign is so important. And it is important for us to look at it from a perspective of change. We are in that critical moment of change now, in that critical moment of change. The pandemic has put our world upside down, yes, but we have a lot of hope moving forward as well. And among those are spaces that are opening up for us. And this is where different constituencies across the region, across the world come together. As what John said, it's what the minister said, the UN has to do its work. There are a whole lot of conventions. How do you get states to come up to being compliant to conventions? A lot of discussion around that. Joel talked about the role of trade unions and how trade unions are going to take this campaign up. Civil society, social movements, employers, countries of origin. The minister spoke very candidly, and Assistant Secretary Paul also said very clearly, it is time for countries of origin as well to get their act together in some way of saying, yes, this systemic thing needs to be addressed. And we have to have a different kind of conversation with countries of destination and with employers. If we are going to take this campaign forward, we will have to get more of the constituencies to make greater commitments to this. Otherwise, this systemic crime against migrant workers, in which they don't only lose wages, countries of origin lose huge amount in terms of remittances, huge amount in terms of development assistance that migrants have taken on their personal backs to be part of the development of their countries. The loss is we can't even systematically count how much is being lost from dignity to wages. And that's why I think this campaign is so important for us to focus around and for us to mobilize around. As we continue with this campaign then, and on this International Migrants Day, let's commit to what not migrants are sending back, but what are migrants losing? And let us start fighting for that. Let us start fighting for what migrants are losing, from dignity to wages, everything in that spectrum in between. So let us join hands in this. I'd like to thank everybody who contributed to this session. I know there were glitches here and there. Sorry about that. It is the first session of the day. Hopefully we'll get a handle on the glitches as we move in the rest of the program. But thank you all for being with us. Thank you.
What a fruitful discussion we had for our first session. Indeed, wage theft has reached epidemic that long. No worker should ever have their wages stolen. Yet this is a widespread and increasingly in a commonplace. Much worse, there are systems that do not lend itself in resolving wage theft cases. Let's say courts are expensive and inaccessible to ordinary migrant workers. It is important that we must ensure that laws and our initiatives are being moved into practice. I would like to thank our moderator and our panelists for spending time with us. Before we proceed to our next session, we are going to have a photo opportunity. Please open your cameras. So for this session, we have 6 pages. Show your smile. Page 1. Page 2. It's okay. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. And page 6. Thank you. How are you guys doing? Are you still there? This time, we are going to witness 3 cultural intermission. Our first presenter is Oishi Roy. Oishi completed his studies with a degree in sociology in 2019. Soon after he completed his studies, he got an opportunity to work with BNSK and got a chance to experience migration closely. He works for migrant workers' rights and intends to stay in the field. So the song that he's going to perform is to motivate the listeners on collective effort to improve life rather than looking in the past. The song says that you have the power and independence which will lead you to your anchor and start your ship to achieve your goals. Once again, Oishi Roy.
নোঙ্গর তলো তলো সময় যে হলো হলো নোঙ্গর তলো তলো নোঙ্গর তলো তলো সময় যে হলো হলো নোঙ্গর তলো তলো নোঙ্গর তলো তলো সময় যে হলো হলো নোঙ্গর তলো তলো সময় যে হলো হলো নোঙ্গর তলো তলো সময় যে হলো হলো নোঙ্গর তলো তলো হিয়া রে হিয়া হো হিয়া রে হিয়া হো হিয়া রে হিয়া হো হিয়া রে হিয়া হো হাওয়ার বুকে নৌকা এবার জোয়ার ভাসিয়ে দেয় শক্ত মুঠির বাঁধুনি বাঁধুনি বজ্র বাঁধিয়া নাও 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 সম্মুখে বার দৃষ্টি তোমার সম্মুখে এবার দৃষ্টি তোমার পেছনের কথা ভুলো পেছনের কথা ভুলো নোঙ্গর তোলো তোলো সময় যে হলো হলো নোঙ্গর তোলো তোলো হিয়া রে হিয়া হো হিয়া রে হিয়া হো দূর দিগন্তে সূর্য রথে দৃষ্টি রেখেছ স্থির সবুজ আশার স্বপ্নের আজ নয়নে করেছে ভিড় 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 হৃদয়ে তোমার মুক্তির আলো হৃদয়ে তোমার মুক্তির আলো আলোর দুয়ার খোলো আলোর দুয়ার খোলো আলোর দুয়ার খোলো আলোর দুয়ার খোলো নোঙ্গর তোলো তোলো সময় যে হলো হলো নোঙ্গর তোলো তোলো নোঙ্গর তোলো তোলো সময় যে হলো হলো নোঙ্গর তোলো তোলো হিয়া রে হিয়া হো হিয়া রে হিয়া হো হিয়া রে হিয়া হো হিয়া রে হিয়া হো
Thank you for that. Such a great and meaningful performance. Her voice is soothing and magical that build a positive connection with us, the audiences. So now let's move on to the next session, which is conversation with Gervais Apave on more regular pathways as a paradigm shift in migration governance. I would like to call upon Paddy Nudsen, the moderator for this. Over to you, Paddy.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Very nice to be here. Very nice to be commemorating International Migrants Day with leaders in the area. And I say leaders because I have a lot of respect for a lot of people who are on this platform in terms of how we engage throughout the year. Quite coincidental that International Migrants Day is at the end of the year. And so we have spent, I think, a lot of time, particularly in virtual rooms, not just in this year, but in years before, engaging with you and getting a lot of interaction from the different members who are here. So, you know, I say that with the utmost respect, but with a lot of appreciation, I think, for the important work that not just colleagues from MFA, not just colleagues from JRFDT and other organizations that are represented here, but I think from the wealth of panelists that we bring together to engage on various issues. And so it is a privilege, you know, for me today to run a conversation, and I really hope that we have it as an open conversation. So we're also looking forward to a lot of engagement from the floor, and as usual, we can rely on you know, the able participants to be able to engage in these conversations. And today we're centering the conversation on more regular pathways as a paradigm shift in migration governance. I think that we have often all heard about how GCM objective number 5, which is enhancing availability and flexibility of pathways for regular migration. We have heard about it being a keystone or cornerstone objective. And, you know, among the eloquent speakers around this is Gervais Apave, who is the former special advisor to the Director General of the International Organization for Migration, who highlighted it. So, you know, what a great honor to be in this space and to think, to have a conversation with Gervais on this particular issue and to find out some of the inspiration and some of the motivation that has come from his side, you know, and also thinking about, you know, since some of these discussions went back in, you know, in 2020, I think that's when MFA had put partners together around the Global Compact for Migration certificate program. When that statement sort of came out, I think it inspired a lot of people to reflect around if you had to have an elimination process, meaning if you had to prioritize what was important in the GCM as one which would have a domino effect, indeed ensuring that we had regular pathways. And I think we want to add to this conversation, regularization would indeed be able to deal with some of those objectives that are sitting in the GCM as you know, as still important objectives, but that have been highly impacted by the fact that there's no regular pathways. And I just have to think about conversations around smuggling, conversations around eradicating trafficking, things that also have to do with migrants and the social cohesion, the access to basic services. So a lot of all these, and even going to deal with vulnerabilities and addressing root causes, for instance. These are some of the things I think that could have a knock-on effect from dealing with regular pathways. But the idea today is not to hear me speak, and the idea that we have today is to hear Gervais share with us his reflections, and with Gervais will be some co-panelists. So I'm very happy to introduce Rai Beanteti. I hope I've pronounced your name correctly. Please let me know, Rai, who is a climate activist from Live and Learn in Fiji, and then Elaine Sana, the Executive Director for the Center of Migrant Advocacy, CMA, in the Philippines. So that's quite a panel, and we're hoping here to have this armchair discussion where we're also able to get reflections from the floor. So please feel free to come in and just share your reflections into the chat, and we'll have a moment also to engage later. But just, centering on our guest speaker, I thought that it's very important for us to to get to know who Gervais is, and he has been involved around the search for effective strategies and policies for the management of human mobility at regional and the global levels. And he's a very popular face and a very strong voice. And since 2019, he used to be the special advisor to the Director General of the International Organization for Migration, IOM. And he's also the founding director of Migration Policy, Research and Communication at the IOM. And so in that capacity, and supported by initiatives that were funded by donor agencies, we have seen the importance of his work in terms of that agenda, that international agenda on migration management, actually moving towards away from looking at migration as something to manage, but as to how to govern it. And I do realize that at the same time, just a Google search would show you the wealth of IOM publications, including the World Migration Report, and quite coincidental that we are in a phase where the World Migration Report is now, has not just been IOM's flagship report, but it's also been a report that, I'm sorry, I would just ask us if we could mute our mics. That would be great, and we can have you on when it's time for us to get some reflections. Just again, concluding there on Gervais's experience, which I think is important in us understanding the role that he has played. But we also know that he has served as a senior official in the Australian Departments of Immigration and Multicultural Affairs, as well as working as the director of National Anti-Racism Campaign in the Department of Immigration and Multicultural Affairs. So it was important for me to rope that in because, when we talk about the Global Compact for Migration and, the many areas that it touches, it's really interesting to see, Gervais, from you, the experience that you bring and the wealth that you had around it. And then I would just shortly also introduce Rai. And Rai is a climate activist from Live and Learn in Fiji. And he is of Barnabe, okay, thank you. Sorry about that. There was a slight interruption. And just zooming in again on Rai, I mean, his grandparents were forced to relocate to Rabi in the Fiji from Kiribati. And I think that's an important way to see where his activism starts from. And I mentioned that as a point of importance to the background that he has as a renowned environment, social justice advocate. Also very important to talk about his extensive experience in local government and civil society organizations, as well as being a passionate community and youth worker. So, he has, founded various youth and community NGOs in Kiribati as well as in New Zealand, and he's currently serving as a member of the Pacific Regional and international bodies. So I could go on, but a Google search, I think, could also give you the wealth of information or the wealth of experience that we get. And then Elaine Sana is the Executive Director from the Center for Migrant Advocacy, which is CMA. And it's a Philippine-based non-governmental organization that's working around rights and welfare of Filipino migrant workers and their families. And they do a lot of interesting work, including facilitating assistance to migrants who are in distress, working around capacity building, networking, and of course, they're working at the local, national, regional level, and also engaging in international forum, bringing that local experience and that grassroots experience all the way to the global. And so I think we can zoom in on our conversation.
I think Patty got some hang. There with your computer. Go on.
Dr. Sahu, can we have we
Yes,
managed
yes,
to?
now it is okay.
It's over to you.
Abby, I've just lost you for a few seconds, but I assume you've given me the floor. Is that right?
I have, yes, I have given you the floor.
Thank
I
you
have
so
given you the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Abby. And thank you to my fellow panelists and to the forum community out there. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with you. I would like this session to be a real conversation. I've got some questions. I've got, in fact, more questions than answers. I've got very few answers, but I've got several questions, and I'd like to open with these, and then we'll get into our conversation. Look, let me begin very briefly by stepping back into the forum we had last year. Essentially, during the forum, I made the point that we in the global international community have just experienced and are still experiencing a very unusual migratory event, or more appropriately, a non-migratory event. We're in the middle of an unforeseen, I said last year, an unplanned, pandemic-induced pause in migratory activity. And bouncing from this observation, I said that we probably, we, the international community and civil society in particular, had an amazing opportunity to do a global reset. But when I sat to prepare for the panel today, I asked myself, well, what did I mean by global reset? And thankfully, there was a paper produced helpfully at the end of the forum, which described this goal very aptly. It said what we wanted was a mobility regime, and I quote, where migration is normal, planned, predictable, and protected. This, you will have noticed, is an interesting variant on the safe, regular, and orderly formula that appears in the GCM. It's at the heart of Objective 5. Now, my next question is, and I'll go over that very quickly, how do we get there? Now, would you believe it? We know exactly the answer to this question. The rights-based policy principles, and I underline principles, that should frame our endeavors are clearly laid out in the GCM. So we are not in the dark there. Secondly, as migration practitioners, we are all familiar with the program components that make for successful labor migration. Years ago, a colleague of mine described what he called labor migration heaven in the following terms. I'm borrowing his ideas. First, accurate forecasts of labor market needs. Let's be clear about that, he said. There's so much opaqueness about that. What are the needs? Two, let's train and skill potential migrants. Three, let's have fair and transparent recruitment or application procedures. Four, let's have affordable transport for migrants. Five, let's have well-organized post-arrival reception arrangements. 6, let those migrants have proper access to accommodation, education, and health services. In addition, provide them with general integration support. And in such a scheme, the migrants will be productive and their employers will be equally pleased. Finally, let's have a return and reintegration loop for those who decide to return home eventually to their country of origin. Nothing unfamiliar there. And I guess in a post-COVID world, countries will no doubt look again at these ideas and review and refresh their approaches. But here is the challenge. Will individual endeavors suffice, however well-intentioned or however successful they might be? Will individual efforts lead us to the transformational changes that we're really looking for? Let me pause there and answer that question. I am not really sure. These programmatic matters are important. They are very important. But for them to work, there are important issues of cooperation that need to be processed. And so, Abby, here is my launch of our conversation. As I reflected on it, it occurred to me that there were a number of big issues that have to be processed if we are to work and think cooperatively as a global community. Now, I had a dozen of challenges, but that would be too many for our conversation today. So I've reduced them to 3 essential challenges. And my questions to you and to the forum community tonight, because it's night in Australia, are the following. 1, what value do we, the international community, the international migration community, truly place on mobility? Are we truly committed to facilitating mobility? The pandemic is a demonstration that the world is mobile. Omicron, the latest avatar of the COVID virus, was first identified on November 19. Can you imagine? November 19, less than a month ago. It is now present in 38 countries. Is our world mobile? Sure it is, to allow the virus to move as quickly as possible. However, and there's my line of discomfort, much of our policy thinking is based on the very old assumption that sedentarity is the natural state for the human being. And therefore, we look at migration, we look at our world as a place where people should primarily stay home, surrounded by barriers to mobility, so that only the lucky few can get to move and work. Now, this is very old thinking. Remember that in ancient Greece, banishment was one of the worst punishments that could occur, and exile was a fate worse than death. Now, my question is, have we changed? In our thinking, have we got to the point where we can really say that the point of cooperation, the beginning of cooperation, is the acceptance that people need to move and that we must provide regular pathways for migration? And if we are not there, how can the civil society help us change in our thinking. Let me tell a quick story. Years ago, I was on a panel with a colleague I respected very highly from the international migration community, and we were talking about migration and development. At one point, while neither of us was talking, he leant over to me and he said, "But you know, Gervais, I do work in the field of migration and development, but I don't believe it. Honestly, my thinking is that every human being is happiest at home. And what I would really like to see is a place in the world, is a world where everyone finds work at home and there would be no need for migration." I've never forgotten that story. But since then, I've come to the conclusion that that thinking is no longer available to us. In this world, people will want to inscribe migration in their life history at some place, at some point. To travel, to get married, to work, to study. That's a different world. How can we as a community come to understand this and use that as a way to rethink our approaches to migration? That's my first question. My second question is about the spaces we need to process that conversation. Now, this forum is a good example of that space. But you know, many of us, most of us here think alike because we belong to that big civil community of people. How do we engage those with different views and different ideas? In particular, my question to this group is, how do we depoliticize migration? It's become too much of a political football. Now, don't get me wrong, migration is a political issue in the noble sense of the term. In other words, an issue of deep interest to the polity, to all citizens in the world and in given countries. So I'm not saying we should change that. I'm saying, how can we alter our discourse so as to have a civil conversation on it? Not one where we simply throw our emotions about, but one where we go to the point one I raised, where we sit down and say, our world is now a mobile world. Now, we may all have different interests, but how do we engage in a constructive discourse on migration? My question is, can the post-COVID conversation be more constructive than the pre-COVID conversation? I'd like to have your views on that. And my third question is very simple. If we are to have a proper conversation, we need better facts and figures. Now, it's true, you'll tell me that the databases are mostly in the hands of governments. Yes and no. We all have access to facts and figures. I have a good friend who was deeply involved in the recent COP conference on the environment. And when I looked at some of the background papers, I was absolutely amazed at how underlying every single discussion there were figures and facts. You name it. About, the tiniest amount of carbon dioxide in the air, about the quality of water in the oceans, about variations in temperature to fractions of a degree. And as I reflected on that, I wondered why in our world of migration, we have heated discussions, but on the basis of so limited information. To me, this is a huge challenge in the future. I would so like to be able, when I talk of regular pathways, to have figures that would lead me to tell you, you know, in the future, we need computer programmers in 2020, in 2030, in 2050. We know that there will be changes that will change mobility trends in this region or that other region of the world. I strongly believe that we will achieve better cooperation in future. I think that we will get there more quickly. If we are able to put much greater effort in by undergirding our discussions, our conversations, our thinking with more accurate facts and figures in future. And I'll stop there.
Travis, thank you for that. And thank you for inciting our thinking. I think in a way to come back to some very critical and essential points on cooperation, on shaping or influencing public perception. And I think also talking about the value that civil society organizations have in creating and generating and nurturing an engaging space to dialogue around these issues. And I wonder whether we could bring in Elaine at this point, if you would like to react to some of the comments that have been made. You know, the three questions there, I think are a good place for us to also talk about the issue of mobility, e-mobility. I think we are learning also that beyond COVID, particularly looking at the climate, you know, climate and migration aspects, we are beginning to see that we sometimes have focused a lot on the people that move and sometimes forgetting about the people who do not have the privilege to move. So there is this mobility because of the effect of climate, but there is also the immobility of those who just decide to say, we were born in this village, we've been fishing in this place, this is our livelihood. And if we cannot move our livelihoods with us, we will stay where we are. And how are we considering all this in this space of providing pathways to livelihood in that particular instance, but also bridging a little bit more for those who decide to leave? What kind of pathways are available for them? Elaine, did you want to come in?
Okay, thank you, Paddy. I thought it would be the Ray first and then myself. But thank you for this opportunity. Prior to this forum, I was trying to read properly. How do I pronounce Gervais?
Look, there are 1,000 ways of pronouncing it, whichever way you want to.
But anyway, that would be the list of my concerns. So, and I think, Paddy, it was good that you actually posed your three questions would be our guide on how to engage in the conversation with you. As Paddy said, I'm also quite honored to be in this panel with you. So on question number one, just a quick, just a short story. This week, or the other week, I think, we had to prepare a position paper. There was an invitation from the Senate. We are scheduled, or the Philippines is considering ratification of the 1961 Statelessness Convention. Prior to that, we already ratified 1954. And so we were preparing, and then I came across this statement from, I don't know him, Stefan Zewig, 2007. Yes, so he was mentioning that, let me just read it, it's not very long. So he's saying that, he said, formerly man and woman had only a body and soul. Now he needs a passport as well, for without it, he will not be treated as a human being. So I think this statement is quite important in the discourse that we're having. But let me just go back to the issue. You asking the mobility issue. In the Philippines, we have 7,000 plus islands, and it's quite normal, like a day-to-day thing for us to move one island to another, one place to another. So, but of course, we're not required to have a passport and all that, and the borders are open. And precisely, I think this is what distinguishes us, this whole discourse of crossing international borders. So the mobility is not an issue per se. If you're moving from one place on, of course, I think in other countries, even if you are in the same country, you may need to seek some permits to go to another country. But at least in the case of the Philippines, that is not the case. Of course, now with the COVID and all that, you have to show your vaccination card, etc. But again, the point is, as you said, this is as the special rapporteur Francois said also one time, it's in our DNA to move from one place to another. And I think this becomes a real issue in the context of labor migration, because suddenly you have the borders, and the borders that should have been viewed as the labor of the country, of the population's nationalism, like nation states. Maybe you can look at it in a positive light. No, the nation state thing, and possibly this is fought hard for by our ancestors from the occupiers and the invaders. But now, moving fast forward, this is not the case. You're not erasing the borders. But I think the point is, people move within the country and across the countries in other places. And I think the border should not be obstacles, but instead a reception area, but instead that the duty bearers should bear in mind the very essence of what being welcoming, providing a welcome reception to visitors. I remember in the Philippines, this goes viral, part of the Department of Tourism to attract foreigners to the country is, we are a hospitable country. Oh, look at us, all these touristic nice places. And they came up with this hashtag, Wow Philippines. Come to the Philippines and we will wow you. But it's quite interesting that whether you're talking Philippines, which is where more than 6,000 people live every day for various destinations, or you're talking of countries in the Gulf states, the mindset, the thinking of the duty bearers is almost the same in terms of those whom they suspect would come without the proper papers and would probably be staying in the country for an indefinite period of time without the permit. And so it was quite interesting. So we're not only talking of countries in the Middle East where we have all these Filipinos going to, but even our own country is quite strict. We have a 1940 immigration law that is really very strict, and we call the foreigners aliens. So I think, as you said, this is a very, very old thinking, that we are very, very suspicious of foreigners. And definitely, this is an issue that is, of course, the GCM member states did not ignore, and that's why they have Objective 17. And in your previous conversation in 2020, as Oscar was saying, you also have to look at Objective number 2. All of these conditions you refer to at the beginning of your conversation, so people will have a good experience in migration, are all good. But then in many of the cases of our people in the Philippines, Southeast Asia, and South Asia who go to the Middle East in droves, the reason from the country of origin, the adverse drivers of migration, as it is called in Objective 2, far outweigh all of these conditions that should have made the migration experience positive. So that's the situation. So mobility is something in the DNA, but unfortunately, with this inequality and asymmetries, many of our workers who cross, and I would say workers because of course you move to another country for many reasons, but in the case of the Philippines and many in Asia, it's really for labor purpose, for work purposes. And for many of us, for many of our migrant workers, they are the so-called, and there is this divide as well. So there are layers that people have to overcome. The layer of the occupation, the layer of the skills that you will be admitted to. And it will be the determinant on how you will be treated in the other countries. And I think that is something that we have to really put to challenge, no? The other question is the spaces for the conversation. Definitely, as you said, we have to depoliticize, and definitely borders, immigration are very political issues. And definitely, I think the task of civil society groups and advocates like ours is to put a humane image in all of these conversations about crossing borders and workers going for work to another place. So it's not like they are different in terms of producing the wealth of the country. It's the locals and the foreigners, they do that together. But then how come there is that divide? So I think we have to focus that conversation on the contribution, the immense contribution of migrant workers to development in the country of destination, as well, of course, as to the countries of origin. And definitely question number 3, how do you have a broader conversation? Facts, and especially with social media where fake news is all around us. Definitely, this is really the time that we have to take seriously fact checks. So of course, with social media, you also have these well-meaning journalists and other groups who would go into investigative reporting. And we've been training ourselves as advocates as well with all of this evidence-based discourse to do that as well. There was this 2019 survey of the ILO on the perception of migrants in Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and Japan. And in the case of Malaysia, because we just had a forum yesterday, in Malaysia, 47% of those surveyed believe that the migrants have very bad work ethics and that they are a burden to the economy. So if you have such perceptions in these countries that host huge number of migrants, what really can you expect? So I think this is something that we must put in the conversation, that they are not a burden to the economies and to the societies of those countries that they go to, or destination countries that they go to. So maybe I stop there, Paddy.
Absolutely enlightening,
Okay.
Elaine, to listen to you and to listen to your reflections to Garves's remarks. And I was also thinking about if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Garves. So I hope we are all not giving you a new name every other second. But I am thinking how this conversation is absolutely interesting. And yes, thank you for the feedback we're getting in the chat room. Thank you, Tampi, for those comments in terms of looking also at the current restrictions that we are seeing around mobility that is related to to vaccination and immunization in relation to COVID-19 mobility. And I will just zoom in there and add a bit of information. I'm coming from Southern Africa, and it's in my country, coming from Zambia, Christmas is an important part of family life, and many people have been looking forward, I guess, to traveling, for those who celebrate Christmas or for those who take a break, an industrial break at Christmas time. And many of us have had to stay in our countries of destination because there were restrictions, and glad to say that baseless in terms of science that were just imposed by a rumor, or rather also confirmed reports of the new variant having been discovered, and I'm careful to say discovered and not originated in Southern Africa. And you saw from one day to the next how airlines shut down, how countries really motivated that move, particularly from the global north. So we're seeing the clamping down of borders because of fear. And I think that's what is embedded there. But the question always rises, are we afraid only for ourselves, or are we afraid for others as well? And I think, as we have seen from the African Union reactions that came to that to talk about how COVID is being used to restrict people and their mobility, and how we ought to be very careful. Even I think from WHO, that's the message that came through. So Tampi, thanks a lot for sharing this. And I hope that our panelists can be able to rope in some of these newer ways of immobility that we are seeing in relation to the migration space and the point for pathways. But let me just zoom in a bit again, Garves, as I will bring you back on this. So please keep the COVID restrictions, immobility as well in mind. I wanted to kind of zoom in on what you talked about on cooperation. So we're writing on your 3 questions, which is absolutely great. And we've talked about cooperation. We've talked about cooperation at the global level, and we've seen how the Global Compact for Migration has taken, I mean, if it's almost as though if you want to be taken seriously by any global leader, you've got to make reference to the Global Compact for Migration. So it's great. We've highlighted it. It's been 2 years plus, and we're referencing it. But there's something that often a lot of speakers, particularly from the grassroots, would say, that there is such a disconnect between what we see on the global platform, governments coming together, whether we say it's binding or non-binding, they still meet. We have seen the reviews happen around in the different regions. We're planning for the big meetings next year in May for the forum. But to say, let's just if we had to take, switch from this Zoom one, we went on the Twitter and we typed Libya, and we typed pushbacks, Poland, Belarus, and we looked at the English Channel, and we looked at the Gulf, and we even looked at borders like between 2 countries, Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Malawi, Zambia, South Africa, Zimbabwe, for instance. Then we zoom into the Americas and we see what's happening around Haitian migrants, or what's happening around different groups of migrants in South America. Do we really need a compact at that global level to tell us how to be more humane? And I use the words that Elaine had used, with each other. Do we really need, and I think that's one of the questions you've asked, this great movement at that global level? How will it really come down to impact the policies so that border guards feel, yes, we have a global compact and we are operationalizing it? So question back to you, Gavis.
It's and thank you for raising the point, because I wanted to touch on that. You raised an extremely important point. I was going to include that as one of my challenges. I decided not to, because it's a very complicated issue. Let's go back a bit. We're saying that it's a challenge to manage labor migration today, which it is. However, it's important to learn from history, and particularly from the successful experiences in history. There's a parallel which I've never heard in contemporary discussion on migration, but which is important. At the end of the Second World War, in 1945, the world had gone through a crisis which is in some ways comparable to what has occurred under the pandemic. And there was a need to reconstruct the world, to start again, to start the world of work again. And it is often forgotten that it's migrants who led the reconstruction effort globally. It's migrants who went in their millions to the so-called traditional countries of destination: US, Canada, Australia, Israel, Argentina, New Zealand, and I could go on. And these people were able to get visas, migration visas, and to work in conditions that were respectful of their persons. Now, in Europe, interestingly enough, it was slightly different, but not much. Europe was also reconstructed with migrant labor. Some of it came internally. Italians, Spaniards moved north to France and Switzerland and the Netherlands, for instance. Others moved from North Africa into Europe. The difference between the two constituencies is important. To the tradition, in the traditional countries of origin, they were deemed to be permanent migrants. In Europe, they were temporary migrants. The point I'm making, however, is that there were systems to accommodate the need for reconstruction and the need for movement. Okay. Now, I'm getting to your point now. What then happened? This system remained in place for about 30 years. Extremely successful years in Europe in particular. France refers to these years as the 30 glorious years because the economy just soared. Okay. That takes us to the 80s, where the system comes to an abrupt end. Why? Because of the petrol crisis in the mid-70s. And all of a sudden, there was a contraction of demand for labor, but there was also something else, and you've alluded to it. From that point on, there is a succession of humanitarian disasters. And then the policy challenge becomes dual: how to manage migration for work and how to manage humanitarian movement. In effect, I would say we've never come out of these quandaries. We're still struggling because there is a need to provide resettlement places, opportunities for people who migrate because of persecution and who move, let me use the word, who move because of persecution of humanitarian reasons. And there is a need for people who want to move, who want or need to move for work. To me, this is one of the big challenges of the future. How do we untangle these and make sure that the two sets of needs are met? The problem is when the two become confused. I remember an image which was used by Philip Martin, who many of us know, wonderful migration researcher and scholar and thinker, who used to say, the problem is that in the migration house, there is a front door, and let me put that more precisely. In the labor migration house, there is a front door. And these are the people who move with visas. They're approved and they enter through the front door. But then he says there are side doors, and these are people who move for humanitarian reasons. And of course, there is a back door for those who simply move irregularly. And one of the challenges for the international community is to be able to conceptualize a way of managing movement through these doors and through these rooms.
Thank you for that. And just, pointing about the needs. I mean, we're often, and I think that was your first reaction also, to talk about how do we look at these sort of successful labor migration components, right? And you mentioned the need for the actual labor migration focus, but it's actually interesting to see, for instance, when we look at the UK, they've just, I think, announced in the last couple of months, thousands of needs. They've called them thousands of care worker needs. And then you pointed also to the fact that perceptions of the public is very important. And there also Elaine came in to talk about perceptions. And it's really interesting to see when you ask people, if you look at your elderly and the fact that they don't have the care and they're ending up more and more in hospital, the perception does change, doesn't it? So, and I wanted to nose in really onto what William has just written. Actually, then what do we see of the value? And maybe we can bring it down to that sense, what do we really see as this, the value that we truly place on mobility and development? And Elaine, you have your hand up, so please go ahead.
Yeah, because I think earlier your question was on the GCM, whether do we need a GCM for all of these things that, as Gervais said, they're not really new. Like we know all of these things about safe migration, safe migration, and then laws about labor market needs, etc., etc. But then, do we need it? Different countries would know what they need and would know how to get these needs. But then do we need a GCM? I think when we, because we took part in the GCM process of civil society, we were saying that this is non-binding, etc. But then at the same time, we see this as the first multilateral agreement, non-binding as it is, where more than 150 countries come together and agree that this is the lens we will be looking at, or the framework that we will be looking at, rather than separately each of these countries. As Gervais also mentioned, do we solve this issue individually, or do we need to do this collectively? And I would take that in this context of addressing it using the GCM lens. And of course, we also say that in the GCM, it's not like not on the basis of principles, but this is principled pragmatism, as the GCM is described. So I think there is value to having a GCM at this point in time, and it's quite interesting that it came just before the COVID struck. So this would be put to a test for sure. It hasn't been very long, and suddenly the world is confronted with all of these issues of border control, closures of borders, restrictions in mobility, and etc., which is something that we do not know about, the unknown mobility that Gervais was talking about. So I think it's important. And again, the point is, from the perspective of origin country like the Philippines, and I think this is already a fact, that migrants, those who cross the borders for work purposes, do it regularly. An overwhelming of them go through the back, not the back door, the front door, precisely because in the first place, countries of destinations have very rigid requirements for immigration. So it's not very easy to just cross the borders just like that. So many of them would cross the borders through the front doors, but then during their migration journey, something will happen and then they lose their status. And then you become irregular. And this is the challenge that, okay, what do you do with those who lost their status? I think you have to, first and foremost, countries of destination will also have to interrogate how come these things happen, that they leave their employer, they go undocumented for 8 years, 10 years or so. And we have cases like that. Recently, we attended to some of them. So, but I think, as William said, what is the relationship between mobility and development? There is a lot. We have all of these people wanting to get better lives in the Philippines, but it's not like because of this desire, they will just go to Malaysia and to other countries. There would be requirements to go there. And first and foremost, it would be the need of these countries also for migrant workers. Whether you're talking of those low-skilled, quote-unquote, workers, or those skilled workers or health workers, they are needed just the same. So it's not like you put less importance on domestic workers and other low-wage migrant workers. So because they serve a purpose and they all produce the goods, they all deliver the services. Thank you.
Thanks, Elaine, for that. And as I will get it. I saw William your hand was up, and also for John. Thank you for that. I want to bring you in as well. I would like us to just take a bit of a turn, and I think it's something we're talking about it within the lines. And this is where we're talking about regular pathways, the front doors, but also talking about the intention for people to stay. And I heard this on this platform where, beyond just providing a visa, how do we, and also borrowing from the spaces that Gervais has pointed us to, how are we building on access? How are we building on reintegration? So we're done with the skilling, we're done with provision of basic services. How do we make people actually feel that this is home? So we're talking also more in terms of regularization, because I think that's the big thing that we also see coming out. There's a big pull towards people thinking circular migration would be the way to go. But maybe we're saying, what are the alternatives that we have there? So as we talk about regular pathways, it would be interesting to bring in some of these aspects. John, and then William, I know your hand is down, but I'll bring you back again onto the stage. John, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Patty, and thanks, Gervais, as always. whenever you speak, I think I have to go for about a 5-kilometer run just to turn over what you've suggested that takes us so well into possibility. So thank you, of course, Elaine, always. Yeah, I wanted to go right where you were just pointing, Patty, and the theme for this session, regular pathways, and I love the words paradigm shift, and I think it's such the perfect phrase for how Gervais led us into this discussion. But regular pathways, and I will say it's twin brother or sister, which is regularization of those who are already in the country, who may have come in irregular status because there were no regular pathways, or maybe they fell into irregular status after entering from a limited regular pathway. So I'm wondering if it's already happening, if in fact we're already seeing a paradigm shift. So whatever we need to do in further in conversation or with data, there are changes that might be signs of a paradigm shift. And I'll tell you why I think it's the case. But to talk about paradigm shift is something that sometimes happens in a place or in a time, or maybe even a surprising moment like a post-war situation like you mentioned, Gervais, or COVID. And not necessarily always on paper, and definitely not always necessarily in a UN process, but certainly helped by paper like the Global Compact and agreements like what's there among states, binding or not, and UN agencies in action also. I wonder if we always need more processed data when we have so much lived experience and personal data, including the testimonials that opened this prior session, where we see the obvious need and the obvious value. And when I say we, I mean governments and mayors, as well as civil society and others. So not just the data. I wonder if what's missing really is connecting the data that points us more clearly towards solutions and inspiration in those solutions. And I don't mention this abstractly because I want to give the one example I think Patty referred to a moment ago in South America. Yesterday, the NGO Committee on Migration, where I work, convened a members meeting with representatives of the government of Colombia and representatives of the World Bank. The World Bank. Now, that's not the first group I think many of us think of in some of these migration issues, certainly not in regular pathways and regularization. We think of the World Bank perhaps more on the other R, remittances, and its important work there. But the World Bank has stepped forward with the government of Colombia, and more recently the government of Ecuador, and very soon the government of Peru, to offer enormous regularization programs for Venezuelans who have fled a humanitarian mess. I think most everyone would say, and they would say, they have told us, the migrants and refugees from Venezuela, a humanitarian mess in their country of origin, and they've crossed borders to about 5 or 6 million, with about 1.8 million in Colombia. And what Colombia has done is offered a regularization program that includes not only a 10-year residence status, but working permits and inclusion and access to services and to education for children. A massive program. The World Bank has put over $1 billion into it, and 526 million of it as a concessional funding for this regularization and inclusion program. And that's what they call it. Not only regularization, a word that the Global Compact did not dare or could not dare to use. It used euphemistic language, other words to dance around it, but regularization was too toxic 2 years ago. But regularization plus inclusion in all those programs I mentioned. 2 days ago, the Migration Policy Institute said that this program in Colombia and the other countries of the region is the number 2 on the list of most important issues in migration in 2021. So there we have, a paradigm shift. And I will say that our representatives from the government of Colombia, from the border agency in Colombia, plus the World Bank, they used themselves the word shift about 5 or 6 times yesterday in our NGO committee members meeting, and 1 or 2 times paradigm shift. Not because we pushed in that direction. That's the way they see it. And I'll stop just by asking if the paradigm shift, like in this example in Colombia and the region, if it's one where we are starting to look finally at migrants and refugees and citizens in these programs of regularization and inclusion, as Colombia is doing, if we're starting to look not only at how UNHCR frames things or IOM, but now also the World Bank. And Gervais, your reference to the humanitarian, the shift in the 80s, the worries of the world, it seemed, to suddenly think, oh, it's not just about economic reconstruction, it's about humanitarian disaster response. Well, the World Bank, looks at Colombia as a shift from humanitarian to socioeconomic inclusion in this context of all these migrants and refugees from Venezuela. Migration and development. The World Bank said migration as development in recognizing value, not just using migrants, recognizing dignity of work, contribution of work, and so on. The paradigm shift again from regular pathways into regularization as well, and inclusion as well. So, not either or, not one, but not the other, but putting the connections together, the and finally, the World Bank stressing that this is not just an immediate response, as in classic humanitarian responses too often, but longer term. And so the question, do you think we are seeing seeds of a paradigm shift? Again, not the whole world at the same time, but maybe in one place, in one situation, but a big one that we can connect to and be inspired by. Thanks.
Thank you, John, in sort of also roping in what we see as champions. And I think most definitely Colombia is one of those champions that we see. And I think that there are also other countries in Mercosur. This is a regional mechanism that have decided that they will support Venezuela despite all the kind of suspensions that Venezuela has had, and their responses to the people and not to its government. So that's quite important, I think, in terms of talking about this, despite some of the challenges that are there and that some of the hurdles that one would face. I was also thinking, and maybe as we bring you on, William, just tying on to what John is saying, what do we also see as some of the local initiatives, where we've seen the national failing or the national not having that muscle, but we sort of see the local saying, you know what, we will do this. And we don't have the muscle, maybe we don't have the financial muscle, we don't have the financial stage, but we'll take it on, particularly maybe from the part of municipalities, mayors, taking on some of this. William, I know I'm putting you on the spot, but maybe if you could tie on some of that as well.
Hi, Patty, and thanks, Gervais, for that. Like John says, it's great to have you with us to trigger some thinking forward. I was just wondering with this first question of yours, Gervais, with regard to how do we truly value mobility? And I would just like to add development to that as well, because I think we are looking in the wrong places. At least, or we had in the previous session a little while ago, a minister from a country of origin, Bangladesh, talking about the helplessness of countries of origin when it comes to being able to discuss mobility across borders, labor mobility across borders. And very candidly, he said, we don't hold that power. And whether we collectively will be able to is also a question. When we did this jargon of migration and development, I think we have to ask ourselves, who is determining development for who? Ever since these migration GFMD discussions have started, my God, the number of stories of successful migrants, from God knows what pilot to cook, Mason, I don't know how many countless stories have been told of successful migrants, and we hear a lot of this, and still we don't get it. That this is being, in a certain sense, we are looking at it from countries that want to kind of what is it? Keep this like a bottleneck situation. You don't want development to flow. You don't want development to flow. You don't want it to be like a champagne bottle. It cocks and poof like that. You don't want development, like a starburst kind of thing. But you want to control it inch by inch, inch by inch. That is my sense of how how migration governance is kind of looked at today. And I think we need to look at it from different eyes. And John has started with talking about the South American, Latin American experience. You look at Africa, how many free mobility kind of regimes you have within Africa. How many discussions of that you have within Africa. Of course, you will get the naysayers who say, yeah, it's on paper, but doesn't happen. But it's there and it's happening and it's being talked about and it's recognized as something we need to work on more. It's not a discussion that is choked and not allowed to flow. It is there. When you look at other movements, if you look at this whole thing of climate that is going to become a big issue, there will have to be movement and there will have to be regularization around this movement. We have to come to terms that this is the new normal. You look at regions that are like other conflict regions and things like that, and you see there is so much of movement, but we don't focus on the broadness of spirit and the value that is placed in the hearts and minds of people and states in Latin America, in Africa, in the South, that allow their borders to overflow from time to time for different reasons. And then they act hospitable to that and they try to work through that. I think these are some things that we really need to start looking at and to see who is dictating the development discourse. And somewhere I think this is the challenge of the South. And that is why it was so depressing to hear a minister from the South today say, like, where is our power really? When he says, where does the power lie? This is International Migrants Day. And for us to recognize and celebrate mobility is what we need to be doing. So that's why I think even the development thing is a speak that is not really there. Many mayors, local councillors and all, they get it on the ground. Private sector has got it, for God's sake. Look at this. Look at how, I'm sure some of you have seen or may not have seen if you are these shows like the American Idol, the UK Idol, Britain's Got Talent, Australia's Chefs and things like that. You look at how the private sector has socialized this whole thing, that now the power is taken away from the studios. And you get this kind of socialization of, a lot more people given the opportunity to bring forth their talents, a lot more. And a lot more money is also made on this, in a sense that it has suddenly, it's like a rush of talent out there being made available. Imagine if we did that in migration. Imagine if we did that in migration. How much are we ourselves losing when any time we curtail in whatever way, through a visa or through saying these are side doors or back doors and things like that? What spirit are we curtailing? I'm not saying throw it all open. I'm not saying, Gervais said that there are systems that could be put in place. Private sector has put in systems in place. Governments, local governments, when are dealing with these issues, immediately put in systems in place how to address these things. We can do it. But the question is, I think we are not picking up on that political will to see we are in a different world. And that paradigm shift requires a paradigm shift of the heart and of the mind kind of thing. I think the crafters of the Migrant Workers Convention, those who were negotiating it and debating it, I think they had a much bigger vision of the world than we have today. And sad, even this crisis is not opening us up to that vision. And this is the challenge that we have. So it would be really, really good to see how we can look elsewhere for inspiration. And I'm saying, yes, like John says, look at Latin America, look at the South, look at Africa. There is a discourse and understanding of mobility, of compassion, of development, of collaboration, or at that level that we never raise up to a higher stake level. It's never made a higher stake in the game, only because what counts is the money. And somewhere even the UN institutions and things like the systems that were put in place are now dependent on that. So whoever pays gets his or her kind of notion out there. And the UN is just one of those institutions that has to survive because of that. So I think it's time that we started looking at what's happening on the ground and in spaces that we would have not dared to look at before. And that is beginning with mayors, beginning with city governments, beginning with the places in the South that show compassion and an open heart. Thank you.
William, as always, very inspiring to listen to you and your very on-point thoughts around this. And I was just looking back again at the theme that IOM has coined for this year's International Migrants Day, which is harnessing the potential of human mobility. And even though, I always say that the more and more I work around migration space, the more I realize that English is a very complex language, because whatever harnessing means, right? And whatever potential means. And sometimes I often feel that we have very good intentions from international spaces to local spaces. And what we miss as part of this potential is where do we place our heart? Right. And, often we're now hearing how we should be moving from artificial intelligence as a way of looking at the future to looking at artificial intelligence, where we're using the heart. And that means that we're placing people, we're placing human rights in front of everything in the place of placing, for instance, thinking technology will help us. And I wanted to zoom back to data, because I think data is one of those where we're saying, well, we don't have enough data, or we're not collecting it in the right way, or we're not looking at the right places for it, or we haven't really understood, and we really need to understand. I like what John said about the lived experience. Is it only enough that you know what you've lived? Is it enough that you've seen the experience of others? And you trust that actually to be the basis on which decisions are being made? And I'm also just thinking back to our panelists again, and I'll come back to you then, Gavez, when we talk about data. I mean, it seems as though we have gone into a data overdrive. Different initiatives are there, so UNHCR, for instance, and the World Bank have come together to do the Joint Data Center. There's specific data that is going around children on the move with, an international movement called IDAC that's collecting civil society. It's bringing together different actors also on data. We know that even in specific regions and specific spaces, data is being collected around different initiatives. Even around the GCM, data is being collected. The SDGs, we're collecting data. Governments are told to collect data. Civil society are asked to give data. As we go into this space, what can we do a bit different around the data that we have, so that it actually does give us this transformative quality to where we're seeing. So we're really going back again to our theme today, which is this paradigm shift. Actually, what is the paradigm shift for data? An interesting article, I don't know if others have managed to see it, that featured in The Guardian, was trying to show the amount of investment that has gone from securitization of borders, artificial intelligence on targeting of migrants, or targeting of people to try and deal with different issues, and how much investment goes there. I mean, we've also heard, for instance, Poland saying we're building a wall, 350 million, so much going out. It's not the first time we hear about building of walls, but sort of how do we make this paradigm shift for regular pathways using data? Because we haven't changed our data basis, even though our collection, our integration has changed. Gravis, a challenge for you, or maybe an easy one.
It's not an easy one, but it's a very interesting one. Thank you. I'd like to respond to a few of the comments from John and from William, but let me start with yours. I agree entirely. John pointed out that there's an abundance of data out there on migration, and that is very true. What is missing, however, what is very difficult to achieve is a coherent vision for global needs on migration. Very difficult to achieve. Look, there are some countries, I should point out, some countries do an excellent job. You can go onto the internet and look at Canada. That does an absolutely wonderful job. I know by looking at the web that Canada needs about 400,000 migrants this year. Brilliant. And they break it down into the various categories which are needed. Well, that is one country that acknowledges the need for migration and explains to the world what categories of workers it's looking for in the health sector, in the highly skilled sector, in the agricultural sector. Now, would it not be wonderful if we could have, if the global community could have such a tableau at the global level? We're not there yet. I think we must get there. We will get there because I'm a congenital optimist, but we are not there yet. Now, William, the link you made between migration and development, of course, I agree with that entirely. And going back to my analogy, you know, analogies are always partial. So when I drew an analogy between the Second World War and the pandemic, of course, it's not a perfect analogy. However, on the question of development, it is a very good analogy because it is migrants who contributed to the development of much of the developed world. Migrants who reconstructed Europe. Migrants who built the Snowy Mountain scheme in Australia, which is our massive hydroelectric system still working today. So the connection is very strong. And when I said that we needed to put value on migration, to discuss the value we place on mobility, and William, answering directly your question, to me, that would be one of the answers, that there is a direct and strong link between migration and development. And not only, as has been claimed in the last decade or so, between migrant remittances and the development of countries of origin. No, it's also between migrants, it is also about the contribution migrants make to their destinations in developed countries. So that's abundantly clear. Now, John, thank you for your intervention. Has the paradigm shift begun? Yes, in many ways it has. Again, I'm an optimist on that. Not only it has begun, but it will continue. There is, to me, no other way forward in the future. And the examples which both William and John have pointed out are impressive. You know, the policy work, William, in Africa, absolutely right. You know, application, implementation has not been the fastest, but Africa as a continent is impressive because it's accepted the inevitability of mobility, first of all, and the need for instruments and systems to enable that mobility to occur. Now, have we traveled very far along that road? No. Am I despondent? No, because I believe very strongly William, I have a very long view of history. Look, I bear in mind one thing, that between the glimmerings of GATT and the fulfillment of its promise, namely the GATT treaty, it took 40 years. 40 years. Now, you may take that as a reason for discouragement. I don't, because I think that in the migration world, we actually are moving fast. And I think that COVID is going to force us to rethink and to move forward more quickly. Will there be enormous challenges? Yes, I think there will be enormous challenges. Like you, I am saddened by the minister's view that a country like Bangladesh is largely being put upon, that they're in a position of weakness. Yes, that's the current situation, but I don't think it need continue. And again, I am optimistic. William, you and I took part not too long ago in a conference of ministers between South and Southeast Asian countries of origin and countries of destination. And William, sometimes it's useful to have gray hair because, of course, I'm one of the few who remember the starting point, where I spoke to ministers of South Asia who were telling me, Gervais, we do not think that a dialogue will occur. I heard that so many times, but we pushed and we lived on hope. And I was impressed by that meeting, William, the more so because I had not taken part in it for a few years. And I was listening honestly with great surprise, a pleasurable surprise about the nature of the dialogue, about the tone of the discourse, which was very constructive. Now, are we there? No. Have we resolved issues regarding the plight of migrant workers in the Gulf, William? No, we are not there yet, but we have made progress. So that's why I'm optimistic about the paradigm shift. But let me end, Madam Moderator, if you allow me, just back to the importance of spaces of engagement. I feel that, of course, we're all aware, migration is a conflictual issue, very strongly conflictual. I, for one, belong to the tribe of multilateralists who believe very strongly in coming together and finding the right tone for discussion. And John, with the examples you have given about, for instance, regularization, these are examples of success we need, where we can move from a conflictual situation and say, see, it is possible to have coherence in that world of mobility. And I use that broad word of mobility again. Yes, there are tangled issues about migration for work, about protection, about access to labor market. They are tangled issues, but I do believe that we can have as the French say, apaisé, une conversation apaisée, a peaceful conversation, a serene conversation about the issues. And I would really throw that challenge back again to all members of the civil society to see that as a challenge and for us to engage, to keep engaging in constructive exercises and pointing to examples of success as a promise of the paradigm shift that has to come.
Gervais, I think I can pick from what you have shared with us, apart from me now being proud that I am growing gray hairs, the fact that it is so important for us to remain hopeful and optimistic because we have and can see success. And there is something about us keeping on with that balanced narrative. How do we bring out that balanced narrative to give us hope? I think for some of the issues that we are even discussing here. And Elena, I wanted to bring you in, and it's good that you're raising your hand in terms of talking about the successes that we've seen. I mean, some of the pointers that Gervais has also made too is to talk about how migrants have built cities, how migrants have contributed to the development that we see today. And I mean, we've also seen that kind of contribution, even in internal spaces. When we talk about China and India, we have seen how migrants have really been the builders, not just international migrants here, we're also talking about internal migrants who have built onto these spaces. But it's the same migrants who are now constricting and restricting in many different places with different administrative measures that are being brought up in terms of movement, but also regularization, of course, in a different way because it's a national space, but still important. And Elena, as you come in, I have a question for you because I think it's important we touch on it. And Professor Binod, I'm glad you are also raising your hand because I wanted us to touch on the second question, which I feel we didn't touch on, how we depoliticize migration. How do we depoliticize migration? And I was looking in the room and then I was so glad to see you come on, Professor Binod. So I'm really happy to hear from you on that particular aspect as well as you will share your reflections. Elaine first and then Professor Binod.
But I was thinking, Paddy, maybe Professor Binod can go first and then I can go next.
Okay, sure, no problem. Professor Binod, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paddy, and thank you, Erin. It has been a treat. It's a World Migrants Day, and I would prefer to call it World Migrants Day rather than the International Migrants Day, because International Migrants Day would leave out internal migrants. In a way. But it has been a fascinating session, listening to five thoughts from Garvey, from William, from John, from Paddy, yourself, and Ellen. I think we can create a word cloud. A word cloud can be created from the things that we listened about: paradigm shift, about hope, about artificial intelligence, about development, and about benefits, about origin countries, destination countries, and so on. And of course, you have brought it back to the crucial issue that Garvey started, and you mentioned about how to depoliticize, because Garvey started by saying that migration is a political issue. And I think that needs to be recognized, that needs to be understood, that needs to be, identified in that sense. And let us not pretend that it is not political. That, I think, is extremely important. That's where, what is the paradigm shift that we can think of? And I have often talked about multilateralism, whether it is working, whether bilateralism is better, or whether one can go into unilateralism. We heard that the minister of Bangladesh expressing his helplessness. Why helplessness? Because if we think of hope, then we have to say, unilateralism. You take that first step and others will join. And there are so many poems that we hear. The Nobel Prize this year had been given to a poet who talks about walking alone. And it was given in 1913. It was given to Rabindranath Tagore, the India's national poet, for that big volume he wrote. We started this session with a Bengali song, and that reminds me that it would be apt to think of Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore's song of Ekla Cholo Re, walk alone. Walk alone. If nobody comes with you, then walk alone. And that, I think, gives us the hope, that gives us the paradigm shift. And that's where we need to think out of the box. We are now thinking of origin countries and destination countries and transit countries, or we are thinking of the house with the front door and the back door and the side doors and so on. See, the paradigm shift has to come. We are obsessed with the idea of homeland associations. The diaspora has to think only about the development of the origin country. And now some people are pointing out that we need to recognize that the big contribution that the migrants are making to the destination country. But COVID tells us, is that all? We need to step out of that box of origin and destination and country and think of the third country. The third country development model that I have often talked about is the one where mobility is important. Our doctors, our nurses, our health professionals can be mobile, and they are mobile. And we heard so many times yesterday also, we saw those graphical presentations in terms of seeing how many health professionals are where and what large proportions they are there, and what are the perceptions about that being large or small and so on. So this is where I think we need to think out of the box and push it forward. If we need to push it on the multilateral table, progress would be slow, but it would be steady. It has to take place. And that's what I gather from this particular session in terms of a ray of hope that I think is the right way of celebrating World Migrants Day. Thank you, Paddy.
Professor Vinod, thank you for those reflections. Elaine.
Yeah, so just want also to share or to affirm the optimism of Gerbais and the other colleagues here. I think the reason we are here is a testimony of our optimism, because yeah, to give up is the saddest part of it. Yeah, but specifically, well, I have a lot of gray hair since last year. So I don't know, no, but I am really very forgetful already. But then I still remember 2005 is a milestone for rights advocates. No, 2004, when we first engaged with the ILO formally as Migrant Forum in Asia. And then 2005, of course, was the GCM. And then all of these developments are culminating in the GCM. We had the GFMD and then the GCM. And of course, in our region, prior to the GCM, we had the Abu Dhabi Dialogue, which is, of course, as Gerbais is trying to encourage us, dialogue. We're now engaging in a dialogue in the Abu Dhabi Dialogue, also in the Colombo process. So I think these multilateral initiatives, and of course, in the Gulf, where many of our migrants, Asian migrants, go to, there have been a lot of developments sub-regionally and also at the individual country level that we did not imagine would take place probably several years earlier. Oh, it's not going to change. How can you change the mindset of Saudi Arabia, for example, and all these other countries? And then suddenly you had this Minister of Labor in the UAE saying precisely the same message, Gervais, that if not for the migrant workers' labor, all of these high-rise buildings in Dubai will not be possible. So yeah, so this is recognition of all this hard work that the migrants are doing. But then I think what is really the challenge is, of course, those are good even in the ASEAN. Finally, after 40 years, we have a declaration recognizing that we have this issue of migrant workers, and also followed 10 years later, such a long time to have an ASEAN consensus. But what I'm saying is, now I forgot what what I'm trying to say is that these things, the improvements on the situation of migrants are taking place probably very slowly, but nonetheless they are taking place. And of course, it's not really like on their own volition that countries of destination are doing all of these reforms, but it's because of the consistent pushing back, the consistent advocacy of many different stakeholders. No, so that's one. But also there is a need for countries of origin to feel the pressure as well. And all the more that the more I read about GCM2, I think it's really relevant. So because all the while, for us in the origin countries, our lens is always like, how do you pressure the country of destination? But GCM2, so I say, what is the value of this GCM objective number 2? Minimizing the adverse drivers. Precisely, this is the reason why a lot of these objectives cannot really be implemented properly, and migrants would be willing to just accept whatever terms would be offered to them, is because of that desperation to get the job, because the jobs are not available in our own country. So we need, definitely we need to push back, and we are creating these little spaces for these government-led processes that they are always very conscious to remind us of. This is government-led. Sometimes you can make intervention, many times you cannot make. But I think consistently, and I've seen this in how we work in the MFA, you just keep on pushing. But then how do you engage them? Engage them in real issues. And how do you engage them in real issues? By having people really working on the ground. So when William said all these things in forums, it's not like he just got it, and read about it. It's the inputs of the members of the MFA. So I think it's not just to be setting modesty aside. I think at the end of the day, this is what we are trying to. This is the basis of all these engagements that we are having, whether we are talking of the local, where we are very much engaged in, at the national level, sub-regional, and at the global level. So I think consistency, keep pushing back would be the keywords indeed. And yeah, that we should have all this optimism. We need that. And we need people like yourself. We need to document because of course, governments would all say, oh, but that's just one story. You have like more than 200 million migrants, one story. So you need to document, put it in a report, so you don't forget, when we are old and forgetful. So that's all. Thank you.
Elaine, thank you very much. According to the program, I should be wrapping up, but can you imagine how to wrap up this? I think it's absolutely, it's impossible, the wealth of information, except maybe for me to pick from Nelson Mandela's quote, which says, it always seems impossible until it's done. And I think a lot of what has been spoken today resonates with this. We've heard from, our wise elders who have been engaging in these topics until now. They're saying, we have gray hair. Some of us entered with all black hair and are now growing gray hairs. There's some who are behind us with a lot of enthusiasm. And I think that's another thing that we can draw on. There's a lot of enthusiasm around the youth and those who are engaging. We can see the resilience, and we see that resilience even in spaces where it's dangerous. So what more when we open up these spaces for regular pathways? What can we engage much more? What can we see in terms of the benefits? What possibilities do we have in front of us? But I think let me just hand it over then to Graves to really just give us some closing remarks and wrap up our session for us from your seat of wisdom. Graves.
Thank you so much. I've enjoyed this session tremendously. Thank you very much for all those who've interacted. Look, I'm convinced. I said I had questions, and I prompted quite a bit of discussion deliberately. I wanted to be provocative, and we had a good discussion. Let me end on a note of hope. Now, this is what I call calculated hope. Not empty hope. It's not just a feel-good hope. I think what I draw from all the interventions is, first of all, the conviction that I think we're agreed on that mobility will not disappear. As I said, the world has changed. We've moved from a world where people were essentially born in one place, they lived in one place, and they died in one place. And they were also jealously possessive of their space. My country for me, I keep the others out. We've gone past that now. It's no longer possible. We live in a world which is interconnected to an extent where we cannot go back. That is our current situation. Now, will we be able to manage that reality more effectively in future? The question is, it will remain a challenge for some considerable time, but I think that collectively, what I heard in particular from John, Binod, from William, is that yes, there are good reasons to believe that there can be progress. Now, the final question is how can we hasten that progress? And I go back to the question which I raised. I look forward to civil society to explaining to the world that mobility is here to stay. It is happening whether we want to or not, but for the most part, it is desirable. So that is something we can do. And secondly, the need for us to enter into positive conversations. Now, that's not always easy. I'm speaking from the heart now to you civil society advocates. Please do not yield 1 inch in advocacy. Don't. You've got to be strong advocates, but let not your advocacy militancy prevent you from engaging with governments. We need that. We need positive engagement. And that's the word of encouragement I leave with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I think we are now ready to close our session. I just wanted to thank our main speaker, Gervais, for sharing from your seat of wisdom. Elaine, for being here with us as a co-panelist. And we received the apologies from Rai, who couldn't join us from Fiji. William, John, Professor Binod, for having engaged in the conversation in a very spontaneous way, but that was the idea, that we have an engaging discussion, and I think it has been an absolute delight to moderate this session. Thank you to everyone who's participated, the different questions that you have asked, and I think we're ready then to take on our interlude for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joey.
Thank you so much, William. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Always great to have you.
Pleasure.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists for such a productive and constructive dialogue experience. This session raised awareness on the current progress of migration around the world, equipped ourselves with so much knowledge in terms of migration governance that we can adapt as we continue to move forward with hope and optimism in advocating for the welfare of migrants. Again, before we proceed to our next session, we are going to have a photo opportunity. Please open your camera. So for this session, we have 4 pages. Show your smile. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. Thank you. Like I said, we have a talent pool ranging from members and migrants. So before you proceed again to our 3rd session, are you guys still there? If you're still there, I hope you can click the applause or heart emoticon for our 3 presenters for this session. So let's witness the performance by Ampo Centro Dancers. This group is being led by Donna May Custodio. So let's welcome the Ampo Centro Dancers.
I can see a world that we all live, safely from all oppression. Only for inside or abuse, women are not possession. Never hold me, don't even know me. I'm not in this wrong. I put you on for I feel alive, I feel so great. t-shirts. We are beautiful, beautiful creatures. Dance on the line, dance on the dream, dance on the platinum, dance on the free, dance on the room, dance on the pain, dance on the African come, bring the change. Oh yeah, bring the change. Oh yeah, bring the change.
Second presentation is from Sims. So this song that you will witness is entitled Sun Lokay Hum Masdorhain. In English, please listen, we are workers. The singers are Hawad Ahmad and Workers of the World.
मेरे आंसू मेरी चीखें मेरा जलता जिस्म मेरा रोना मेरा दर्द से चिल्लाना मेरा बेबसी से मर जाना ऐसा ना हो कि तुम भूल जाओ क्योंकि मैं एक गरीब मजदूर हूँ याद रहे कि मैं भी इंसान हूँ मुझे भी इसी तरह दर्द होता है जैसे तुम्हें मेरे आंसू मेरी चीखें मेरा जलता जिस्म मेरा रोना मेरा दर्द से चिल्लाना मेरा बेबसी से मर जाना ऐसा न हो कि तुम भूल जाओ क्योंकि मैं एक गरीब मजदूर हूँ याद रहे कि मैं भी इंसान हूँ मुझे भी इसी तरह दर्द होता है जैसे तुम्हें मेरे तन के आबले थे गवाही मेरे दर्द गम की तुमने कैसे मोह छुपाए कैसा जुल्म किया और सितम भी अंधा है राज काला कानून है क्योंकि मैं एक गरीब मजदूर हूँ याद रहे कि मैं भी इंसान हूँ मुझे भी इसी तरह दर्द होता है जैसे तुम्हें जिससे डरते हो तुम वो जहन्नुम मुझ पे गुजरी है इसी जहां में कैसे शोलों में झुलसे हैं सपने और सुलगा है पिघला है तन भी कयामत के बाद खामोश हो क्योंकि मैं एक गरीब मजदूर हूँ याद रहे कि मैं भी इंसान हूँ मुझे भी इसी तरह दर्द होता है जैसे तुम्हें मेरा खाना था सादा सी रोटी मेरा पहनावा सस्ते से कपड़े, मजदूरी ही थी मेरी रोजी, जिससे चलते थे घर भर के खर्चे। मरना मेरा एक हादसा था, क्योंकि मैं एक गरीब मजदूर हूँ। याद रहे कि मैं भी इंसान हूँ, मुझे भी इसी तरह दर्द होता है जैसे तुम्हें, मुझे भी इसी तरह दर्द होता है जैसे तुम्हें। सुन लो कि हम मजदूर हैं, सारी दुनिया हमारे ही दम से है। जान लो कि हम मजदूर हैं, अपने हाथों से दुनिया बनी है। तुम सबके
And for the last for this session is from Vladimir Pascual. I'm sorry. And last for this session is by Vladimir Pascual. Basically, his performance is an overview of their post-pandemic activities, having lost many friends and colleagues, to rebuild social cohesion and inclusion, fighting racism and xenophobia.
Hemos ido saliendo de la pandemia, ¿no? De una pandemia muy dolorosa. Muchos amigos y amigas se han ido. Nos queda la soledad de ellos, también nos queda su trabajo. Y este año pues ha sido como un año de empezar a caminar nuevamente. Y lo hemos ido haciendo, ¿no? Hemos hecho el proyecto de empleo. Cientos de personas hemos logrado que consigan empleo. Hemos hecho los talleres de prevención de violencia de género, los talleres contra el racismo y la xenofobia, el trabajo con los jóvenes de las mal llamadas bandas latinas, ¿no? También hemos hecho apoyo escolar con los niños para que pasen de año. Y creo que desde esa línea nuestras delegaciones de Valencia, de Murcia, de Fuenlabrada, de Alcorcón, de aquí de Madrid, o sea, ha sido un trabajo intenso, ¿no? Nuestros compañeros y compañeras trabajadores lo han dado todo. Yo les agradezco enormemente, es verdad, que trabajar en Rumiñahui es trabajar bajo presión por la misma demanda, porque viene gente muy vulnerable. Por ello, agradecerles a los y las trabajadoras por toda esa generosidad, por toda esa ayuda. Hemos seguido en el papel reivindicativo, a tener un impacto en el Pacto Mundial de Migraciones, al igual que en la Agenda 2030, reivindicando desde allí también esos derechos, para que también lleguen los recursos a los sectores más vulnerables, a las familias más pobres. Es importante luchar por la cohesión social. No tiene que haber una sociedad española de dos velocidades. Unos que van con todos los derechos teniendo unos salarios altos y otros una sociedad de migrantes secundaria, relegada, sin derechos y que va no unida a la otra. Y hay que trabajar por la cohesión social.
Thank you. Those are such moving performances. They have meanings. It portrays the activities, struggles, and cries of our migrant workers. Again, thank you for sharing your talents with us despite limited time to prepare. And we also understand that you have other engagements as well. But thank you for making this
Donna, did
possible.
you lose the audio there?
Now, let's move on to the third session, which is C189, the next 10 years. May I call on the moderator for this session, Mr. Apolinar Tolentino. He is the regional representative of BWI, Asia Pacific region. Over to you, Mr. Apolinar.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Can you hear me well?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, please bear with me if I'll be a little bit not in good shape. I just literally arrived from an overseas trip. I'll try my best to moderate this part of the session. And I'm very pleased to have in our session distinguished and of course experienced colleagues in advancing the rights of migrant workers, in this case, a very particular focus of migrant workers, domestic workers. We have a Fish Ip from the International Domestic Workers Federation. We have Lizzie Joseph, the founder of the National Workers Welfare Trust. Also, Rahil Ayele, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. She's the head of the Women Affairs Department of the Confederation of Utopian Trade Unions. We have Marcelina Bautista, director and founder of El Centro de Apoyo y Capacitación para Empleadas del Hogar. And we are supposed to have Hilda Galdo Blanco, sorry, but she sent apologies, but she cannot be with us today. Most of you colleagues, just setting up the perspective of this session, had been part of the commemoration of the ratification of convention for about 10 years now, way back in 2011. Many of you were directly part of the lobby, the negotiation in the ILO conference. I remember some of you in this session. We met in the halls of the ILO in Geneva at the height of the negotiation and for eventual lobby of the adoption of Convention 189 10 years ago. And today, we will have like a memory lane of what we have gained so far in terms of first ratification, because when a quick check on the current countries that have ratified the convention, 35 countries so far, And if we cross-check further in terms of countries that are hosting or countries of employment or destination where army of domestic workers are heading to, unfortunately, they're not in the list of who have ratified, something also to take and think of in the conduct of the session. Aside from, of course, reminiscing and learning from what we have gained and how we have achieved this and overcome the particular challenges in the light particularly of organizing migrant workers into associations and now into trade unions organization and being part of the international trade union movement. What strategies we can still bring forward to in the next 10 years. As a matter of perspective, this is how we will try to conduct the session with you. Should I proceed, Abby? Is that okay?
Yes, po, you may proceed.
Okay. I would like to, with this context, maybe invite along that order, if you don't mind, Fish, I'll call you on first. And for the rest of the colleagues, of course, it's very the usual. It's an open, candid discussion, and we can build from one contribution of the colleagues to the other. But for the round, in terms of time management, let's just have, for example, 3 to 5 minutes for each contribution until we can possibly also involve colleagues in the floor or from the floor to be part of this conversation or dialogue. Fish, you had been part of this journey or even struggle from the lobby to ratification, and of course, being yourself part of forming the International Domestic Workers Federation and became a family of the Global Council of Unions. It's a big accomplishment. And I realized you actually had a report, of your last 10 years accomplishment as well. What is your most, I would say, can claim that they have achieved so far on this front, Fish?
I say organizing as always. It has been not easy to have easy and not easy as well, I say, to get domestic workers organized. Not easy in the way is the challenges, external challenges, the labor abuse, the invisibility that domestic workers are kept in private households, the immigration measures that has kept the migrant domestic workers especially into a very difficult situation with documents confiscated, with no regulation monitoring on the recruitment system, and that have kept domestic workers not easy to be visible and organized. But at the same time, I would say it's easy to get domestic workers organized. It's the eagerness of the workers to feel we want to be organized. We have seen domestic workers, despite different difficult situations, they help on their own, from their own capacity, to provide mutual help, mutual support to their fellow workers, and talk to the sisters, and pick up calls and inquiries with their own free time, or even not free time during their work, I say. And they have handled a lot of cases. And especially on migrant domestic workers, it's very difficult in the destination. But I can see at that time when there have been many people telling me, it's difficult to get migrant domestic workers organized. Unlike blah, 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 unlike the formal workers, factory workers, or unlike the Filipino. And then later on, we get migrant domestic workers organized. And in Asia, We have migrant domestic workers organized in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Singapore, Qatar, Kuwait, etc., etc. So we can do it, and we have been seeing more and more opportunities for the domestic workers leaders to sit on the same table with the government to tell their issues and engage in the dialogues in the policies and the legal reform.
That's thank you, Fish, for that contribution. Of course, there are many elements that you have mentioned that I will encourage the other members of the panel to build upon. But Lizzie, you have heard Fish on that note, and unfortunately, there are still some countries that don't even recognize migrant workers as a worker, or that their work is actually work, and that's another front that we have collectively work on together, that for the recognition of domestic work as work. In your experience on this regard, have you encountered and how you have surmounted fundamental and even legal issues of recognizing domestic workers as work? Lizzie. Lizzie, you're muted.
Lizzie, you are on mute.
You're muted. Can you go back? Can you start all over again? Sorry about that.
Now. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. Good evening, I said. And I want to greet everyone at the occasion of the International Migrants Day. We did commemorate, yesterday we had a program with about 150 domestic workers, returnees, as well as prospective migrants and those interstate and local migrants. And tomorrow other groups are commemorating the day. And we have come a long way. Fish has just mentioned about the thinking of impossibility and how workers have made possibilities of organizing themselves. And that's what also our experience had been. Experience of creating platform for the domestic workers, for the migrant domestic workers to come together to discuss their problem, their issues, their concerns, possibilities. And that has taken us a long way to represent their concerns to the concerned authorities, whether it is the Labor Department, whether it is the Ministry of External Affairs. As for the migrant domestic workers, it may be the POE, it may be the agencies, it may be the Women and Child Welfare Department. We have seen a great growth from being silent, being experiencers in the situation of experiencing violence, to workers beginning to take initiatives. And recently, we had also facilitated some sharing of the returning migrant workers. It would be never possible earlier, in the earlier context, but the coming together of workers have created lots of possibilities to share experiences and build on that. And they have also now begun to check on the unregistered agents who are exploiting the workers. Also, they have got a long way with policy advocacy. In country, India just not mentioned 189. We have been able to create a network of the domestic workers in the country with a national platform for domestic workers, wherein the domestic workers are campaigning, advocating, lobbying, meeting with the officials concerned for the ratification. So there is a long way that we have come on policy advocacy. Similarly, each state, we have so many states to work on. So the workers have also initiated, we have facilitated those processes of enabling workers to find pathways to organizing themselves and representing, irrespective of whether it is a local domestic workers, interstate and overseas domestic workers. They have come a long way.
Yeah.
And we see that empowerment of the workers is the key to change. Unless workers come together, unless they meet with each other, everything remains silent. You can work for them, but then change may be too delayed. So the bringing together domestic workers a long way in helping them to organize themselves, articulating, claiming space for advocacy and representation. Have I finished my?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for that round, Lizzie. And I'll try to pick on, at least you repeated it twice, or many times actually, two, I would say, important elements of this conversation: the advocacy, policy advocacy, and the network that, and you said leading to a path to empowerment, very significant, very strong agenda of course, forming association and trade unions with that in mind, empowerment. If we go to Rahel, and of course you can build on this, what we have with the fish earlier, to attain this empowerment, what type of capacity building that you have experienced that will lead the domestic workers union to be led by themselves, women that have been empowered through the capacity formation or leadership formation by your group? Can you share us something on this regard, Rahel?
Yeah, starting with looking at the labor themselves as workers, that they are not servants, but they are working, asserting and recognizing their labor and valuing the work, helping them to value the work, economic gains that they bring and they contribute. Thirdly, on leadership. Leadership, maybe many of them had not been to school, but building on the capacities of public speaking, developing ideas, this has helped a long way. Then, of course, it is economic empowerment. Economic empowerment from, they were unable to save 1 rupee a day to workers today. Many of them have joined the self-help groups. So economic empowerment also helped them come a long way. Then, of course, representation. So we have also developed booklets for the leaders as to what are the services available with the government for the general workers, for the marginalized communities, informing about various services, schemes, possibilities, processes involved, and then, of course, building their confidence. Stand up and recognize and speak. So we have organized number of meetings, trainings, wherein they have learned public speaking and also maybe political space, claiming political space, as well as voicing political opinions. Like even 2014 election, putting up candidates among the domestic workers to claim space. So they have voices, they have political and that should be exercised. So this is way, and the formation of union and union led by the workers. Yes.
Very true. Abby, do we have Rahel in the call?
Did you say?
Do we have Rahel Ayele in the call?
Yeah. Yes. Hello.
Yes.
Okay, there you are. Sorry about
Yeah.
that. I'll stick to the same point of conversation, the capacity building. Can you enlighten us on how your trade union is doing this to empower your members to develop their capacities leader, to advocate, to form network, to be part of a network? What types of capacity buildings do you have done, Rahel, in your trade union organization in this regard?
Okay. Thank you very much, my brother. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. In our confederation, the Confederation of Ethiopian Trade Union, C2, we are doing different activity in capacity building. So this is for our members and also for different stakeholders. We are giving for different stakeholders regional and at national level, also biannual meeting. We invite different from NGOs, governmental organization and non-governmental organization, also for our members. We invite for the Domestic Workers Association, capacity building, training, different about decent work and for the right, and also awareness raising for the convention, the ILO Convention 189. We invite also testimonies, and also we invite we have also 32 Domestic Workers Association. We invite from different region, and also they present their experience, and also we give a training. We had a training for the employers, the agencies, and different stakeholders. That's the capacity building training and also the awareness raising, this Domestic Workers Association. And say to try to address also, and they have also an office. We say to also give an office in our building for the Domestic Workers Association. We give spaces and office equipment for domestic workers, and also they also try to address recruit their members, the Domestic Workers Association. Even the Domestic Workers, our sisters, Domestic Workers Association, the president, Hirut Abarra, she is also with me. She can also speak about her the Domestic Workers Association experience.
We can go back to that in the next round, certainly, but it's amazing on how your confederation has developed and of course implemented range of educational formation for the members and the leaders. Now we will go to Marcelina. Obviously, by the introduction of the organization itself, a very important migration corridor, and we would like to hear from you, Marcelina, on that part of your work, obviously in Latin America region. What is the distinct feature that your experience we can learn from being part of this global discussion or global discourse, even, if you like, Marcelina? You're muted. Marcelina, you're muted. Can you unmute, Marcelina? Okay, now.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días a todos, y primero que nada quiero felicitar todo el trabajo que hacemos todos en el mundo, especialmente el día de hoy por el Día Internacional de los Migrantes. Quiero comenzar diciendo que en el mundo, como sabemos todos, hay 67 millones de personas trabajadoras del hogar. En América Latina, 18 millones son personas que realizan el trabajo en el hogar, mientras que en México particularmente existen 2.2 millones de personas, las cuales el 97% son mujeres, son migrantes, son indígenas y niños que realizan este trabajo. A 10 años de la adopción del Convenio 189, las trabajadoras del hogar hemos luchado y seguimos luchando porque nuestro trabajo está todavía muy lejos de ser un trabajo decente. Hoy más que nunca también tenemos que reinventarnos ante la crisis de la pandemia, que ha evidenciado todavía más la desigualdad en la cual rodea el trabajo en el hogar. En los últimos años han habido cambios muy, muy importantes a nivel mundial y especialmente en nuestra región, ya que la mayoría de los convenios, y hablando del convenio 189, que tenemos ya 10 años de su aprobación por la Organización Internacional del Trabajo. Sin embargo, falta mucho por hacer. Son muy pocos países que han ratificado este convenio. Por ejemplo, estamos hablando de 183 países miembros que lo firmaron ante la OIT, y solamente llevamos 37 países que han ratificado a nivel mundial, y en América Latina 16 países han ratificado este convenio. Las normas, los cambios normativos aprobados y los compromisos pues han ayudado pues al impulso, ¿no? de este trabajo, las organizaciones que hemos trabajado en el avance de estos derechos, pero pues siguen habiendo dificultades en la forma del ejercicio pleno de estos derechos. Entonces, estamos hablando que todavía nos falta mucho porque las trabajadoras pues exijan y se implementen estos derechos para ellas. Además de que la pandemia impactó de forma muy, muy importante en las trabajadoras del hogar que han sido despidos y han sido obligadas a permanecer muchas veces en sus centros de trabajo sin su voluntad, y también les han disminuido el salario. Es también importante hablar que el objetivo del convenio 189, el cual tiene que buscar las mejores condiciones de las trabajadoras del hogar. Y quiero hablar rápido sobre estos 6 disposiciones fundamentales del convenio 189, por ejemplo, el respeto y promover los principios fundamentales, que es primero el disfrute de las condiciones de empleo equitativas y condiciones de trabajo decente, protección efectiva contra todas las formas de abuso, acoso y violencia, establecimiento de una jornada de trabajo libres de violencia, protección efectiva de los derechos de las personas migrantes, regular el trabajo infantil, la edad para trabajar y el establecimiento de mecanismos para asegurar el cumplimiento de nuestras legislaciones. También es muy importante hablar que exhortar todavía a todas las organizaciones a nivel mundial, viendo los pocos avances, a pesar de toda esta lucha que hemos hecho con las trabajadoras desde nuestra organización para el empoderamiento de las compañeras. Nuestra lucha sigue en poco avance en nuestras legislaciones, y por ello es muy, muy importante exhortar la urgente ratificación del convenio 189 en los otros países para mejorar las condiciones laborales de las trabajadoras en el mundo. El cambio en la legislación nacional, si es ratificado o no el convenio 189, se debe de ir modificando las leyes en el marco de este convenio. Promover también trabajo decente en todos los países para las trabajadoras del hogar a través de políticas que empoderen a las compañeras trabajadoras del hogar para que exijan o hagan exigibles sus derechos humanos sin miedo, sin miedo a perder el empleo, sin miedo a que ellas mismas puedan
retaliation,
sufrir violencia. poner también en marcha campañas de comunicación para sensibilizar de parte de, de los empleadores para poner en regla con los derechos de las trabajadoras y ya pasen a la formalidad. Es también muy importante para nosotras la ratificación del convenio 190 sobre violencia y acoso en el mundo del trabajo y pues también va, en ello va el trabajo doméstico que múltiples trabajadoras del hogar padecen violencia, acoso laboral en su centro de trabajo y por eso para nosotras es muy, muy importante pues también llevar a cabo foros como este para reflexionar y evaluar pues los avances y mirar hacia dónde tenemos que ir caminando y a pesar de que estemos en regiones distintos, nos une una federación internacional que sabemos todo el trabajo que ha hecho la FIT a nivel mundial y que ha ido empoderando nuestras luchas para posicionar y exigir a nuestros gobiernos un trabajo decente para nuestro sector. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Marcelina. And like the rest of the colleagues in this panel, you have identified, I would say, very interesting, some particularly interesting points for further discussion. Issue around the ratification. 35 so far after 10 years. And if you look at the countries that have ratified, as you correctly pointed out, 16 or so from your region. And in our region, at least in Southeast Asia, only Philippines as a country of origin has ratified it so far. Issue around the pandemic and other two interrelated or the two connections of the other important convention aside from Convention 189, also Convention 190, the gender-based violence and how this has to be looking into like a couplet, something that is to be seen as together or complementing, and of course protection of our members from violence. Fish, let's come back to you on these many interrelated elements. Is IDWF looking in terms, of course, the next 10 years, any particular plan and strategy in terms of increasing the ratification and, of course, improving further the legislative framework of countries that have ratified or to be ratified, about to ratify the convention, particularly in our Southeast Asia sub-region, Fish, if any, from IDWF on that regard.
Yes, unfortunately, we have been seeing an increase of authoritarian rule in the region, a reduction of the democratic space, which were counter organizing. So we have to still, when we fight for ratification of the 189 and the other International Labour Convention on labor and also on migration, we should also fight for democracy together. And we do have seen there is an increased concern on the abuses and exploitation, forced labor on domestic workers because of many cases have revealed, and also the speaking up and voices of migrant domestic workers themselves there are already some legal reform going on, and at least the destinations countries are recognize there are problems around. So we have seen some little changes in Singapore. The legal reform is going on in Malaysia. The parliament in Malaysia is debating on amending the employment ordinance only to change the term servant to domestic employee. Vietnam has been already have planned to ratify C189, Nepal as well, although the COVID-19 pandemic has postponed and delayed the process. And but still, because we have also seen an increase of racist remarks from the employers, we can see the employers are like kind of bringing the kafala system to Asia as well, like do not allow the migrant domestic workers to change their jobs because of an increased demand of domestic workers. So on one hand, the governments are recognizing the problem because of the increase of voices of domestic workers themselves and review of the abuses. But on the other hand, because of higher demand of domestic workers and migrant domestic workers, especially due to aging society and COVID-19, there are also racist remarks popping up from the public, pressure on the government, the demand for care as well, which there is a demand on domestic workers. So, so we will keep on fighting on the ratification of C189, educating workers and also educating employers, as Marcelina has mentioned as well.
Yeah, and return again to Lizzie on a particular issue, a very serious one actually. It's very heartening when we hear cases, reports of violence, no, even physical and sexual assaults of against domestic workers. In your work, Lizzie, how have you been dealing on this, of course, to prevent this and immediately put them into justice, those who have violated very fundamental human rights of dignity of a person? Lizzie.
We as an organization.
You're muted. Oh, you don't have an audio. Lizzie, you don't have an audio. Looks like it.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Can you inform? Oh, sorry. Can you?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, I was saying
yeah. Sorry about that. No, go ahead. Sorry, Lizzie. Yeah.
Okay. It is, first of all, it is among the workers to become aware of these possibilities, recognize violence on them as violence.
Yeah.
So the unions have to play a role in this, educating on their rights, constitutional rights, rights as women, rights as workers, rights as migrant workers.
Yeah.
Secondly, we have also initiated breaking the fetters of silence.
Yeah.
So that goes a long way to express the forms of violence that is taking place. Thirdly, the unions taking initiative, report on violence, monitoring violence, and also representing to the concerned authorities. We in India, we do have a separate law on violence, Domestic Violence Act. So giving education had been a long way, also reporting on violence, and then taking initiatives to also meet the other party. And then among the migrant domestic workers as well, this had been, like we know, number of workers who are missing, gone to workplace and never come back. There is lots of bodies that has come back, but these were not getting recognized or in a way reported. But over the last few years, there are change, there is growth, there is space in the media, space in the politics, space trying to report these issues, and also workers among themselves able to recognize violence and report. So that has come a long way. So the networking has a great impact, bringing information and also knowing about their rights, that has come a long way. So on the violence, I don't say the reduction, but there is greater recognition and greater reporting that is taking place. And that, I think, is the first start, and we should continue with it. And then creating awareness and creating possibilities. Like if you look at earlier, embassies never had any legal assistance, but today there are. But still, workers are their first concern is to come back. But then we need to, we are slowly educating them. We are slowly trying to organize and tell them, report on violence and then return, so that you have justice. So also, even with regard to the domestic violence, I think standing up for oneself, asserting one's rights has gone a long way. When you are taking, like in the culture of Asian culture, especially Indian culture, silence on violence had been a very, very difficult situation, because of which the violence was percolating. However, these situations are slowly changing. So I consider that workers themselves have a long way to go, and also the roles that they have to play. So awareness, assertion can bring in change.
That's true. Awareness and assertion can bring a significant change. We'll go to Rahel. Of course, in the trade union or the trade union movement, our primary role is to negotiate and conclude legally binding agreements that aim at improving working conditions, salary, welfare, and you name it. In your experience, Rahel, how do you do this? Because a very big challenge of individual members is scattered from one household to the other, one place to the other, geographically speaking. Unlike, if it is an enterprise or if it is a company, garment workers, more or less, they are in that one section of the work, and you're speaking to one or group of employees. But in the case of migrant workers, this is something that is very challenging to represent them scattered in many households. How this is done, and having, as we said, a legally binding agreement or agreement that will raise their working and even living conditions. Any particular experience or any challenge that you see on this front, Rahel?
Okay. Thank you, my brother. Do you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, it is. We have a challenge to improve the working condition. What we are doing, we have to, for the next 10 years plan or so, we have a CAP. We have addressing the CAP, improving the life of the domestic workers, these migrant workers. The Confederation of Ethiopian Trade Union design multi-level strategies, like institutional level, strengthen the legislative and the regulatory framework, with the civil society level, building the capacity of the trade union and the association of the domestic workers. At the community level, raising the awareness and mobilizing the domestic workers. So we want to do the strength of the domestic workers, these migrant workers, voice for the policy dialogue, to create structure space of the trade union and the association of the domestic workers with the governmental representative, promote of the legislation policies on domestic workers. So this is strength of the association and the network of the domestic workers to ensure well credible, accountable, independent, and inclusive, say so, with the capacity, effective representative interests of the domestic workers, safeguarding the right of the domestic workers, the migrant workers, engage with all level governmental, promote policies to change. So the problem still we don't have, there is a gap. It is not incorporated in the labor laws proclamation. That's also the problem. So we want to do that. So we are lobbying different level, the stakeholders. We're now at this stage, we're doing an advocacy work. So we have a good partnership relationship with Addis Ababa University. Also with different, we have a partner, CVM. We are doing different activities with our partner CVM. That is, so we want to do, say to partner, design the strategy, ensure decent work condition in local and migrant domestic workers in Ethiopia, conduct evidence-based research, and lobby the government of Ethiopia to ratify this Convention 189, inclusive the domestic workers issue in the Ethiopian labor law 1156/2019. Establish the strengths of the domestic workers, the right-based of association and the union, promote safe migration, lobbying, advocacy of the right of the dignity and protection of domestic workers, ensure fair and legitimize recruitment process of the migrant and local domestic workers with capacity, private employment agency, establish the strength the task force to promote and evaluate decent work condition and safe migration, establish multi-stakeholder platforms. The Confederation of Ethiopian Trade Union, strongly believe the next 10 years in Ethiopia, government will ratify the ILO Convention 189. Domestic workers will get a recognition of in the house as the workplace and of the domestic workers as profession, and also get legal protection. Thank you.
Yeah, that's comprehensive list of your union will have to do outline for the next 10 years. Now, to complete this second round, Marcelina, we are aware that there have been many services and programs are extended to members of domestic workers union and association, legal counsel, advice, even training, of course, to become aware of their rights, as we heard from the other panelists. But equally important is on the reintegration, because at the end or somewhere along the course of this their work overseas, they will some of them will eventually go back home, by their own choosing. And is there any in your organization a program or a service along this line to be reintegrated in the community and become also still a member of the union or a member of the organization, but in a different plane, different setup, and still being economically productive? Because earlier there was a mention of economic empowerment. It's important that the hard-earned savings afterwards can still be used, once you are reintegrated to your community or back home. Do you have any of this program, or at least plans in the next to strengthen this, if ever, in the next 10 years, Marcelina?
Sí, realizamos distintas acciones y uno de los temas de capacitación que abordamos es usar el convenio 189, por ejemplo, en temas de migraciones, para que también las trabajadoras del hogar tengan sus derechos de manera portátil, es decir, que las trabajadoras del hogar, donde quiera que migran, tengan los mismos derechos humanos, empezando con el derecho a la migración. En nuestra organización hemos implementado distintas acciones de atención, empezando con la capacitación para el empoderamiento de las trabajadoras, que deben de conocer primero las leyes de nuestro país y el convenio 189 a nivel mundial. Hemos capacitado también a las trabajadoras del hogar sobre vocería, liderazgo, formación de formadoras, porque es muy importante saber que las mismas trabajadoras del hogar nos hemos visto obligadas a capacitar a otras compañeras, a liderar nuestras organizaciones y sobre todo a hablar por nosotras mismas, y por ello es tan importante la capacitación de ellas en cuanto a la vocería, liderazgo, formación. En nuestra organización hemos empezado una cooperativa de servicios en el cual deberemos certificar el trabajo de las trabajadoras del hogar también para que accedan a mejores condiciones económicas y que también puedan ellas mismas autofinanciar su trabajo, encontrando una mejor calidad de vida. Es también importante pensar en estrategias. En México hemos trabajado distintas estrategias, empezando con la sensibilización a las personas empleadoras. Eso es muy importante porque podremos tener muchísimos avances organizativos, legales, pero si nuestros empleadores no están conscientes de nuestros derechos, no vamos a lograr avances significativos para nosotras. Entonces, hemos realizado distintas formas de incluso capacitación a las empleadoras. Hemos armado grupos de personas que también van pasando las voces a otras empleadoras, y que hemos creado en México una asociación de personas empleadoras que influyeron muchísimo para la ratificación y el avance de las leyes en nuestro país. Debemos de tener clarísimo que las trabajadoras del hogar no han aprendido a organizarse porque nadie nos ha enseñado esa forma de lograr nuestros derechos, y por eso es importante concientizar a las trabajadoras sobre sus derechos, sobre la importancia de organizarnos, estar juntas para lograr nuestros derechos, y enseñar a nuestros gobiernos, porque por décadas y miles de años no atendieron a este sector, y hoy que tienen la oportunidad de hacer cambios para las trabajadoras, se encuentran con nada porque no tienen formas de implementar, y les cuesta mucho trabajo, y por eso también enseñar a nuestros gobiernos a que difundan lo que existe, lo que se va avanzando en las leyes, y que también tomen las buenas prácticas de otros países para implementar en sus propios países lo que sirvió en otros países. Y creo que eso también nos ha ayudado muchísimo. El trabajo en alianza con organizaciones tanto nacionales como internacionales también ayuda muchísimo, porque como la OIT que ha implementado el convenio 189, tiene buenísimas recomendaciones para nuestros gobiernos, apoyar en la organización de las trabajadoras, y por eso creo que las trabajadoras del hogar organizadas debemos de aprovechar todos estos insumos y oportunidades para aumentar el número de miembros en en nuestras bases y sobre todo la responsabilidad que tenemos como sindicatos de defender los derechos de las trabajadoras del hogar, prepararlas a que ellas sean también en sus espacios, defender estos derechos y estar ahí al tanto para que ellas no tengan miedo, para que ellas también puedan ser capaces de por sí misma defender y exigir esos derechos, ya que cada quien estamos en diferentes casas y difícilmente vamos a lograr que comentarlo inmediatamente con nuestras compañeras, así que debemos de tener una estrategia fuerte para que las trabajadoras se empoderen y hagan exigibles estos derechos, pero también demanden estas formas de violencia que normalmente padecen todos los días. Y vuelvo a decir, la desigualdad, la discriminación y el desempleo que están sufriendo ante esta pandemia, pues las obliga a aceptar trabajos con condiciones precarias porque tienen miedo a perder el empleo. Así que tenemos muchísimo que hacer las organizaciones de trabajadores y trabajadoras del hogar.
Yeah, that's right. For this moment, maybe we can ask colleagues from the floor, other participants to raise questions or contribute. Alexis, is that a raise hand? Yeah, please.
Hi, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, everyone. Thanks, Sir Dong. And thanks so much to the input and interventions of all the panelists. Definitely, there is a long history of people who have been engaging on recognizing domestic work as work. I would like to speak as Migrant Women Forum, a network from Asia and MENA and Pacific, and hopefully other regions as well. And we're looking at women, gender, and migration. Emanating and amplifying voice from the South. Just to say that there is strength in numbers and there is strength in organizing. There is strength in collective action and in social dialogue. It is important for us to continue the work that we do, but we need to revitalize and be re-energized with new perspectives from the youth, from young women, and have that intergenerational dialogue on what has happened 10 years ago and what can happen 10 years from now. Just to say that we should also look into how different instruments and international commitments, as well as conventions that are there, which can bridge on what we are currently doing. And it was also mentioned earlier on the C-190 on eliminating violence and harassment on the world of work. As local and migrant domestic workers, we also need to look into this, as it is a different dynamic for them, as their workplace is also often their accommodation or their home at least. As Migrant Women Forum, we hope to look more into this, into domestic work, and very much look forward to engage with you all in the future in hopes to change and to charge forward in a future that is people-centered and human rights-based while looking back at our past to learn from. Now, my question to the panel, as we are looking about the future, or as we are talking about the future, how do you see the engagement of youth, especially young women, in fighting and advocating for the rights of domestic workers? What are your strategies and what are your plans on this? Thank you.
Okay, first, thank you for that pledge from MFA that we will be still part of the next 10 years, William and your team. And the particular question on how do we involve the young generation in our organizing strategy. Anyone from the panelists who would like to take on that particular question? How do we involve the young generation in our movement?
If I may.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so we have experienced organizing local people to support the cause and rights of migrant domestic workers. And we especially have been able to, I'm sharing an experience in Hong Kong when we had the case of Ariana which is an Indonesian migrant domestic worker, seriously abused by her employer. And of course, many groups are concerned and have protests around. At that time, we organized a group of local people, and they are youth. And many of them are young people, and when they are a child, they were raised up by the migrant domestic workers. So, but at the home place, they are not the one who can make the decision. So it's always the parents who make the decision, although they have the feeling for the migrant domestic workers because of the care by them. They also have sympathy for the migrant domestic workers. When they grow up, they have a concern on the migrant domestic workers as well. So we have found that it's easier to get these youth to be organized, the local people, as youth, as local, to speak up for the cause of the migrant domestic workers. So they are the future, and we hope we can really mobilize them and also have more discussion and chatting with them to understand with each other.
Okay, Fish, that's a very concrete experience. Anyone from the members of the panel who would like to respond to that? Otherwise, we can. Are there any other raised hand, colleagues? If I may have missed it in the screen. But on that question, anyone from the other members of the panel, how do we, or how you, from your organizational experience, involve the young generation to our cause? Okay, something to think about. I'm conscious of the time. Maybe at this point, again, speaking on the last, sorry, in the next 10 years, Fish, the other week or day, we were in a similar discussion like this, and we focused on the transnational union formation that the IDWF will continue. Would you like to share on specific thoughts on this, and maybe that's a good parting words and a strategy for the other members of the panel as well. How this cooperation of alliances, networks within the frame, at least from the what you have started, the transnational union of domestic and care workers, Fish, if you may, please.
Yeah, indeed, it is a one of the top concern and thinking how we can do transnational collaboration between groups or unions from the origin, and also bringing groups and unions from the origins of countries and also the destination countries together to work together. It's not very easy, of course. We do need very concrete and very devoted effort into the organizing of migrant domestic workers. For the organizing in the destination, there are challenges for even a local person who want, or local union in the destination. They want to organize the migrant domestic workers, but they may not speak the language of the migrant domestic workers. And from the countries of origin, they are based in the countries of origin. They are not able to know the efficacy, governance structure, and also they cannot catch up with the migrants issue. So transnational organizing between countries of origin and destination is important in the way in supporting the migrant domestic workers, and also the advocacy, putting pressure on the destination and origin countries. So in the IWF, we have regional coordinators placed in different regions, and we are supporting groups in the destination. Like I have my colleague in the Middle East and MENA region, and I'm based in Hong Kong and also one of the destination in Asia. So we are supporting the organizing migrant domestic workers, but only we working alone is not enough. So if I may share the experience collaborating with Central Philippines, which is the National Trade Union Centers in the Philippines. They have organizers to come from time to time and providing important mentoring for the migrant domestic workers leadership. And it is very important and crucial because sometimes we are in the destination country, but we do need someone from their own countries to provide also the history and the way of struggles from the countries of origin. So through the collaboration, last week we are very happy to see that the pre-congress of the Transnational Federation of Filipino Domestic Workers is organized, and we can see next year or the coming 1 or 2 years, the Transnational Federation will be formed, and we also hope the same experience can apply to other nationality. Like in Asia, especially we have a big number of migrant domestic workers from Indonesia. So we hope we can really work on this bit by bit through collaboration, committed collaboration with one another. And of course, all the NGOs have been in full support. Like MFA has been providing a lot of knowledge and experience in the regional and international dialogues and strategies, and NGOs in the destination also provide a lot of service and support in the shelter and legal, paralegal training, etc. All these we need everybody to work together in order to have a start on the transnational organizing.
Yeah, that's something to look forward to, obviously. At this moment, let's call Hirut Abera, and hopefully Rahel can help us to translate, to have the last round before we conclude. Rahel, if you can help us with the translation so we can have Ruth to be part of this conversation now.
Okay, thank you. Hirut can, she start to talking. You can continue. Okay. ኤክስፔሪንስ ያለው
የመጀመሪያው ምንድነው የቤት ሰራተኞች ልክ እንደ ማንኛውም ሰራተኞች ሪኮግናይዝ መደረግ አለባቸው። ኦኬ ስለዚህ ልክ እንደ ማንኛውም ስራ ነው ብሎ መታወቅ አለበት። የሚሰሩትም ስራ እውቅና ሊሰጠው የሙያ እውቅና ሊሰጠው ይገባል። እንዲሁ በልምድ ብቻ ሳይሆን ከእውቀትም ጋር ከክህሎት ጋር ተጨምሮ መሰራት ማለት ስራው ልክ እንደ ማንኛውም ፕሮፌሽናል የሆነ ስራ ነው ብሎ እንዲታወቅ ማድረግ።
Hirut, she talked in Amharic. What she say for the domestic workers, just to get a recognition, just as another work. So not only just as as usual work. So domestic workers always to get take technical skills, professional work. So people has respect this work.
ይህ ሙያ በአገር ኢኮኖሚ ላይ አስተዋጽኦ እንዳለው እንዲታወቅ ግፊት ማድረግ አለብን። ብሎም ከሀገር ውጭ ሄደው የሚሰሩ የቤት ሰራተኞች የህግ ማዕቀፉ ኮንቬንሽኑ ቢጸድቅላቸው የተሻለ የሀገር ኢኮኖሚ ላይ አስተዋጽኦ ማድረግ የሚችሉበትና ሴቭ የሆነ ማይግሬሽን ይህ ኮንቬንሽን የህግ ማዕቀፍ ስለሚሰጠው የህግ ከለላ ስለሚሰጠው ኮንቬንሽኑ እንደ ሀገር መጽደቅ አለበት የሚለው
what she says here, Ruth, domestic workers, it is very important for the country. This is very for the economy, especially for the economy, one part of crucial for this work. So the safe migration, it is also incorporate the law. This convention 189, it is important for the domestic workers, safe migration. What she says.
ስለዚህ ኮንቬንሽኑ ቢጸድቅ በተለይ እነዚህ ህገወጥ ስደቶችን ለመቆጣጠር የሚቻልበትና ማንኛውም ሰው ስራውን ስራ ነው ብሎ የሚሰራበትን መንገድ ያመቻቻል። ኮንቬንሽኑ እድል ይሰጣል ብዬ አምናለሁ። ስለዚህ ሁሉም ማህበረሰብ ለዚህ ኮንቬንሽን የተሻለ ማለት ኮንቬንሽኑ የሚጸድቅበትን ምንድነው ማለት አቅጣጫ የሚቀመጥበትን ነገር ቢሆን ይሻላል ብዬ
አስባለሁ። Convention 189 to ratify, it is very important to stop irregular migration. So the stakeholders, the trade union, different actors to support, to lobbying and advocacy to ratify this convention. Thank you, she said. አመሰግናለሁ in Amharic.
Well pointed course of action for us to do. Let's call on Lisi, and then after Marcelina for the last takeaways for their respective organizations, so we can conclude this part of the session. Lisi, please.
Yes, with regard to the continuing process of empowering on one side, we have initiated or started the Federation of the Local and International Domestic Workers Federation. Already it has come a long way with the meetings and networking. And another, along with the work skill, I also thought it was important for communication skills, which can help in a way to raise issues, to facilitate the process of communication among the migrant domestic workers, both among themselves as well as with organizers or with the unions in the home country. So that is another takeaway. Third, the capacity of workers organizing themselves, voicing, claiming political space has become very important. We are in a very, very difficult situation of both political scenario as well as the situations of COVID. But then the workers claiming their space becomes very, very important. Be political, economic, and social, where there is discrimination is prevalent, especially from workers who go from, they are from the lower socio-economic political background that they go. So we have seen that they have to be really empowered. So our commitment is towards that, creating space and platform for them to come together, and maybe meeting with responsible. We have also started a campaigning with the various stakeholders, and that can take us a long way. Yes.
All right. Thank you for that last contribution, Lisi. And last but not the least, Marcelina, please, for your final takeaway message.
Gracias. Si bien es cierto, tenemos muchos desafíos todavía, pero la globalización es una buena oportunidad para nosotras en esta lucha por el reconocimiento de las trabajadoras del hogar, empezando porque la Organización Internacional del Trabajo ha reconocido el trabajo del hogar como tal, como un trabajo y a las trabajadoras sus derechos laborales, sus derechos humanos, siendo una de ellas la migración. Entonces, reconocer y usar como todas estas oportunidades y lo más interesante en las trabajadoras del hogar es que ya somos una organización globalizada y estamos exigiendo nuestros derechos en todo el mundo, y por ello es tan importante utilizar nuestras experiencias de un país a otro, y para eso pues deberemos las trabajadoras del hogar, los movimientos, usar nuestras experiencias de lucha en distintos lugares, porque esto ayuda como buena práctica para que un país que todavía no avanza les puede servir pues todas estas experiencias que nosotras estamos llevando a cabo. También el tema de la migración será uno de los temas que deberá de atender los sindicatos, ya que el número de personas migrantes a nivel mundial de trabajadoras del hogar ha crecido, y seguramente más aún con la pandemia, que le dificultará muchísimo encontrar un trabajo decente, y el único medio que tendrán las compañeras para la defensa de sus derechos serán las organizaciones. Así que es todo, y muchísimas gracias por este día tan importante para las migraciones y para las personas migrantes. Aprovecho el espacio para saludar y felicitar el trabajo que ha hecho mi compañera Fish desde la Federación Internacional. Gracias.
Okay, thank you, colleagues and members of this panel and in this session. I will not attempt to summarize because it's very rich, maybe towards the end, when all the sessions can be weaved into common actions that we can do together in the next 10 years or so. Thank you for the opportunity to moderate this session, and I'll pass it on back to Abby. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Apolinar. In a span of 10 years, many things can happen. Initiatives can turn into movement. Struggle can turn into relief only if there is a continuous work, capacity building, partnership towards achieving our goal, which is for the betterment of the migrant workers. Again, please do open your camera so we will take a photo.
No, pati larga
For this session, we have 4 pages.
No,
Page 1.
Sorry.
Page 2. Page 3. And page 4. Before we proceed to our last session, let us witness the last set of cultural intermission, first by Garifuna community in Honduras and New York. Be reminded that the following presentations are in Spanish, but we do have interpreters. So the first presentation is called Wabafu Garifuna Dance Theater. It was created by Luz Solis Ramos and currently directed by her daughter, Kathleen Solis Ray. For the next presentation is by Gary Group Dance and Performance. The name of the song is You Remain, written by Felix Gamboa. The next presentation is from Sims again. This song that you will witness is entitled Chiti Ai Hai. This is dedicated to migrant workers who left their home countries to earn a living. This is sung by Pankaj Udhas, lyrics by Anand Bakshi, and the music director is Laxmikant Pierrelal.
चिट्ठी आई है चिट्ठी आई है, चिट्ठी आई है चिट्ठी आई है, चिट्ठी आई है वतन से चिट्ठी आई है। बड़े दिनों के बाद हम बेवतनों को याद, बड़े दिनों के बाद हम बेवतनों को याद, वतन की मिट्टी आई है। चिट्ठी आई है चिट्ठी आई है, चिट्ठी आई है वतन से चिट्ठी आई है। ऊपर मेरा नाम लिखा है, अंदर ये पैगाम लिखा है। ओ परदेस को जाने वाले लौट के फिर ना आने वाले, सात समुंदर पार गया तू, हमको जिंदा मार गया तू, खून के रिश्ते तोड़ गया तू, आंख में आंसू छोड़ गया तू। हम खाते हैं कम सोते हैं, बहुत ज्यादा हम रोते हैं। चिट्ठी आई है चिट्ठी आई है चिट्ठी आई है, चिट्ठी आई है वतन से चिट्ठी आई है। सूनी हो गई शहर की गलियां, कांटे बन गई बाग की कलियां, कहते हैं सावन के झूले, भूल गया तू हम नहीं भूले, तेरे बिन जब आई दीवाली, दीप नहीं दिल जले हैं खाली, तेरे बिन जब आई होली, पिचकारी से छूटी गोली, पल सूना पनघट सूना, घर शमशान का बना नमूना, फसल कटी आई बैसाखी, तेरा आना रह गया बाकी। चिट्ठी आई है चिट्ठी आई है चिट्ठी आई है, चिट्ठी आई है वतन से चिट्ठी आई है। पहले जब तू खत लिखता था, कागज पे चेहरा दिखता था, बंद हुआ ये मेल भी अब तो खत्म हुआ ये खेल भी अब तो। गोली में जब बैठी बहना, रास्ता देख रहे थे नैना। मैं तो बाप हूँ, मेरा क्या है, तेरी माँ का हाल बुरा है। तेरी बीवी करती है सेवा, सूरत से लगती है बेवा। तूने पैसा बहुत कमाया, किस पैसे ने देश छुड़ाया। देश पराया छोड़ के आजा, पंजी पिंजड़ा तोड़ के आजा। देश पराया छोड़ के आजा, पंजी पिंजरा तोड़ के आजा। आजा उम्र बहुत है छोटी, अपने घर में भी है रोटी। चिट्ठी आई है, चिट्ठी आई है, आई है चिट्ठी आई है, चिट्ठी आई है वतन से चिट्ठी आई है। बड़े दिनों के बाद हम बेवतनों को याद, बड़े दिनों के बाद हम बेवतनों को याद। वतन की मिट्टी आई है, बड़े दिनों के बाद हम बेवतनों वतन की मिट्टी आई है।
As the saying says, music is associated with emotions. People write it to express themselves and help them cope up with uncertainties. Amazingly, that personal experiences are being turned into an art to better express themselves. Such an amazing pieces and talents. I would like to grab this opportunity to thank all our performers. It's really our pleasure to have all of you for tonight's event. Our last session is a comment in time, deconstructing the discourse around detention. May I call on our moderator for this session, Rachel Rayleigh. She is the Senior Advocacy Coordinator at the Global Detention Project. It is a committed refugee and migrant rights expert with more than 30 years of experience in global refugee, migration, and human rights advocacy and policy. Also, she was the founding Refugee Policy Director at Human Rights Watch and set up the organization's refugee program. She also spearheaded several major projects, including the organization's groundbreaking work on disability inclusion and humanitarian emergencies. She has a BA in social anthropology from the University of Cambridge and a Master's of Science in social policy and planning from the London School of Economics. Over to you, Rachel.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that beautiful music. It was really wonderful, and the dancing. So as you've introduced me, my name is Rachel Riley. I'm the Senior Advocacy Coordinator at the Global Detention Project based in Geneva. So I'm talking to you from Geneva. The GDP tracks conditions, laws, and policies in more than 2,300 immigration detention centers in nearly 100 countries around the world in order to promote the human rights of migration-related detainees. I will be the moderator for our event today. I'd like to welcome you all to a comment in time, deconstructing the discourse around detention, organised by Migrant Forum Asia to celebrate International Migrants Day. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you to our panelists for sharing your experience with us, and thank you to Migrant Forum in Asia for organising this event. Tomorrow, the 18th of December, is International Migrants Day, a day on which we celebrate the contribution of migrants to countries around the world and call for greater respect for their human rights. This year, the UN has declared the theme of International Migrants Day as harnessing the potential of human mobility. Today marks the adoption of the UN resolution on the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and Their Families, which occurred on the 18th of December 1990. And it was officially declared International Migrants Day by the UN in December 2000. The convention, known as the Migrant Workers Convention, came into effect on the 3rd of July 2003 and has been ratified by 56 countries to date. It was because of tireless advocacy efforts by activists and civil society organizations like yourselves that the 18th of December was designated as International Migrants Day and the Convention on Migrant Workers came into effect. Migrants and civil society organizations should be at the forefront of celebrations marking this day. It's also fitting that Migrant Forum in Asia has chosen to focus on the latest expert opinion from the Committee on Migrant Workers, the body that oversees the Convention on Migrant Workers, concerning migrants' right to liberty and freedom from arbitrary detention as part of today's event. The detention of migrants, asylum seekers, and refugees around the world is a rapidly growing phenomenon, and it's big business. Governments' default response to migrants and asylum seekers arriving, as they see it, irregularly at their borders, and for those people they wish to deport, is to detain them. There has been a huge growth in privately run immigration detention systems operating with substantial profits at the expense of migrants' human rights. The detention of migrants is frequently ad hoc and arbitrary, not based on legal norms or administrative guidelines, but at the whim of border forces and security officials. It's often prolonged, sometimes indefinite, and without the opportunity for legal review. Conditions in immigration detention are often deplorable, without adequate bedding, food, clean water, and medical care. They're also often unsafe, with migrants, including women and children, subject to violence, sexual assault, psychological abuse, and ill treatment. Prolonged detention in poor conditions has a devastating impact on the physical and mental health and well-being of migrants and asylum seekers, causing long-term damage, and in some instances, leading to self-harm and even suicide. Children, pregnant women, the elderly, persons with disabilities, survivors of tortures and sexual abuse are all detained without distinction. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has increased the use of detention in some parts of the world. While governments around the world have struggled to control the spread of the virus, they have often arbitrarily targeted migrants and asylum seekers with lockdown measures that are not applied to others in society. Migrants and asylum seekers are locked up, ostensibly to prevent the transmission of the disease. But we know that overcrowded and poor sanitary conditions in immigration detention centres have led to the spread of the virus, not its containment. Really, at the core of the international immigration detention phenomenon is an effort to criminalise migration rather than a commitment to uphold migrants' human rights. So today, on International Migrants Day, we cannot fully celebrate the contribution of migrants or harness the potential of human mobility as the UN would like us to do, when we know that around the world, hundreds of thousands of migrants are either being held in terrible conditions in immigration detention or are living every day in the fear that they may be arbitrarily detained. The detention of asylum seekers, migrants, and refugees constitutes one of the worst assaults on their basic rights, the right to liberty. And this is why the most recent authoritative opinion of the UN Committee on Migrant Workers is so important. The CMW's General Comment number 5 on migrants' right to liberty and freedom from arbitrary detention provides guidance to states on how to protect migrants against arbitrary detention and how to uphold their fundamental rights to liberty, rights which are guaranteed under Articles 16 and 17 of the Convention on Migrant Workers. General Comment number 5 establishes some important principles for governments and detaining authorities. These include the principle of non-discrimination and the principle of non-criminalization of migration, the fundamental principle that immigration policy should be based on the presumption of freedom, not detention, the principle already established by the UN Committee on Migrant Workers and the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child in their joint general comment that migrant children should never be detained, and the recommendation that vulnerable individuals and those at risk of exploitation, sexual abuse, or violence should not be detained. In order to understand more about General Comment number 5, we will hear first from Alvaro Botero Navarro, the Vice Chair of the Committee on Migrant Workers, the body responsible for drafting the General Comment. And then we will hear from 2 speakers who will highlight how guidance like this can be translated into practice. From the perspective of the trade unions, from Joel Odigi, Deputy General Secretary of the International Trade Union Confederation, a Pan-African trade union organization, and from a grassroots activist perspective, from Vika Smith-Uka, an organizer for Right to Remain, This Wall Must Fall, a network of local community campaigns working together to end immigration detention in the UK. Each speaker will give a 4 to 5 minute presentation, and after each presentation, we'll have some time for interactive dialogue with some questions from the floor and from myself. And then we'll have an open forum for discussion for the last 30 to 40 minutes. So please, if you have questions, put them in the chat. And if you have specific questions for individual speakers, please indicate that. And of course, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand virtually. So I would like now to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Alvaro Botero Navarro. Mr. Botero is a member and vice chair of the Committee on Migrant Workers and also the coordinator of the Unit on Refugees and Forced Displacement from the Organization of American States. As an eminent Colombian lawyer, Mr. Navarro graduated from Universidad del Norte and has a master's degree in advanced studies in human rights from the University of Madrid. He studied international migration at Georgetown University in Washington, DC, and has conducted programs on human rights and study stays in various universities in Finland, Italy, France, and Spain. He was a Romulo Gallegos Fellow of the Inter-American Committee for Human Rights from 2008 to 2009. And previously he worked as a consultant for the United Nations Development Programme and the Ibero-American General Secretariat on issues of access to justice for vulnerable groups in Ibero-America. Mr. Navarro, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Thanks for the kind words and the introduction to the work conducted by the Committee on Migrant Workers. And especially, it is a very important day for the reasons that we are commemorating today, but also in terms of the importance of the Convention on the Rights of Migrants, which was adopted. It's going to be 31 years now today since the adoption of the convention. I would also like to thank to the Migrant Forum Asia and the organizers for giving me the opportunity to address you today. Basically, the idea with the general comment was to give a response regarding the concern in terms of the trend towards the criminalization of migration, as you rightly mentioned during your intervention, Rachel. This trend is visible in the increasingly frequent use of detention of migrants across several regions of the world. And as you also said, at the moment there are thousands of people who are unduly detained in several parts of the world. In the context of international migration, immigration control measures implemented by many states, such as automatic and mandatory detention, punishment during detention, detention of children with their families and on their own, including with unrelated adults, and also the detention of pregnant women, victims of human trafficking, asylum seekers, refugees, has become a very common measure for many states when dealing or trying to manage migration. State parties, and in this context, the committee considers that many of the measures that end up with the deprivation of liberty of migrants in most of the cases can be considered as a violation of the rights of migrant workers to liberty and other related rights. Something that I would like to highlight regarding the general comment number 5 is that this is the most developed interpretation regarding the right to personal liberty. But another important aspect regarding this general comment is that not only focus in the right to personal liberty, but also connect with other human rights that should be respected regarding migrants and their families. So even when the focus is on the right to personal liberty and how this right should be protected in the first place, also address the impacts of the use of immigration detention and the use of, or the deprivation of liberty that might have in other rights, like the prohibition of torture, the right to family, the protection of the best interests of the child, and so many other rights. In this context, the Committee on Migrant Workers interpreted these rights, but another thing that I think it's important to take into consideration is that even when our focus is in the provisions of the Convention on Migrant Workers, the idea from the beginning of the general comment is that we are interpreting the right to personal liberty and its connection with other human rights. But if you see the text of the general comment, you will also see that the committee is quoting the provision of other international and regional conventions on human rights where the right of liberty is protected. So the idea is, even when this is the interpretative, authoritative interpretation of the provisions of the convention, is that with this general comment number 5, we are also giving guidance in terms of how the similar provisions in other international and human rights instruments should be interpreted. So for those states that hasn't ratified the Convention on Migrant Workers, this gives the opportunity to litigants and civil society organizations to use, and that's what we are trying to encourage, to use all the organizations and relevant stakeholders to use the interpretation that the committee gave in this general comment number 5. One of the reasons for the committee to adopting this general comment is that the criminalization of migration has evolved to a point that has involved the manipulation of criminal law to punish or to seek to prevent irregular migration in a way that is overwhelming, disproportionate, and inconsistent with the convention obligations. This is often based on political strategies seeking to deter irregular migration rather to the commitment to uphold the rights of migrants and their families. Another thing is that, unfortunately, this is not a recent phenomenon. Since the 1990s, there has been a significant increase in the use of immigration detention. And this has, and this is something very important in the case of many countries around the world, like the US, Mexico, or many European countries, or countries that are externalizing the use of immigration detention, is that immigration detention has become a mechanism of mass arbitrary imprisonment of migrants and their families. And this ignites the protections entitled in the rights of personal liberty and other human rights. In this sense, the committee has also witnessed with concern that over the last decades, there has been a rising involvement, as you mentioned, in the use of immigration detention by private prison corporations in immigration enforcement, alongside with the expansion of the immigration detention system. Unfortunately, immigration detention has become an industry, reporting sizable annual profits to private prison contractors. And in some cases, states' profits are drawn from detaining migrants and asylum seekers, and including those awaiting for the decisions in process of deportation. Another important element about the standards developing in this general comment is that one of the challenges that the committee has noted is that many states try to circumvent the protection of the right to liberty, calling detention or what we consider detention with different names, such as sheltering, administrative retention, and so on. So one of the importance in the general comment, the standards developed here, is that there is a very specific definition of what the committee understands as detention and when it considers that a migrant is deprived of its liberty. So it doesn't matter the name that the state is trying to use in order to avoid the protections of the right to liberty. If the factual elements are the same that those described in the definition of detention, then the protections of the right to liberty and other rights like the prohibition of torture should be applied in this context. There are also, as you mentioned, one of the things, and I think I should be finishing here, that the committee, one of the important starting points is the fact that the committee considers the use of immigration detention as an undesirable measure and established that there should always be a presumption against, in law, against detention and therefore in favor of freedom. So this is the starting point, and that's why I think it's so appropriate, the title of this webinar, in terms of how we go back to the basics, how we go back to the right to liberty and personal liberty for all individuals, no matter their immigration status. And this is one of the ways that we can start protecting the right to liberty to all migrants. And then in those very exceptional cases where immigration detention can be used, how should be made the analysis for the use of the detention as a last resource mechanism. Another important thing is the committee in this general comment also give guidance in terms of how alternatives to detention should be interpreted. And we also provide a definition regarding the alternatives to detention. One last point that I think it's very important, considering the trend of externalization of immigration control, is that the use of these measures within their territory or through measures towards the externalization of immigration control or bilateral or multilateral agreements with other states can also entail international responsibility for those states involved in the use of this kind of measures. So I think I'll leave it here because there are many elements and many standards that merits the attention of you and the organizations that are attending this important webinar. But yeah, I highly encourage you to read the general comment, to use you in your advocacy and litigation strategies. And also, as Rachel mentioned, the Committee on Migrant Workers, unfortunately, given the challenges that we have to promote the protection of the rights of migrants, only have 56 states that have ratified this convention. But as you can see, with the developments that have been put forward with this general comment, there are many areas where the Committee on Migrant Workers, with the right push from civil society organizations, from the state party and other stakeholders, can strengthen the protections, the upholding of the human rights of migrants. So this is also an invitation and an urgent call, considering that this is the 30th anniversary of the Convention on Migrant Workers. For all those that are working in states that hasn't ratified the convention, please remember that this is the main international human rights instrument for the specific protection of the human rights of migrants. The only one that we have, that the international community has been able to draft and to develop at the UN level. And unfortunately, one of those with the less number of ratifications. I think this shouldn't be a message for discouragement, but also to reaffirm our commitments that it is important that we consider that human rights for migrants should also be a commitment for all state parties, and not going toward those trends that tend to deal with migrant issues more in non-binding mechanisms or procedures. So yeah, just a call from the committee to strengthen your strategies to advocate for the ratification of the convention, considering that this is the main human rights instrument for the protection of the human rights of migrants. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was a very comprehensive overview to the thinking behind the drafting of the general comment, the content of the general comment, and then at the end touching on how civil society organizations can engage and use it. I see, William, that you have a question on the chat. Would you like to ask that directly to Alvaro, as we have a few minutes that we can have a short discussion before we move on to the next speaker?
Thanks, Rachel. I was not expecting to take the floor, but thanks, Alvaro, for that, and thanks for the comment, which is really a comment in time. I was just thinking, we have seen this, and social movements have picked this up in the last 2 years, the shrinking space, civic space, and on freedoms that we have seen, and state power rising and things like that. And we have seen that while it has impacted quite a lot of spectrum within society, it has impacted migrants as well, and in the worst of ways. We have seen in our own region, from countries like Singapore to the Gulf states, we have seen detention in all its forms, kind of thing. So we are living in a world where detention in all its forms, even alternatives, is all created this ethos, that detention is so normalized. How do we now start pushing back, or building back, or clawing back this notion of liberty and freedom as that fundamental right? Because I see it as a big regression in the principle that you are talking about.
Thank you, William. Would you like to respond to that now, or I don't know if there are any other questions? Why don't we respond to that now? And if anyone has any other questions, please put them in the chat or raise your hand.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Rachel. So I'll go ahead and thanks, William, for those very pertinent reflections and the question. I think that's one of the most challenging issues when dealing with the protection of human rights of migrants and non-nationals. And there is a book from Marie-Bénédicte Dembourg that rightly, it's called Are Human Rights for Migrants? Putting into question why it is so difficult for states to recognize migrants as individuals that deserve the protection of human rights as any other individual. So I think there are many efforts that can still and should still be done in terms of how organizations communicate regarding why migrants should be considered as equals as any other individual. Even when there has been many important initiatives in terms of advocacy and litigation, I think many of the things that can be done should be done in the area of how we communicate the work that we are doing. So
I've lost the sound. I don't know if anyone else has.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I think there is a lot of space for advocacy in terms of how we communicate migrants as individuals that deserve the protection of the human rights in an equal foot with nationals. So even when all those actions in terms of advocacy and litigation are extremely important, I think it's time for us, especially for all what we are seeing in terms of communication and social media and so on, how we expand our strategies to try to approach larger audiences, and especially those that might be on the other aisle of our positions that doesn't consider migrants as equal and as individuals that deserve protection. So in terms of legal arguments, I think we have very good legal arguments to make our case for the protection, not just to the right to liberty for migrants, but also to other human rights that are still under attack. But the area where I see that we might have margin to also gain some support from other areas of society is in terms of how we communicate and how we make more accessible this to larger sectors of the population. And also, like, for my experience at the committee, and this going to a more concrete aspect to the work of the committee with with the states parties that we are able to monitor, I think we have seen a very interesting engagement from civil society organizations from all across the globe. The process of the drafting of the general comment was able to gather more than 100 submissions from organizations from all across the world. But when we see the interactions, when the committee is reviewing state parties, like, unfortunately, most of the participation from civil society organizations come from Latin America. So in that sense, this is another call for organizations in Africa, in Asia, in the few countries that we have from Europe to engage more actively with the mechanisms of the committee. Also to give us better information on what is happening in the field, so the committee can be more targeted when dealing with the violations of human rights of migrants. So yeah, I think those will be some of my thoughts and recommendations, but definitely it's a very challenging topic. And the last point, it's we are starting to see interesting measures here in the Americas in terms of promoting the access to political rights to migrants and descendants of migrants. Recently in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and in New York, they allow foreigners or non-national to participate and to vote in local elections, in the way that we are able to give political power to migrants. Even at the level of local decisions, we will give them the opportunity to have more agency to fight for their rights and to know, and for politicians to know that if they promote narrative against migrants or diminishing the rights of migrants, that can also have a political impact in the coming elections. But yeah, that's another area where we really need to develop strategies on how to guarantee the access to political rights and political spaces for migrants and their families. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can see that there's someone has their hand up, but I have received a message saying that Vika would very much like to make her comments. Sorry that you're not feeling so well, Vika, and we would really love to hear from you. So we will come back to some of the comments you've made, Alvaro, but let me introduce Vika Smith-Uka, who is an award-winning community organizer and volunteer. Vika's a refugee from Nigeria, and she was the winner of the Women on the Move Award 2018 and the 2019 Volunteer of the Year in Calderdale Community Spirit Awards and the Heart of Salford Award Manchester. Ms. Smith-Uka is the chairperson and co-founder of Fresh Grassroots Rainbow Community, co-founder of Sisters United Halifax, and a community organizer with Right to Remain's These Walls Must Fall campaign for West Yorkshire. She's a champion for the Migrants' Justice Movement of Resistance. Vika, please take the floor, and we would love to hear from you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction. My name is Vika Smith-Uka, as you have said. I took the booster dose and I'm just rubbish. Hopefully I get to write.
Sorry to hear that.
I'm just hanging in just because the event is here and there's nothing I can do. So as she has introduced me, I am the organizer with This Was Must for West Yorkshire. And This Was Must For is a network of migrant campaigners and allies working to resist the hostile environment for migrants in Britain and calling for radical change to the immigration and asylum system. The project is supported by Right to Remain and has been running for 3 years. We currently have active group in Liverpool, Manchester, South Yorkshire, and West Yorkshire. Each group on each of those regions comprise of about 12, the range of 12-15. And they are all people with the experience of detention and are still going through it. Some of them have come over it, and a lot of them are still in the system. This summer, we had few of them being detained, some of for the deportation, the chartered flight, which we orally ran to make sure we save them with the campaigners. And our focus has been in immigration detention system in Britain, but we are currently reviewing a strategy in the light of the changing political environment. And by the changing, we mean getting worse than we feared possibly when we started out. As you all may already know, when you apply for permission to remain in UK, or you are seeking asylum or any form of settlement at all, you receive a document to say that you are liable to be detained and have been granted immigration bail. This means that you may live in the community only as long as abide by the condition of the bail. For most people, that condition is that you report to the Home Office, reporting center, or the police station weekly, fortnightly, some 6 months, 4 months, 3 months. I passed through the system myself. I was reporting for every 2 weeks, which I did for the period of 3 years before I was granted. And in that period, I was not allowed to work. With all the graduation and everything, the profession that qualification, that I had coming from back home, and the ones because I went to school here too, and I had my, MSc marketing and, doing my PhD management and all of that. I could not do anything. I was useless in the community. My son, who was also in, DD6 form, he too could not go to school because he's not allowed to go to school. And the other ones, the period I'm going to report, I am not allowed. I mean, I cannot leave them to go by themselves. So the children will definitely miss school for those days, the period I will report, which is in the morning. So the system is some awful and horrible experience. When you go through it, you know what I am talking about. And I know a lot of us here have one or two experience. Either you're supporting somebody going through that situation, or you are actively seeing what is happening in the community. So every appointment carries the risk of being randomly taken to detention center. This condition amount to unfair and unjust and unnecessary harassment of migrants. And this year, we launched a campaign calling for the end to the system. Although our campaign has focused on detention, we have always looked more to the impact on our community than to what happened, what is just happening, in the detention center. It is not just the centers with it is also the constant threat that the fear and it's the migrant that happened to migrants, at the reporting center, we feel this fear the most. This is why we choose the campaign to end it, the system. So on the March, when we launched it, we had over 200 people in the room. It was an online event because that was during the pandemic. So we had over 200 people and we had a breakout room, and then everybody will come up together and we're able to plan what we can do. And that was when we came up with, organizing, and when we had from everybody with experience and people, allies that sat together in that room, everybody, they had all the experience, the raw experience from every one of the people that spoke that day. And then the trauma, the harassment, and the demeaning nature of the system and its harm to the people's health, especially mental health. The event organizers presented their campaign principle, demanded an outlined strategy, and some suggested tactics. We then split into different groups and then finalized and agreed a way forward. These were the demands we had that day. We demanded an end to reporting condition for everyone. We demanded, or we agreed that we're going to break our silence through sharing our experience and encouraging others to do so. And by doing that, you are telling your stories. You are not allowing somebody to tell your story for you. Because the best person to tell your story or tell the story for allies to even get, in agreement with you to support you is yourself. If you don't tell your story, somebody will tell it for you, on which is not good. So we agreed that we're going to break that silence and make sure everybody speak up and tell their stories. We demanded that those of the people that were in the room with us, the witness with us, like everyone that is here today, you are listening to us, reporting that you should also support us by sharing to others and encourage others to support us. Because people that witnessed the reporting were in that room, on that 200, among the 200 people that were there. So we asked them that they should also join us to advocate and abolish the reporting. Then the Home Office must immediately move to the alternative ways of saying, in staying in touch and in contact with people, maybe by emails or text message or something. And on the 15th, we had a coordinated event. We all organized a day of action where we have people visited the 6 detention center in the UK. One in South Yorkshire, then Waterside, which is the Leeds. We had the one in London, we had the Liverpool, we had the Solihull, and all of us presented a letter then, and that was the same time in the heat of when they were rounding people up, deporting people to Zimbabwe, Nigeria, and Jamaica, and all of the places. And it is from reporting, that was why we diverted to that. because our focus is mainly on detention before. So we diverted to that to make sure we do that. It is very deflating with the kind of majority we all know that the UK government have in the parliament. And what we can do is what we are doing right now to encourage ourselves. We know they have the power, they have the office, sorry, but we have the power because we are the community, telling people these stories, making them understand how they can join together with us and fight this force is very, very important. And that is what we are doing. We have to keep doing that. So we have continued with our actions, and the community has the power. We continue with this action, and we are keeping this migrant justice movement together by building a stronger solidarity with each other. And we are doing this under this was must for, and solidarity knows no borders. Which now with nearly 50 organizations signed on to it. And we are demanding a fair immigration system, which is in Fair Immigration Movement Charter. I will also invite every one of you here to sign on to it, because that is the way we can move forward. It is only when we work together like that that we can make a change. Because one stone will just take one down, but when two together, or three or four or five, is going to move things around. It might look as if we are not doing anything now, but the more we speak to each other, the more we recruit people to join us, join the forces together, we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vika. Are you feeling well enough to take questions, or would you like? Would you like to? You try. I don't know if anyone has any questions right now for Vika, or if we move on to our next speaker and then we can have some time for discussion. But it's very valuable to hear your experiences really from the grassroots of people who've experienced immigration detention and have lived experience of what it's like, and how you are using those experiences to organize and try and bring about change. And I must say, coming from the UK myself, in a very, very difficult environment with very hostile government and a new set of laws that are going to be some of the most draconian in the world if they come into effect. So I will move now to our next speaker, who is Akato Joel Odiji. Mr. Odiji is a Nigerian activist, lawyer, and trade unionist with over 2 decades organizing experience. He's the Deputy General Secretary of the African Regional Organization of the International Trade Union Confederation, an organization currently representing over 18 million workers in 52 of the 54 African countries. Mr. Odiji has a master's degree in labor and globalization from the Berlin School of Economics and Law, and he recently co-authored a study on African labor migration to the GCC states that looks at how labor migration governance and the human and labor rights of African migrants can be better improved and protected. So, Mr. Odiji, I'd like to open the floor to you to give some comments. Thank you. Are you here?
Rachel, I think he's having some connection problems.
Okay. Well, I wonder, Mr. Botero, if you would like, we come back to you and maybe have some conversation between you and Vika. I imagine when you were drafting the general comment that you said that you had over 100 submissions from civil society organizations and NGOs, and that was a very valuable part of drafting that, and a considerable engagement. What sort of things were you hearing from those civil society organizations? Were they testimonies from individuals who've been in detention? Were they organizations acting on behalf of people in detention? And you know, how did they influence you in how you were doing your work? I think it's really important for civil society organizations here and activists today to understand how practical engagement with the committee can make a difference, and what kind of engagement you are looking for. And Vika, you know, have you engaged with UN mechanisms and processes like the Committee on Migrant Workers, and how would you see their work being relevant to what you're doing at a very grassroots level? And how can we, you mentioned there's only 56 governments that are party to the Convention on Migrant Workers, and the UK isn't one of them, but you also talked about how you've used this general comment to highlight, you know, other international and regional human rights standards that governments like the UK may have signed up to, and which they are violating through their practices. So how can we hold governments that aren't party to the convention to account in terms of their treatment, particularly of migrants in detention? And maybe Mr. Botero first, and then Vika.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, I think from outside, UN mechanisms can be seen as complex and definitely very bureaucratic and sometimes difficult on how to access the mechanisms for participation for civil society. But at the CMW, something that we have been trying to promote within several members of the committee, and I think it's the position of the committee and the secretariat, it's to be as flexible as possible in terms of promoting the participation of civil society organizations, other international organizations working more closely to these issues in the field, and also states. For the process of the drafting of the general comments, the contributions and the inputs from civil society were incredibly helpful, especially because if you see the contents, the text of the general comment, we basically try to analyze the use of detention in all its from all its angles, like since the moment when the authorities are starting to consider or detaining without any protections a migrant or a migrant family, until the moment the person is detained, the conditions under detention, how alternatives to detention can be. And in that sense, what we were able to witness from the submissions from civil society organizations is that there are many differences in terms of how detention is used in different countries and the ways that states are trying to circumvent the protection of human rights of those migrants who are at risk of being detained or are detained. But at the same time, there are also many similarities in the measures that states are trying to, or are implementing in order to put migrants under arbitrary detention. So in that sense, the submissions from civil society organizations from different parts of the world were useful in the sense of highlighting those areas or those factual conditions where the committee needed to pay attention in order to protect the right to personal liberty and other rights that might be affected because of the use of immigration detention. The other important element regarding the submissions of civil society was in terms of the standards developed by the committee. Like many of the legal standards developed in this general comment responds to a very broad set of arguments developed by other international bodies at the UN, but also in regional systems. but also the submissions from civil society organizations gave us light in terms of promising practices from national courts on how they were dealing with immigration detention or how alternatives were being used. So I think if I could highlight two aspects in terms of the importance of the submissions of civil society was first, in terms of showing us the broad range of violations and factual situations that are affected to migrants because of the use of immigration detention. And second, in terms of the legal arguments and the reasoning that were proposed by civil society organizations and other actors on how to respond to those violations that migrants are facing on their detention. And that's why it's so important for the committee to receive these inputs, especially for states or for realities that the committee is not able to monitor because those are not the state parties to the convention. But eventually practices that are being implemented probably in Australia or in other countries that haven't ratified the convention can be unfortunately replicated in countries that are parties to the convention. So that gives us some kind of advantage in terms of how to respond to emerging trends that can put under threat the right to personal liberty and other rights of migrants. I think I'll leave it here and yeah, I'll pass it over to Becca.
Vika, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I really don't have much to say, but what I can say is that the right of, if there is any right at all, human right left, is completely violated, because you can see somebody that is really, really vulnerable, that has been put in detention, a lady, this person is vulnerable already, running from where all the persecution and everything and coming to this country, definitely is not going anywhere and is sick. Then the Home Office of this country, UK, will still have like 5 or 6 guards to escort you to the hospital. You can see there is the human right, everything is gone, completely gone. So what I can say is that the migrant worker, the refugees, asylum seeker, we are all wounded in the community. What we can do is to put our differences apart and come together and work together. That in that way, we can do something. Because if we start segregating ourselves, the discussion what we are having now is not going to go anywhere. The discussion will go somewhere when we can put all our differences one side and say, okay, this is our common enemy, is just in front of us. We have to see how we can fight this right that we have in our hand is being snatched out of our hand. So we need to fight together. All of us need to come together, irrespective of wherever we belong to. We come together, we fight it, we face it. That is when we can do something. That is what I keep saying anytime I'm speaking anyway. We have to do that, because now we are even, in fact, the system divide us against ourselves. So we start fighting ourselves. Oh, you're a migrant, I'm a refugee, I'm this, I'm asylum. So at the end of the day, throw away all of this. We are all people first. And then we come together, and then we can now face the common enemy, which is in front, that is snatching the human right that is in our hand, that is being snatched out of our hand. So that is all I can say. In the narrative, we should have to change that language and then push it like that. In that way, we can do something.
Thank you, Vika. I think that's a very important message to give. I know, John Bingham, you had your hand up earlier. I don't know if you're still on the call and if you had a question or a comment that you wanted to make, but we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rachel. It's good to see you again. Yeah, thanks for calling on me. I'm very moved to speak right after Vika has so forcefully and with such importance called us to the unity, to not be divided by the system, put little differences aside and work together against a common enemy. And certainly these deprivations of liberty are a common enemy. I wanted to earlier, sorry, I raised my hand earlier just because I thought there would be a moment to speak with appreciation to you, Senor Botero, and the Committee on Migrant Workers. You yourself coming from Colombia, where just a few sessions ago, maybe 2 or 3 hours ago, many of us were talking, all of us were talking about one of the most important alternatives to detention, and that's regular pathways and regularization. And so one of the big examples we talked about was the enormous regularization and inclusion program that Colombia has put underway for refugees and migrants from Venezuela. So, Sura, thank you and your country both. But on the general comment, just want to also from civil society, the NGO Committee on Migration in New York, and so many others, just really lift up that really excellent comment, that really comprehensive and very clear comment in an area where there's been much too much confusion, sometimes in civil society, our own organization, and others, often even in the United Nations, enormous confusion. And then among states, a mix of confusion and obstruction and deliberate ignorance of standards. But that comment is really a milestone in an area where we've seen in multiple processes, beginning with the high-level meeting on refugees and migrants in 2016, but straight through the development of both global compacts, divided, as Vika said, between migrants and refugees, unfortunately divided, but a real mess when it came to immigration and immigrant detention. And your comment really takes care of that. The battles that we've had in civil society, sometimes even among ourselves, but very often when we've seen different standards articulated even by some of our closest partners in the UN in this difficult area. Your comment is just, we think, perfect. And it's so good that William Goes actually made sure that in the very new global unified civil society statement towards the International Migration Review Forum on implementation of the Global Compact for Migrants between now and May, that it actually cites the general comment from your committee, sir. So thank you for that extremely useful clarity and the raising the standard that, as Vika says, helps us to come together, helps us to see things together and fight for them. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And yes, I think we also share great gratitude to the Committee on Migrant Workers for such an important piece of guidance, which we hope will have a real impact. I can see that somebody from CIC Concern Group Hong Kong, you had your hand up. Did you want to speak? Fish?
Yeah, so actually I'm working in the International Domestic Workers Federation.
Okay.
CIC Concern Group is my volunteer work.
Okay. You're very welcome.
Yeah, so I'm changing my head.
Okay.
But the CIC Concern Group was founded because of a migrant domestic worker, Yuli Riswati, who was deported due to her comment in an interview by a newspaper on the Hong Kong protest 2019. So we were she was detained, and then we got to know about the situation in the immigration detention center in Hong Kong. And then we had a assembly organized with like 300 people came to support. And later on, actually in the detention center, there has been many protests like hunger strike, etc., etc. But the topic today, arbitrary detention, is really the issue. In regards to the immigration department, all the pro bono lawyers in Hong Kong many of them are saying that the immigration has the strongest power among all the departments because they have many arbitrary power. And you know the situation in Hong Kong with the civil society disbanded, trade union disbanded, and the pan-democrat lawmakers have to all step down. So we have even arbitrary clause in the newly amended immigration ordinance adopted in 1st of September this year. We have been having a common law system, and but our judicial system is running because of the situation, and how arbitrary in the new immigration amendment ordinance include terms like the detention period depends on the human and financial resource of the immigration, factors not within the control of the director of immigration, threat or security risks posed by the detainee to the country. So things like that these kind of causes have never been in our law, in the common law system, but we have this now. And unfortunately, the court, I mean, even before the situation, the current political situation in Hong Kong, the court judge tends to accept the system and mechanism as a reasoning, policy reasoning by the immigration. So this is very difficult for us. We have been working against the indefinite detention in the immigration detention center. We have detainee who has been detained indefinitely for 3 years, 5 years. Many of them 5 months. And in prison, they have some work to do. They can study, they can do some work, but in the immigration detention center, they cannot do anything. So that is a real torture to them. So for us in the CIC Concern Group, we have been mobilizing all volunteers to do visits, to write letters, and to bring their stories. And we have good support from the reporters visiting them, visiting the detainee to bring stories of them. So we did also some support until now. Every day, every Sunday morning, we have somebody outside one of the detention center to say support to them so that they can wave their hands, or they cannot wave their hands, actually. They can put their towels out to show some support. So we have more worsening thing is that we have now a smart prison for this detainee. Smart prison doesn't mean that it's smart. It's just they are using the technology to track the detainee activities. They have CCTV everywhere, including in the toilet. So they put the CCTV in the toilet as well. They put a bracelet on the wrist so that they can be tracked if there is any emotional fracture or some speaking. The bracelet, the AI bracelet can detect them. So I think, but we do have try to file some complaint with this international convention, but it has been very, very hard. So I'd like to have some guidance from all of you, and also on the legal reform. How can we have a hint on the arbitrary detention and also indefinite detention in the case of Hong Kong?
Thank you so much. Those were really helpful and quite frightening insights, but also I picked up on what Vika was saying, that it's so important for you to tell people's stories, for people's stories to be heard, and for you to be showing support and keeping a focus and a profile on people who are in detention, who can easily be forgotten. So it's incredibly important to bear witness in the way that you're doing. But Mr. Vatero, I don't know if you know about the situation in Hong Kong, if you know about these new laws, if you have any comments on the smart technology being used to track people. I just want to clarify, this is immigration detention. This isn't general detention in Hong Kong.
So we have now two detention place for these asylum seekers or non-nationals. One is under the Immigration Detention Center. That's why our name CIC, the Immigration Center. And the other one, which is new, is a smart prison operated by the it's a real prison actually. Yeah.
But there are migrants and immigration detainees held
asylum
in
seekers and non-nationals held by this smart prison.
Okay, so alongside criminals, alongside people who've been criminally convicted? No. Okay.
But maybe so this is their start. They just pick someone who do not have a voice to try this smart prison.
I see. Would you like to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. No, unfortunately, I wasn't aware about the severity of the situation. But yes, as you clearly mentioned, from the information provided by Fish, this clearly entails an arbitrary deprivation of liberty. So I think it will be important for the organizations in Hong Kong to see or to explore mechanisms on how to make this information available to UN mechanisms to see or to try to promote some sort of a statement from, for example, the Special Rapporteur on Migrants or other UN treaty bodies that might have jurisdiction over this situation in Hong Kong to try to give visibility internationally, but also to encourage the state to not keep using these ways of immigration detention to try their new mechanisms for detaining people in these smart prisons. But yeah, I think those will be my thoughts. And if you want more information about the channels on how you can communicate with the treaty bodies or with the UN mechanisms, I can put my email in the chat and the email of the Secretariat. So yeah, we can help you with that. Well, in terms of what we can do, but it's very limited regarding Hong Kong not being part of the convention. And with the particular status of Hong Kong too, which make it more difficult.
Yeah. Thank you. We have just a few minutes left. William, we need to close in a couple of minutes. So I don't know if there's anyone else who would like to ask a question of either of our speakers. I'll just check again whether our third speaker, Mr. Ojiji, was able to connect. I think he's been having connection problems, so I'm very sorry that we missed his intervention, because that would have been very helpful to hear from the perspective of the trade unions. Yes, I can see that Hélène Sana has raised her hand in CMA.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. I was having some exchanges with William because I was trying to understand the conversation, and perhaps it's because it was too late already here in Manila that I was getting confused. So I was seeking wisdom from him, and then he nudged me that I should just raise my hand. So anyway, yeah. Pardon also if I don't open my camera anymore. So and it's very good, of course. I should be seizing the opportunity because the committee member, Mr. Potero, is here, no? So, but just in relation to the topic of arbitrary detention or immigration detention, the common practice of countries of destination is when either they are put in immigration detention or our embassies would take them in custody. And that's why, for example, in the case of the Philippines, we have what is called a resource center. It's meant to be a multi-purpose center. But then in the end, in places where we have a big number of Filipino migrants, they are being converted, quote unquote, into shelter. Yeah, so not really like safe houses like that the authorities do not know about, but somehow they are allowed to be operated by our labor office or in coordination with our embassy to shelter those with problems, even losing their legal status. So they have problems with their employer or they have issues with immigration. So either they are housed there, and a lot would be willing to do that, or they can also go to it's called the ambassador Grace is here. They're called like in Saudi, it's the social welfare office. No, where again you await a resolution of your case or you await deportation. So my question to Mr. Alvaro is, of course, Filipinos would prefer perhaps to be housed in our shelter, shelter, quote unquote, under the custody of the embassy or the labor office. But then, as advocates, we've been also pushing countries of destination to take responsibility for the migrants that they host, in the sense that, of course, not to put them in detention, but to protect them and to uphold their rights. So each time there is that incident of arbitrary arrest, then the automatic response is, okay, we will take you in custody. And then somehow, even literally providing food and other needs of the migrants become again the charge of our government when these people are already in the country of destination. So what could be a good way to deal with these issues, where you can sort of like exact accountability and responsibility, not only from countries of origin, but also from countries of destination? Thank you.
Mr. Botero, would you like to respond to this comment specifically about Filipino migrant workers, but more generally about where responsibility lies, and who bears responsibility for people's welfare, particularly if they are in dispute resolutions or awaiting deportation, as was raised?
Thank you, Rachel. I think, thank you, Lam, for the interesting question. I think a basic premise of international human rights law is that the state has the responsibility to protect the human rights of all the individuals that are under its jurisdiction. So in this case, it will always depends on the particularities of each case. But if the Filipino migrants are under the jurisdiction of a particular state, the responsibility to guarantee and to respect the human rights of those migrants, which are basically, according to international human rights law, all the human rights, with the exception of basically rights relating to political rights and the right to enter to another country. Those rights should be respected for the migrants that are under the jurisdiction of a particular state, either a transit country or a country of destination. And yeah, like in that sense, for example, if we are thinking about immigration detention, what it will be important to determine is if the factual conditions under which migrants are deprived of their liberty fit within the definition of immigration detention established by the committee and its paragraph number 15, and if the states didn't take the measures in order to protect and to respect the right to personal liberty. That could entail international responsibility of the state regarding the violation of these rights, but that can also be applicable to other rights. And I think that's another of the important contributions of this general comment in terms of highlighting that the international responsibility of a state in respecting and guaranteeing the human rights of migrants, it is not limited just to the territory of the state or the country where migrants are located, but it's extended to all those areas where countries or states exercise jurisdiction. So considering all the different measures that we are seeing in terms of the externalization of immigration control, this is very important because a trend that we have seen in recent years, and it's very marked in the last decade, it's how states are pushing their boundaries in order to try to prevent the migrants to reach their territories and basically do or asking other countries to do the dirty work in terms of violations of human rights of migrants. So yeah, I think this is another of the important contributions of the general comment, like considering that international responsibility for violation of the right to personal liberty and other related human rights can be compromised even when the state is exercising or conducting this kind of activities out of their territory or in a foreign territory.
Thank you. I hope that was a helpful response, Elaine. Unless we have anyone else who would like to make a contribution, I'm aware that we're we've overreached the time given for this session. So I would really like to thank very much our two speakers who spoke from very different perspectives and experiences, but actually you're talking about the same issue, which is the violation of the basic human rights of migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers, and specifically the violation of people's right to liberty, which is really, increasingly being violated through the widespread use of immigration detention. I hope that it's been helpful for those of you working as grassroots activists who are bearing witness and who are, telling people's stories and ensuring that we don't forget the people who are in detention today. I hope it's been helpful for you to hear about how you can engage with the human rights mechanisms. We've heard from the Committee on the Migrant Workers, but as Mr. Botero has told us, there are other mechanisms, other treaty bodies, other special procedures that you can also raise related rights violations with. And a very effective piece of work that the Committee on the Migrant Workers recently produced was their joint general comment with the Committee on the Rights of the Child. And many, many, many more countries have ratified the Committee on the Rights of the Child. And that was a very unequivocal general comment saying under no conditions should children be held in immigration detention. So there are, even if the countries that you are working within have not ratified the Convention on Migrant Workers, they often have ratified other UN treaties and conventions, and there are other ways and avenues for holding those countries to account. So please do, I think you shared your email address, but if you have specific questions for the Committee on Migrant Workers, please do get in touch with Mr. Botero and the Secretariat, and please continue telling the stories of those people so that we do make sure that those people who are locked up behind bars, often for long, long periods, that they're not forgotten, and that we continue to tell the world what's happening to migrants, to refugees, to asylum seekers right now as we're speaking. Thank you very much, and thank you finally to Migrant Forum in Asia for organizing this really important event on this very, very important issue. And I wish you, most of you, I think it's the evening, I wish you a good evening, and those of you joining us from the Americas, a good continuation of your day and celebrations of International Migrants Day. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have Google picture, right?
Thank you. Before we proceed to the closing ceremony, once again, please open your cameras for the photo opportunity. We only have 4 pages now. Page 1, 2, sorry, 1 more. Oh. Again, page 1, page 2, page 3, and page 4. There are really a lot of takeaways. So states really consider detention as an unavoidable and necessary migration management tool. They have the right to control their borders and determine their migration policies. However, nowadays, in doing so, they must ensure respect for international law and standards as well in favor of the migrants. Worst scenario is that worst scenario is that the detention of migrants lacks regulation altogether, leaving migrants with no safeguards or remedies for any abuse suffered while they are detained. So again, thank you for our moderator and panelists for such a fruitful discussion. But before we hear closing remarks from Mr. John Bingham, I just want to highlight that this event is a collaborative effort from all organizers. From the Cross-Regional Center for Refugees and Migrants based in Lebanon, the Global Research Forum on Diaspora and Transnationalism based in New Delhi, India, the Civil Society Action Committee, Alianza Americas based in the United States, the Platform for International Cooperation on Undocumented Migrants based in Brussels, Belgium, Climate Migration and Displacement Platform, Building and Woodworkers International based in Switzerland, South Asia Regional Trade Union Council based in Nepal, the African Regional Organization of the International Trade Union Confederation, Pacific Wind Pacific and Migrants Forum in Asia based in the Philippines. This event will not be possible without their help and support. To lead the closing ceremony, may I call on Mr. John Bingham, the head of policy of the International Catholic Migration Commission in Geneva. Over to you, Mr. John.
Well, thanks very much. And I'm speaking today as a Geneva representative for the NGO Committee on Migration. Very honored to be part of this entire day and to serve, I hope, in this closing ceremony. I'm following, I think, last year's honoree, one of my colleagues, Eva Sandis, who was given a Lifetime Award this time last year during the closing ceremony. So I'm humbled to have this role this year. I'm not going to summarize the sessions. I think most people, as I watched the numbers, participated in just about all the sessions, and they were good ones. But I would say that across the sessions, with all the different panels and speakers, including from the floor, the musical and cultural interludes, the testimonials in particular, I was reminded of 2 expressions that I think pertain to us. And I offer them just most humbly as we close this celebration of International Migrants Day. The first was by an African-American feminist and activist, a woman named Thea Bowman, who said, "It's important to remember who we are and whose we are." So to remember who we are, many of us are migrants and refugees and perhaps asylum seekers, or our family members are before and now. Many are comrades and advocates and leaders and co-workers and neighbors before and now, who are migrants or refugees and asylum seekers. We want to remember whose we are, who we belong to. And here, I would only say that I'm reminded by Vika, among others, that we belong to each other. We belong to each other in this movement. In all we hope for and work for, we belong to each other. And that's precious for the movement, for the cause, for the people we work with and walk with on this cause. And hope at the heart of it reminds me of a second expression, which comes from a guy who was very wild in his youth, but then grew up or grew older and eventually became a major thinker and even a saint in the Catholic Church, Saint Augustine from Algeria, who said, "Hope has two lovely daughters. Hope has two lovely daughters, anger and courage." And I was reminded of courage throughout the entire day and all the testimonials, and anger in many of them. And I appreciated Rachel Riley referring with some anger, the proper anger, to what's happening in detention. Across all the sessions, many have pointed to hope and anger and courage. We've discussed wage theft. We've discussed regular pathways and regularization with focus and purpose and examples and determination, domestic workers and detention, hope and courage. The big issues, the big challenges, the big suffering, and the big battles that we must fight, and we must do it with all our hearts. I was struck during the second session when Patty Sianga Knudsen put it so clearly. What is important is, where do we place our hearts? And our hope is not hope in the air. We work with hope and hope's two lovely daughters, anger and courage, on wage theft, on regular pathways, for domestic workers and with domestic workers and as domestic workers, and very much against detention. It's not hope in the air because across all the sessions today, all the speakers, the diversity of people, of sectors, of regions in the world, of experience, it was clear that our hope is actually not just a couple of daughters. Our hope is a magic married couple, the marriage of hard work and unity. And again, I invoke Vika just a few moments ago, so passionately calling for unity. Unity that sometimes takes time to make things happen. Unity that's sometimes 1 + 1 + 100 + 1,000. We also know that hard work and even unity starts with one person. And here I was reminded in one of the sessions of a quote of Gandhi, who said, "There are moments in your life when you must act, even though you cannot carry your best friends with you." In the second session today, Dr. Vinod Kadria referred to one of Gandhi's favorite songs, written by the famous Indian poet laureate, a Bengali hymn, translated as "Walk Alone." And here's an excerpt from it that I think pertains. Quote, "If they answer not to your call, walk alone. If they are afraid and cower mutely facing the wall, open your mind and speak out alone. If they turn away and desert you when crossing the wilderness, trample the thorns under thy tread, and along the blood-lined track travel alone. If they shut doors and do not hold up the light when the night is troubled with storm, well, with the thunder flame of pain, ignite your own heart and let it burn alone. But you know what? Unity says we're not so often alone. We don't have to be alone. And this next video, and this webinar and this movement of us all tells us that we are rarely alone. We are rarely alone. And as we watch this video, let's remember we've not been alone before in this cause and this movement, and we're not alone now, and we're not alone going forward. So if we can play the video to remember.
Abid, hello.
John, you're muted.
That's good because my voice was shaking. We remember who we are and whose we are. And maybe we can take just a moment, this movement of us, a moment in silence to remember others also who are with us still. Maybe we close our eyes for this powerful moment. In many areas in the Americas, including in the New York area where I worked in community organizing, when we would read the names of people who were lost along the migration journeys or in the migration advocacy, after we read each name, we would say the word presente, presente, to remind ourselves not only of who we are and whose we are, but to remember that the people who have gone ahead are still with us. They're still with us and they're in us, and we carry them with us, and we continue the fight. We continue the battle. And we also would say it along the way, those that seem to have gone before us and are lost are actually more powerful now. They're actually more powerful now. And we should believe that and carry it and insist on that. You know, we started this opening ceremony with such a beautiful, expression of faith, and across the faiths, the importance of believing in order to hope and to fight and to win someday. And in one of the holy books, there's encouragement in that direction. And there's an affirmation of power and victory. And it's a short prayer. It's a short expression of faith. And I'd like to read it as we close. It says, write down the vision. Write it clearly on stone. Make it plain and visible so that whoever reads it can run to tell the others. For the vision will not prove false. If it seems slow, wait for it. It will eventually come. And so we ring the bell. We ring the bell for the vision. We ring the bell for those who have been with us. We ring the bell for those who are with us still. And we ring the bell for that day where we will win. So happy International Migrants Day. We dedicate this day to migrants and migrant comrades, advocates, and leaders everywhere, anywhere, live and in eternal life, in our lives and in our hearts, always. Thank you, everybody.
That is very well said, Mr. John. Thank you for the heartfelt and moving message. Thank you once again for all the participants, moderators, panelists, organizers, for your support and help this year's International Migrants Day. We honor our migrants as an integral member in our community. Thank you for your time and dedication. It is our pleasure to have all of you at this momentous event. In advance, happy holidays. May the remaining days of 2021 bring you renewed sense of excitement and optimism as you continue to make a difference in your chosen advocacy. We wish you all a happy, blessed, and prosperous New Year. Thank you once again.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Thank
Salah.
you.
Thank you. Excellent program.
Good to see Farouk there, Saiful.
Thank you, John,
that was inspirational.
for that
John, very
entire
inspirational.
poem you recited by Rabindranath Tagore. It touches everybody's heart, and it's a saving grace that we are not alone. It's not as desperate as Rabindranath Tagore had prepared us for. We are better than that. That's hope.
Thank you, Dr. Kadia. It was you who suggested the poem. Thank you,
Just
sir.
call me Binod. Just call me Binod.
Thank you, Binod.
Thank you, John. That was very inspirational, John.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy New Year and see you again next year. Bye.
Yes, Sadanand. Saiful, great to see you.
Thank you. Still alive. Still alive.
Still alive,
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
That's it. We are all still alive.
We are still alive. Right.
Comrade Rafiq.
Rafi.
You segregate.
Yeah.
Great work. See you tomorrow.
Dal Salam.
Al salam.
Salam.
Yes, William.
Dal Salam.
Thank you, William. Bye. Bye to everybody.
Bye-bye.
Ambassador Grace, thanks for joining as usual.
Of course. I'm glad to be part of all of this, William. I'm learning and I hope to be part of you, of any one of you soon. To continue the fight. Presente.
Always welcome. Friends in the Pacific, great to have you still on board. Deb, I can see you're still there. Pefi, you're still there. Our friends in Africa as well. Rael, good to see you. We were together only last week.